I woke up one morning and the apocalypse had arrived. Humans turned into zombies, and every plant and animal mutated. The snarling downstairs hadn't stopped all night, more diligent than any rooster. My name's Su Hao, a freshman at Jiangxing University. I was clutching a length of steel pipe and a roll of duct tape, stranded with a gorgeous woman on the cafeteria rooftop. It had been a full day and night, and we hadn't touched food or water. First thing in the morning, the woman woke up and started complaining. "We still can't leave? Are we just stuck up here?" I pointed downstairs, where zombies were packed shoulder to shoulder. Jiangxing U has tens of thousands of students. You tell me how we're supposed to get down. She was decked out in designer streetwear, makeup still on point, but she'd lost one shoe running for her life. Seeing the steel pipe in my hand, she jabbed a finger at me. "You've got a weapon, don't you?" I almost laughed. There were over 1,000 zombies just around the cafeteria. Even if I swung that pipe till it smoked, how many could I take out? I pulled out my phone. No signal. GPS was dead too. The last few SOS messages in the group chat had gone silent. Seeing me mess with my phone, she lost it. She lunged at me, trying to slap the phone out of my hand. "Is this really the time? Can't you make yourself useful for once?" Smack. I'd seen it coming. I caught her wrist mid-swing. That's when I got a clear look at the outside of her arm. 3 parallel scratch marks, already turning purple, with the violet veins spreading outward. Exactly like a zombie wound. She yanked her arm back in a panic. "I just scraped it yesterday running away." Scraped it? I'd gotten plenty of scrapes playing basketball, and none of them ever looked like that. In my eyes, she'd just gone from socialite in training to zombie in training. I stood up, steel pipe in one hand, duct tape in the other. She scrambled backward. "No. What are you doing? The rooftop's only so big. Were you gonna run?" I tossed the duct tape at her feet. "Tie yourself up. If you don't turn, I'll share whatever food I find. If you refuse, don't blame me for bashing your head in right now." I gripped the pipe tight, the muscles in my arm bulging. She collapsed in defeat, tears streaming down her face as she bound her feet and knees. I had to help her with her hands. "I'm Panya, junior. Su Hao, freshman." We barely got a few words out before she started quietly crying again. Minutes ticked by. She started twitching abnormally, her face turning ashen, her eyes shot with red. "Junior, I'm sorry. It's okay." I shook my head. "Go in peace." By noon she'd fully turned. She writhed on the ground, bound in duct tape, her flesh a bloody mess. I couldn't stand watching anymore. I tightened my grip on the pipe. "Rest in peace, senior." Asterisk thud. Thud. Asterisk a few swings later, it stopped moving. And just then, a crisp voice rang out in my head. "Quest triggered. First blood of the apocalypse. Congratulations on activating Divine Tier Choice Sys. System. Complete tasks to earn unlimited God Tier rewards. Newbie rewards. Reward 1, 1 ton of gold. Reward 2, 1 beauty rated 90 plus in looks. Reward 3, melee weapon mastery LV10. First blood rewards. Reward 1, 10 tons of beef. Reward 2, 1 alloy de hung dao. Reward 3, attribute points x5. Choose 2 out of 6. My first reaction was elation. Then I forced myself to cool down. The beauty was out of the question. In an apocalypse, strength is your lifeline, and violence is the bottom line logic of survival. A ton of gold was worth $1 billion. In peacetime, I'd grab it in a heartbeat, but in the end times, it couldn't buy me raw power. Beef? Where the hell was I supposed to store it? Skip. What kind of level was melee weapon mastery LV10? The pinnacle of human melee weapon skill, on par with Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu's martial prowess stood unmatched through the ages. That one, first. Attribute points x5. I pulled up my status panel. Su Hao, age 19. Strength 73, Constitution 71, Spirit 70. Adult average, 60. Absolute cap, 100. 5 points was stingy. Wouldn't make a noticeable difference when things got hairy. Last was the alloy de hung dao, 110 centimeters end to end, dark blue blade. Sharp enough to slice through steel like tofu. Peak melee technique paired with an alloy divine weapon. The combo would blow attribute points plus a busted steel pipe out of the water. No need to think twice. I'll take melee weapon mastery LV10 and the alloy de hung dao. Rewards distributed. A flood of blade knowledge poured into my head. I tossed the steel pipe aside and drew the meter-long hung dao out of thin air, casually spinning it into a flourish. A ghostly blue afterimage streaked through the air. Slash, thrust, cut, hook, all in one smooth breath. Hell yeah. I licked my cracked lips and looked toward the iron door of the rooftop. Time to head down. Any longer up here, and I'd die of thirst or starvation. I pushed the door open and peered down. 3 zombies were shambling up. Task triggered. Zombie 10 kill. Slay 10 zombies. Reward: 1 unlimited god-tier choice. The staircase was a natural choke point. At most 2 could come at me at once. Use the terrain. Don't get greedy. Don't trip. Don't let them lay a hand on me. 1 slip and it was game over. I stepped onto the stairwell landing and coughed twice, lightly. All 3 zombies snapped their heads around in unison. Faces and necks chewed to shreds, clothes soaked crimson with blood. The closest one lunged, tripped on the first step, and its eyeballs popped clean out on impact. The other 2 skirted around it, clawing for me. Watching them close in, I found I wasn't tense at all. If anything, I was looking forward to it. Was I some kind of natural-born battle junkie? The distance was right. Both hands on the hilt, I swept the blade horizontally. *SHG. A head sailed into the air. Rolling my wrist, I reversed the grip and slashed back the other way. *SHG. Another head flew. The last one was crawling on the floor. I raised the blade vertically and drove it down, straight into its skull. Zombie 10 kill. 3 tenths. I flicked the blood off my blade. My stomach was growling. I was starving. The cafeteria was on the 3rd floor, and I was on the 3rd floor of the dorm. To find food, I'd have to head down to the 2nd floor, but I shot that idea down right away. I had to clear out the 3rd floor first. Otherwise, the noise of a fight would draw zombies up here and box me in, and that'd be the end. In games, swinging a blade never wears you out. In real life, once you're surrounded, you'd gas out in minutes. There weren't many zombies on the 3rd floor. I ducked into the living room and counted fewer than 20, way less than the 2nd floor. I took the initiative and closed on them. Wait for them to swarm, and I'd lose all my maneuvering room. I picked off the stragglers. Swing, decapitate, sidestep, next one. I kept every engagement 1-on-1 or 1-on-2. Swing, head off, swing, head off. With peak-level blade work, I kept every strike inside the front 10 inches of the edge, every cut clean through the neck. The alloy blade was razor-sharp, slicing through cervical vertebrae like chopping radishes. In no time, all 20 had lost their heads. I leaned against the window, catching my breath. Congratulations on completing the quest. Zombie 10 slay. Infinite divine tier, choice activated. Pick one of 3 to. Reward 1, 100 tons of bottled mineral water. Reward 2, 25 forged horse-slaying sabers. Reward 3, 10 attribute points. Water. Easy to scavenge in the early apocalypse. I passed on the beef, and I'm supposed to pick water? Cut. Horse-slaying sabers. I already had an alloy broadsword. 25 of them were useless. These are 10 attribute points we're talking about. 5 points was stingy, but 10 was significant. I pulled up the details. Strength was hardware, muscle, bone, tendon. Constitution was software, stamina, recovery, reflexes. Spirit was the core, willpower, intellect, mental energy. A 3-axis model of the human body, sensible enough. Strength above all. I'll take reward 3. Distribute it. Put 7 into strength, 3 into constitution. Strength 80, constitution 74, spirit 70. The instant the points landed, my whole body flushed hot and tingled. I could literally feel my abilities climbing. A few seconds later, I clenched a fist, and the fatigue from before was gone. My fingertips were brimming with power. Damn, that feels good. I was about to go hunt for food when thud. Something crashed down outside. A chair had been chucked out of the girls' dorm next door, instantly drawing rings upon rings of zombies. I looked up. A college girl was waving at me from the window, not daring to shout for fear of attracting more. She mouthed the words, "Save me." I shook my head. 6 floors in that dorm building. Easily 1,000+ zombies. To save one girl, I'd have to cut down 1,000 of them? Yeah, right. Women aren't exactly in short supply. Why this particular one? I gave her a once-over. Maybe an 8 out of 10, barely a notch above the upperclassmen from earlier. Assembling my goddess squad can wait. Food first. At that very moment. Host's intent detected. Quest triggered. Assemble a goddess squad. Quest. Women are more easily won over by the strong, more readily brought to heel by the strong, and less likely to stab you in the back. Approach the first female you encounter and gather her data. A composite score of 85 or above will earn system recognition. Temporary reward. 1 infinite god tier choice. Permanent reward. For every goddess scoring 85 or higher that you bring under your wing, gain 1 additional infinite god tier choice. I was a little caught off guard. So that's another way to trigger a quest? Looks like I'll need to start using my head more. No penalty for failure anyway. The more quests, the more rewards. And the system had a point. In the apocalypse, strength was the only currency the strong had left, and women submitted to the strong far more easily than men did. Call it a matter of genetics. For rewards like these, I'll check it out when the chance comes. But rushing in blind was out of the question. I'd plan it out later. First things first, clear the zombies, find food. Hefting the broadsword, I combed through every room on the 3rd floor. Bottled water, potato chips, rice crackers, bread, Coke. Chinese folks love to stockpile, and it was paying off now. One wardrobe was even crammed full of snacks. Hiss, crunch, crunch. I twisted open a Coke and ate at a leisurely pace. A whole day gone, and finally I could fill my stomach. They say you can go 3 days without water before you die, but the truth is, 1 full day without food or water and the body starts giving out. Dehydration is a sliding scale, not a series of stages. I chewed away while pulling out my phone to check the time, 3 in the afternoon. At best, I'd have time to clear the 2nd floor before the day was done. Everything had to be wrapped up before dusk, so I could fall back somewhere safe to rest. Under no circumstances would I get drawn into a fight at night. Quest triggered. Zombie 100 Slayer, 24-100. Cumulatively slay 100 zombies to reach proficiency in dispatching them. Reward. 1 infinite god tier choice. Another quest. I love a full quest log. Better still, the kill count was cumulative. I already had 24 notches on the blade. Eating till I was about 70% full, I rested a bit, then picked up the sword and stood. All right, time to chop. Almost 4 now. The sun was starting to dip, and I had to clear as many as possible before dark. Hopefully enough to be out of the cafeteria by tomorrow. Down on the 2nd floor, I looked up, and there were zombies everywhere, most of them students. Tables, chairs, leftover food, and the fridge were all knocked over sideways. A rough head count put it near 200. Not a light workload. 200 pigs wouldn't be this easy to kill. Most of these students had turned through natural mutation, so their bodies were largely intact. The ones who'd been infected by bite had faces and necks shredded to pulp. The ones who tried to fight back had their hands mangled. Some missing fingers, some missing entire hands, some missing half a torso. It's fine. One at a time. I licked my lips and gripped the sword in both hands. Let's chop. I took the initiative and closed on the nearest 2. 1 swing, and thunk. 2 heads flew into the air and hit the floor. The nearby zombies lunged at me instantly. I kept baiting and repositioning, holding the fight to no more than 3 at a time, hacking away in relentless swings. Chop, chop, and more chopping. Squelch, squelch. Chopping was the most efficient move and took the least energy. Right now, style didn't matter, practicality did. The zombies were dropping fast, but with nearly 200 of them, there were just too many. No matter how well I baited them, I got forced back to the stairwell. By then, I'd already dropped 40. The corpses tripped up plenty of the others, and severed heads went rolling everywhere. One even tumbled down the stairs, stirring up the zombies on the 1st floor. Meanwhile, in the girls' dorm next door, Huang Shanshan watched me shake my head and walk away, seething and hopeless. She was about to unleash a torrent of curses, but one look at the horde downstairs made her clamp her mouth shut. The door behind her was barricaded with desks, chairs, and cabinets, and zombies still shuffled around outside. Her roommates had all happened to be out the day of the outbreak, which had ironically saved her life. The food in the dorm would last 3 days at most. Last night, the screams echoing through the building told her someone else's door had been broken through. Calling the police was useless. Shouting for help, no signal. She scrolled through her phone in frustration. Damn it, he's not coming to save me. What a jerk. Earlier, while out on the balcony, she'd happened to spot someone fighting zombies on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria across the way, and she'd been watching ever since. From the 5th floor, she couldn't see clearly, only that I'd lopped off 4 or 5 heads by the window, one clean strike each. So strong, she marveled. Then her eyes landed on the corpse of the upperclassman on the balcony. The upperclassman had been bound with tape before she turned, so her appearance hadn't changed much. A thought clicked in Shanshan's mind, and she gasped. This guy tied her up and killed her? She mulled it over. Sure, he'd murdered someone, but he was strong, and right now, he was her only hope. So she chucked a chair to make noise and get me to turn around. She waved. I shook my head. Her face turned red with rage. He's got the skills and the blade, and he still won't save me. The worst kind of scumbag. He might as well give me that blade. With it, I could fight my way out myself. If I ever run into him again, I'm getting my hands on that knife, one way or another. 2nd floor of the cafeteria, I'd been pushed back to the stairwell. It wasn't that I couldn't take them. There just wasn't enough room, and I had to clear this without taking a scratch. This wasn't some video game where you could go on a mindless hack-and-slash rampage. After my stat boost, I managed to cut down more than 40 in one go before I even started to breathe hard. The headless bodies on the ground had become a kind of speed bump. A snarl rose up from the 1st floor. I made the call at once. Fall back to the bend in the stairs. There was more room there. Fewer zombies could reach me at once, which meant fewer I had to face at the same time. I retreated to the landing, and the zombies came howling after me. Fortunately, the 3rd floor had already been cleared, so nothing would come at me from behind. Otherwise, caught between 2 fronts, I'd really be finished. As the zombies came clawing up the stairs, I could feel my recovery kicking in fast thanks to the boosted constitution. Just a moment to catch my breath. Much better now. Die, all of you. Thunk. A head flew off, a zombie dropped, the next one surged in, only to get cleaved airborne too. 10+ minutes later, I was gasping for breath, sweat streaming down my chin and arms, every swing flinging off a spray of droplets. Exhausting, truly exhausting, and yet a bloodthirsty restlessness surged up inside me. The more I hacked, the better it felt, the more unhinged I got. Every head that flew, every zombie that dropped, brought me the same joy as reaping wheat. I kept swinging until I stopped. Not because they were done, but because the stairwell was jammed shut with corpses. In those 10+ minutes, without even needing to bait them down one by one, I'd hacked through several dozen more. The bodies were packed in tight. The zombies behind had to claw through the pile just to get across. But since the scent was that of their own kind, they had no interest. They just crawled around in place, toppling over and getting back up. I seized the moment to suck in deep breaths and lifted the blade for a look. The deep blue face of it was flecked with tiny spots of blood, like stains. No, like metals. To a warrior, it was beauty beyond words, more intoxicating than any woman. I opened the system. Congratulations on completing 100 zombie slaughter. 136/100. Reward: 1 infinite god tier selection. Reward 1: 10 tons of Dove chocolate. Reward 2: Novice Warrior Gene Optimization Serum. Reward 3: 50 cubic meters of system space. Reward 1 is all just chow. I passed on it immediately. Reward 3: 50 cubic meters, roughly the size of a living room. Could fit a car or stockpile gasoline. Food, medicine, very tempting. Asterisk, huh? Asterisk, I let out a sigh. But in the apocalypse, anything that boosted my strength had to take absolute priority, no questions asked. System space would definitely come up again once I racked up more missions, but gene serum? No telling when I'd see one of those again. Novice Warrior Gene Optimization Serum. Comprehensively enhances physical constitution, plus 10 to all 3 stats. Boosts athletic ability and neural reaction. Significantly strengthens antiviral resistance. Common zombie virus will only weaken a novice warrior for 15 to 30 days. Plus 10 to each of the 3 stats. That's 30 attribute points total. Plus antiviral resistance. Way too practical. The clutch part was the antiviral resistance. Sure, I'd be hitting hard down the line, but my magic resist was garbage. Even if I got as strong as an ox, one scratch or bite, and I'd be done for. And if I actually turned into a zombie, that stat pool didn't bear thinking about. As for a few days of weakness, as long as I had food, I'd just treat it as vacation. I'll take reward 2. Selection successful. Use immediately? Recommended rest for 1 night after use to allow genetic development and evolution. I glanced at that wall of corpses. The whole stairwell was sealed shut. No point hacking further. Clocking out. I'll use it later. Just to be safe, I hauled over heavy objects and stacked another layer of furniture and appliances behind the corpse wall, making sure the zombies couldn't get. Then, before heading back to the 3rd floor, I hurled some trash talk at the zombies behind the wall. Tomorrow, I'm gonna waste every last one of you. The reply was a chorus of snarls. I found a room with a window, grabbed some food and a cushion, locked the door behind me, and barricaded it shut. After I ate, I set the knife within arm's reach and silently thought. Use the serum. Activated. I fell asleep just as the serum kicked in. A body that had long since stopped growing began to shoot up all over again. Muscles swelling, nerves toughening, bones densifying, every organ leveling up, even the neurons in my brain multiplying. This was what you called total evolution. At 10 p.m., I stood 178 centimeters and weighed 160 pounds. By 2 in the morning, 181 centimeters and 170 pounds. By 6 a.m., 185 centimeters and 180 pounds, 20 or 30 pounds over the standard for my height. 7 centimeters and 20 pounds in a single night. If the serum weren't feeding the process, a normal person growing at that rate would either be sucked dry into a mummy by their own genes or drop dead from hypoglycemia. Regular food simply can't cover that kind of energy demand. You'd need nutritionally complete, high-calorie fuel to pull it off. The morning sun swept across my body and hit my eyes. I woke up and sat straight up. Glancing down, I noticed the massive tent below my waist and gave it an idle press. Feeling parched, I grabbed the unopened bottle of Coke next to me and chugged the whole thing. I stood up and took stock. My clothes and pants had all shrunk. My shorts, which used to reach my knees, now sat above them, and the t-shirt was stretched tight over hard-packed muscle. I rolled up my sleeves and lifted my shirt, flexing just a little. Muscles rose up in sharp, clean lines, sculpted like they'd been carved with a chisel, brimming with raw power. Taller, broader, stronger. I casually tugged at the waistband of my shorts, looked down, and let out a stunned laugh. Jackpot. Didn't expect that thing to have grown along with everything else. Couldn't afford for it to get any bigger, though, any more, and it'd just be dead weight. I let the waistband snap back, stretched, and picked up the knife to run through some moves in the room. Swing, slash, thrust, cleave, jab, chop. The whole sequence flowed like water, sharper and more unstoppable than before, like there was nothing in this world I couldn't cut through. I finished with a flourish and sheathed the blade. Feels like cutting through air. Let's check the stats. Name, Su Hao. Age, 19. Attributes, Strength 90, Constitution 84, Spirit 80, Remainder locked. Adult average, 60. Human limit, 100. Reward, Melee weapons LV, 10. Inventory, Alloy Great Saber. Strength 90, right on the threshold of the human limit. That put me at the level of world-class weightlifters and strongmen, stronger than 99.9% of the population back before the apocalypse. Constitution was about the same, elite triathlete territory. Finally, something worth looking at. I walked over to the window to check the ground below. The zombies were still just as numerous. Nothing had changed. The population density on campus was way too high. An ordinary person surrounded by them wouldn't stand a chance of breaking through. Other buildings had multiple staircases or even emergency exits, but the dorm building only had 2 doors. Once they got blocked, unless you climbed down from a balcony, the only way out the front was to hack your way through. Yesterday, I'd spent the whole day and only cut down 100 or so. And there had to be at least several hundred, if not 1,000, packed inside a single dorm building. Terrifying. Still, with my current feel for the blade and my strength, chopping through 100 wouldn't even win me. Breaking out of the cafeteria today and going to find that woman from yesterday shouldn't be a problem. As for how to get there, I'll figure it out after I start swinging. Quest triggered. Zombie Thousand Slayer. 136/1000. Description: Kill. Reward: 1 God tier unlimited selection. I felt both pleased and annoyed. 1 kill was 1 use. 10 kills was 1 use. 100 kills was 1 use. And now 1,000 kills is still just 1 use. These achievement quests are getting harder and harder. The words had barely left my mouth. Quest triggered. Fight your way out of the cafeteria. How can a true man remain trapped beneath a cafeteria for long? Fight your way out of the cafeteria within 1 day and reach any other location. Reward. 1 God tier unlimited selection. Not bad, this one. Combined with yesterday's Goddess Squad quest, I now had 3 quests on my hands. Excellent. Quests never weighed you down. The more, the better. Time to start chopping. I dragged aside the big wooden table and benches I'd used to barricade the door yesterday. Yesterday it had taken some effort, but today it was effortless. A 10-point boost in strength felt like way more than just 10 points. Sometimes just that tiny bit of extra power made a world of difference. I opened the door and checked the 3rd floor. No zombies had come up. At the top of the stairwell, the furniture and corpses I'd used as a barricade yesterday were still there, but there was no blocking the outside of the railing. After a whole night, the zombies had wandered off and dispersed. Now there were only a few left at the stairwell. I'll just vault over and slice them up. Swinging from the 3rd floor railing down to the 2nd, I'd pulled that stunt back in middle school. Whenever I got surrounded, I'd hop back over ahead of time. Blade in hand, I braced one arm on the railing, flipped down from the 3rd floor, tapped my feet on the 2nd floor railing, and dropped the final flight to the ground. The horde heard the noise and lunged at me. Kill. I met them head-on with my blade, a diagonal downward slash. *SHHK. The first zombie was cleaved from its left neck all the way to its right arm, head and arm sent flying together. I kept swinging with a clear head. Hack, slash, chop, my footwork steady, weaving in and out. With 30 total attribute points boosting me, today's me was leaps and bounds beyond yesterday's. 3 in front, 4 on the left. I sent 3 flying first, spun and cut down 2 on the left, yanked back to keep the ones on the right at bay, then finished off the last 2. Yesterday, in the span of 3 breaths, I could have killed maybe 1 or 2 at most. Now, in those same 3 breaths, given the right opening, a single swing could take out 5. An hour or so later, I was the only one still standing on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria. Everyone else was sprawled across the floor, heads and bodies neatly paired up, no more, no less. Phew, now that felt good. Cutting down that many in one go sent my dopamine through the roof. Add in that post-workout high, and honestly, better than sex. Quest, slay 1,000 zombies. 256/1000. Nice. I let out a long breath, feeling clean through to the bone. I'm not actually a battle junkie, am I? I flicked the blood off my blade and was just about to hunt down something to eat and check out the rest of the 2nd floor when a blood-curdling scream erupted from outside. Phuck. The tearful, cursing shout snapped every zombie in the horde around in unison and drew figures out onto balconies all over the dorm buildings too. I scanned the scene, a little surprised. Quite a few still alive out there. Though not that many, I guess. Nobody had made a peep the past 2 days, so I'd figured most people were already goners. If all 4 roommates were still around, bad luck meant a 2v2 or 1v4, and you'd need to come out untouched, brutal odds. Good luck meant your roommates were out, so it was 1v1 or you were alone, which wasn't a problem. Except now you were stuck inside with no way out. Get the hell away. Another string of curses from outside, this one edged with the manic despair of someone past caring. At the base of one of the men's dorms, a male student hesitated again, then clambered off a 3rd floor ledge and dropped to the ground. One look at him, and I could guess. Dorms completely out of food. Before the water got cut, the pipes still had a bit left. Worst case, there was always the toilet tank. But no food meant no food. 2 days into the apocalypse, water alone could keep you going a while longer, but nobody wants to push it to the last drop. That's when real despair sets in. 2 days of starving had finally broken him, and he'd chosen to jump and roll the dice. Lucky for him, he didn't sprain his ankle. Unlucky for him, there were just too many zombies. He dodged left and right, but one still tore a chunk of flesh out of his shoulder. That first scream had come from that. Running was pointless once you were infected. You'd turn within a day. That was why his voice was drenched in hopelessness. He ran a while longer, his shouting pulling at least a few thousand zombies after him. When he realized he was dragging the whole swarm along, something clicked. He whirled toward the dorms behind him and roared, "Screw it, I'm done. You want my life? Take it. Come on, "You son of a bitch zombies. Chase me if you've got the balls." Then he took off running and shouting, doing his best to lead the horde out toward the open stadium. I watched him go in silence, let out a sigh, and gave a nod of genuine respect. Rest easy, brother. Whether he'd done it because he had no choice left or not, he'd still done it. And either way, the outcome was a good one. Sure enough, once the bulk of the zombies had been drawn away, the numbers around the south side dorms dropped by more than half, from a solid, packed carpet down to scattered little clusters here and there. The remaining, at least half of the survivors below, once they saw what was happening, started trying to climb out over their balconies, mostly the ones on the first and second floors. Those close by would even give the people upstairs a hand, helping them down together. Seeing this actually put me at ease. The cruelty of the apocalypse I'd imagined hadn't shown up yet. At the dawn of the apocalypse, humanity's instinct is to huddle together. Nobody starts slaughtering each other right off the bat, not unless there's something tempting enough to kill for. Which reminded me of my mission. I still needed to go check on that woman from yesterday and see what score the system gave her. As for the zombies on the first floor, the mission only required me to leave the cafeteria, not to wipe them all out. I'm not some cornate berserker, so no point wasting the effort. I was on the second floor now. With my current body, jumping down would be a breeze. As for how to get up to her fifth floor, I'd just reverse engineer whatever the others were doing to climb down. By now, people from other dorms were streaming toward the less crowded buildings. The gymnasium, the IT building, the art building, the administration building. Those had fewer people and fewer zombies. The dorms and classroom buildings were the most packed, and no place to linger. "Hey you." Just as the moment felt right, the woman from the balcony yesterday poked her head out and called to me in a hushed voice. The instant she laid eyes on me, she froze. Asterisk, is this the same guy from yesterday? How'd he get taller and more built? So much stronger? The blade's the same blade, but how did he change this much? Asterisk. Still, she hadn't quite caught on that something was off. Seeing me turn my head her way, she quickly whispered, "Come save me. Quick." That guy lured most of the zombies away. "I'm in the student council. The vice president is my boyfriend. I can get you extra credits, a scholarship, party membership, whatever you want, you name it." I just stood there stunned for a second. Asterisk, get me what? Who's your boyfriend? Are you talking in your sleep? Or did I mishear? Asterisk. For a split second, I really wanted to just turn around and leave. Forget the whole great shark arm business. But bailing on the mission would be a waste. Phew, hold on there. Let me see what score the system gives you. If you're not goddess tier, I'm sending your head and body their separate ways on the spot. Over on the fifth floor next door, Huang Shanshan saw me spacing out and snapped in mild irritation. "What are you staring at? Did you hear me?" I glanced up at her without a word, gripped my blade, and vaulted out the second floor window. My feet hit the lawn, and I didn't slow down for a beat. 1 step onto the road, 2 steps across most of it, 3 steps onto the lawn on the far side, 4 steps to the base of the dorm building, and I was already up onto the first floor balcony. Huang Shanshan thought I'd agreed, that I'd been won over, and kept urging me on. Faster, faster. I didn't answer, just climbed up quickly, blade in one hand, the other clawing at the wall. I reached the edge of the balcony, planted a foot on an AC unit, sprang up with both legs, grabbed on one-handed, and hauled myself up onto the second floor balcony, pulling my whole body up with a single arm. Jump, climb, pull, plant your foot, keep going. After a few tries, I flipped over the railing onto her dorm balcony, right into her delighted gaze. The second I was up, she pointed at the senior's corpse on the rooftop and said, "You definitely killed her, I saw it. You're a murderer, and for all I know it was rape murder. That's a long stretch in prison. But if you stick with me and protect me, I'll keep your secret. My lips are sealed. You wouldn't want the cops finding out, would you? Prison, maybe even the death penalty. Come on, Junior." I'd come up hoping to get lucky. Instead, she dumped a steaming pile on my lap. I'd overestimated humanity's IQ under the apocalypse. Was this greed? Ingratitude? Or just refusing to face reality? I stared at Huang Shanshan, sighed, and flicked out a scan. In the next instant, her stats floated up across my retina. Huang Shanshan, age 21. External composite rating, 66. Internal composite rating, 57. Ability composite rating, 34. Recruitment recommendation, low. Average score of 60 out of 100. The system only recognized goddesses rated 85 or above. This one couldn't even scrape a passing grade. Her looks did clock in at 76, but genetics and the rest of the package dragged her down. Trash. If I was going to build a goddess tier team, I wanted only the elite of the elite. That ability readout did remind me of something, though. In the apocalypse, survivors would awaken supernatural abilities. If humans were evolving, so were animals and plants. The oceans covered 70% of the planet. God only knew how terrifying things would get once whatever lived down there started evolving. But that was still a ways off. No point worrying about it now. Seeing me silent so long, Huang Shanshan figured she'd cowed me. She kept working the angle, laying on the manipulation. The government's going to set up safe zones before long. You killed someone. If they find out once you're inside, you're finished. But stick with me, and I swear I won't say a word. Be a good boy and hand over the knife. I can kill zombies too. I laughed. Her face darkened. What are you laughing at? You don't want to? Then what are you going to do? I turned the broadsword over, examining it. You still want the knife? Yeah. Consider it a loan. I'll give it back later. Give it back. I smiled. I thought it was a 24-hour borrowing right. You. Caught out. She flushed with rage. Are you giving it to me or not? I didn't bother wasting more breath. Too much of a time sink. I sheathed the blade at my waist and dropped into a drawing stance, shoulder muscles bunching, killing intent bleeding into the air. Huang Shanshan went rigid, primal terror surging up. You're going to kill me too? You're insane. I know Senior Han Jiangxua. She's been the top of the Kendo Club 4 years running. She's way stronger than you. I also know Sue. Swish. The sentence never finished. Her head sailed into the air, trailing. She stared in disbelief. You actually dared. The headless corpse thudded to the floor. The head was still airborne. On impulse, I tried a combo strike. Asterisk SHK 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 asterisk, 3 quick slashes. In a spray of blood, several chunks tumbled down the stairwell, where the zombies below received them with physical enthusiasm. I shook my head. I don't usually kill women, but when I actually want to kill someone, I generally don't discriminate by gender. I sighed, not out of regret, just because my mood had soured. Right before coming here, I'd witnessed something admirable. Now, moments later, something contemptible. The upper and lower limits of humanity were way too flexible. I wiped the blade on a bedsheet. The alloy didn't hold blood, but I still felt it was dirty. This was the first time I'd cut down a living person. No guilt, no secret thrill, just disgust. Then I checked the missions. Form a goddess team. Complete reward, 1 infinite god tier choice. Fight your way out of the cafeteria. Complete reward, 1 infinite god tier choice. Use both rewards. First set, 3 options. 100 tons of milk tea, 50 cubic meters of system space, or a truckload of high-end custom fashion. The milk tea was tempting, but the space was more practical, about the size of a large bedroom. As for a truckload of luxury clothes, I wouldn't take a whole train of them. Space it is. Second set, 100 tons of Mishua bubble tea, 1 absolutely loyal zombie underling, or a suit of alloy general full-body armor. A zombie minion couldn't even match me in combat, and there'd be plenty of humans around to haul stuff. A waste. Let me look at the armor. Alloy general full-body armor. The pinnacle creation of armor enthusiasts in 2055. Forged from alloy in an antique style. Stops 7.62 millimeters full-power rounds. Total weight approximately 25 kilograms. Agile joints, warm in winter and cool in summer. When paired with system space, supports instant equip/unequip by thought. As a man, this made me happier than meeting a goddess. That one. The instant the reward dropped, knowledge on operating the space bloomed in my mind. I flicked my hand, and the great saber rippled and vanished into the space. A single thought, asterisk equip, asterisk, a shimmer of ripples, and I went from 6'1" to nearly 6.5 feet of heavy-armored warrior. 50 pounds of steel settled onto my shoulders, weighing me down at first, but my strength quickly absorbed the load. I could even run in it. Now that's what I call security. I checked myself in the floor-length mirror of the girls' dorm. Full helm, plated cuirass, tiger head belt buckle, armed to the teeth, radiating a grim, killing aura. With such a treasure of armor today, I really ought to slaughter a few zombies to consecrate it. Where to? Somewhere crowded. Hunt for the system's goddess team missions, and trigger a few more events along the way. Lone wolves have no future. Onward to the art building. First, I switched back to normal clothes and climbed over the wall to head downstairs. Scaling walls in heavy armor was a waste of effort. Once I'd landed safely, another thought brought the armor back on. I wasn't superhuman. One twisted ankle, and the whole plan would go up in smoke. However small the odds. Better safe than sorry. One wrong step out here would cost more than I could ever recover. Play it steady. My iron boots clanked against the concrete, and every zombie within a 10-meter radius came lunging at the sound. Die. I raised my blade and swung. A head flew off. One came, one dropped. Three came, three dropped. As long as I wasn't swarmed all at once, nothing could get close to me. That male student earlier had drawn off most of the horde. Otherwise, I'd already have been buried under them. I cut my way forward, clearing 4 or 5 dorm buildings one after another. Students peeking out from the windows gasped. Who is that guy? Where'd he get that armor? One head per swing, he's a monster. There's way fewer zombies now. Let's break out while we can, or we'll starve to death in here. Let's go. Behind me, from the cafeteria all the way to the edge of the dorms, I'd hacked out a straight-up no man's land. As long as I wasn't cornered by 100 of them, I could handle this in my sleep. 7 buildings later, I finally cleared the dorm district. Ahead lay the park plaza and a lake. Crossed that lake, and I'd hit the art building and the gymnasium. I stepped onto the grass, and just like that, my footsteps went silent. Who the hell cares about keeping off the lawn at a time like this? 2 steps in, and I heard a flurry of running behind me. 3 guys and 2 girls, clutching table legs, bed legs, and steel pipes, were sprinting up the corridor I'd carved out, their faces contorted with effort. Bro, wherever you're headed, take us with you. One of the guys was panting like he was about to drop. Let's go to the gymnasium. The staff dorms and all the clubs are over there. Yeah, the kendo club's got weapons, and the javelins are stored there too. There's fewer zombies that way. Each of them had their own reasoning, and all of it made sense. Plus, it was on my way anyhow. Quest triggered. Investigate the campus arts district, gymnasium, and art building. Locate the first survivor group at the school and gather intel. Reward: 1 infinite god tier choice. Free rewards, the more the merrier. Keep up. I'd figured these 6 would be dead weight, but I was wrong. When zombies closed in, the girls had the guts to bait them into overextending, and the guys would finish them off from behind. Made sense. The ones too scared to swing were still curled up in their dorm rooms. Anyone who'd made it out here had already been filtered by Mother Nature. These were the brave ones. You guys aren't half bad. The one called Chunjiu looked at me like I was some kind of god. Bro, you're the real beast. When you plant your feet, the whole sky goes dark. Are you like the head of the kendo club or something? Name's Su Hao. Freshman. The 5 of them stared, wide-eyed in perfect sync. One of the girls blurted out, "Oh my god, big bro, whatever you do, please don't turn into a zombie. If you do, humanity's finished." Me. Is that supposed to be a compliment? Move out. Head for the gymnasium. The 6 of us pushed forward together. I handled the bulk of the zombies. Whatever slipped past, they beat down as a team. Past the lake, past the park, past the plaza, across the... Finally, I made it to the front of the gymnasium. At a glance, I could see a group had already organized itself on the plaza, a few dozen students clearing out zombies. But there were way too many of the things drifting in, easily over 100. What surprised me was the gear in these people's hands. Javelins, homemade weapons, even sharpened swords and blades. Leading the charge was a girl with long flowing hair, gripping a meow dao even longer than my own broadsword. With visible effort, she hacked a zombie's head clean off. She stood close to 5'7", wearing only a soft armor vest up top, stray strands of hair plastered to her cheeks by sweat, amber eyes burning like tempered steel. When she swung that blade, raw power and grace flowed together. A kindred spirit, I muttered. No shortage of talent, even in the apocalypse. Chen Jiu gasped. That's Han Jiangxue, she's a senior. Those are the Kendo Club guys, and they've got real weapons. But there's too many zombies over there. Bro, are we going in to help? Han Jiangxue? The same name Huang Shanshan had been name-dropping right before she died. Nothing to think about. I came here for 2 reasons. Finish the mission and find someone. I gripped my blade and broke into a jog. A beast let out of its cage. Time to carve. I was going in as a heavy-armored warrior. Over there, Han Jiangxue had already been fighting a grueling battle. The Kendo Club had happened to be running an event, and members from a few other clubs had rushed over to band together, sharpening wooden spears, grabbing javelins, digging out the sharpened swords they'd kept as collectibles. It was starting to pay off. As the club's top martial arts fighter 4 years running, she naturally got the Miao Dao. In the June heat, she wore only soft armor, a short-sleeved top and shorts, and real combat drained her far more than she'd imagined. She lopped off another zombie's head, face flushed crimson, chest heaving. But she felt no revulsion. Instead, there was a restless thrill. Cutting down actual living things, or once living things, felt this damn good. For a moment, she didn't even register that the zombies pressing in around them now numbered over 100, nearly walling them in. Senior Han, there's too many. What do we do? Fall back. Someone got scratched. Get back inside and lock the doors. Han Jiangxue snapped out of it. The zombies were packed so tight she couldn't see how many more lurked behind them. Only that there were far, far too many. Retreat, and the gym would be surrounded, making escape even harder later. Stand and fight, and a few dozen ordinary people had to take down over 100 zombies. Their weapons and their stamina wouldn't hold. Were they really down to abandoning the building and running? Looked like it. That was the only option left. Just as their line was about to break, I came barreling into the zombie horde, blade in hand. My heavy footfalls thundered like a bear crashing down. By the time they registered what was happening, my broadsword had already flashed out. I didn't go for the heads. I went straight for the waist. The massive blade, driven by the momentum of my charge, swept across in a horizontal arc. The instant the edge bit into the zombies, it was like a hot knife through butter. 8 bodies severed in a single stroke before I even had to switch hands and swing again. Behind me, Chun Jiu and the other classmates just stood there, jaws on the floor. Charge! Chun Jiu hoisted his steel pipe and rushed in, clearing my flank. Draped in armor that stood 2 meters tall, I plowed through the mass of corpses like a wrecking ball. Every swing sent zombies flying, limbs and severed pieces scattering everywhere. In the blink of an eye, I'd cut down over 30 of them, forcibly carving out an open patch of ground. Holy shit. Who is this guy? Quit staring. Help him out. Over on the gym plaza, the crowd snapped out of it and came charging in. The girl at the front rushed over too, gripping a Miao Dao, trying to copy my waist slice. Except her blade got stuck in the zombie's midsection, and the thing lunged at her, snarling and clawing. She had to kick it off before she could yank her sword free. Can't do it that way. She switched to going for the neck instead, clean and efficient. By the time I finished off the last one, I flicked the blood off my blade in a red arc. The noon sun caught my armor, throwing off cold flashes of light. I turned and walked over, lifting my visor. Once everyone confirmed there was a living person underneath, they let out a collective breath. You a student from Jiangyu? Yeah. I nodded. How many of you have you gathered? Few dozen. The girl came closer. Only 3 of the weapons are actually sharpened. Everything else is homemade. Chun Jiu chimed in. Bro, there are 2 convenience stores in the gym building, plus a small storage room. Short on weapons, food supply okay. Headcount in the dozens. A textbook hollow shell startup group. Who's calling the shots? I asked. Everyone's eyes turned to the girl. She was quiet for a beat. Nothing settled yet. I'm just getting things organized for now. Right then someone's stomach growled loudly, and a chorus followed. Everyone was starving. Let's head back inside and grab something to eat, she called out. On the way back, 2 people suddenly broke down crying. One pulled up a sleeve, the other lifted the back of their shirt. Both had been scratched. Don't worry about me. I'll go find a room and lock myself in. Silence fell over the group. The girl pressed her lips together and nodded. Okay, get some rest first. I glanced at her. Her expression was right, but there wasn't a trace of grief in her eyes, like she genuinely didn't care that her teammates were as good as dead. Cold-blooded? Didn't quite fit either. She'd been the most vicious one out there with a blade. I took the chance to run appraisal on every girl around me. Her first, of course. Han Jiangxue, 21 years old. Exterior 94, interior 91, ability 96. Recruitment recommendation, extremely high. Interior was her lowest? I clicked in for details. Inwardly worships violence and bloodshed. Utterly indifferent to the weak. Carries war genes in her DNA, development level extremely low. That explained it. Turned out I was half right. She had a personality problem. And precisely because of that, the apocalypse had handed her the perfect stage to hack up real people. She happened to glance back, and our eyes met. I tilted my head. Asterisk talk later star. She flushed slightly and nodded. Back at the gym building, there was a whole other batch of people who hadn't fought at all. The moment they saw us return, they swarmed over, all talking at once. You're back. Anyone hurt? Injuries are such a hassle. Stop going out to fight. Ration what we've got. Just wait for official rescue. If you die, what do we do with him? This guy's injured. Should we lock him up? Who's the one in the full suit of armor? Where'd he even get it? I heard it all, and most of it wasn't pretty. To ease their own guilt, they had to paint the ones who went out and risked their lives as being in the wrong. That way, the cowards hiding inside could tell themselves they'd made the right call. Where you sit determines what you think. The two wounded guys heard it too. Their faces went ashen with regret for having tried to play hero. I walked over and clapped them on the shoulders. I took down an infected upperclassman earlier. I don't know if a person can survive the virus, but if they do, they might come out stronger. Don't give up on yourselves at the last step just because some people ran their mouths. Fear is instinct. Courage is what makes us human. The ones who'd been hiding looked stunned, like they were questioning what right I had to say that. But everyone who'd actually fought outside knew exactly how strong I was. Hope came back into the eyes of the two wounded. They shot the cowards a hard glare, then walked into a classroom and locked the door behind them. The cowards couldn't find any comeback, so they scattered to keep themselves busy. Those with a sense of responsibility helped haul supplies. Those without just sat around like manure factories. I let out a cold laugh. The best and worst of people are always at the extremes. That was exactly why I didn't want to join a big group. I only wanted a small, elite crew. Quality over quantity. Han Jiangxue brought over a Coke, some bread, and chips and handed them to me. I thanked her and nodded toward the second-floor balcony. She slung her Miao Dao across her back and nodded back. I twisted open the soda and started drinking as we walked. Once we sat down, I sighed. Who knows if we'll even get to drink this stuff again. If I get the chance, I've really got to stockpile 1,000,000 bottles. She burst out laughing. Bottled water only keeps for 2 or 3 years. 1,000,000 bottles. You gonna chug them all early, or what? I had my system inventory, where things could sit for 10,000 years without spoiling, but I couldn't tell her that. So I just joked, cold storage would work, right? Forget the electricity issue. Even if you kept them for 4 or 5 years, will Coke still exist by then? Fair point. That's a shame. I stared at the can in my hand. If I had the recipe, I could brew my own down the road. In the apocalypse, that'd be a hard currency for sure. Once we'd finished eating, we finally did proper introductions. Senior, 4th year. Han Jiangxue. Freshman. Su Hao. She stared at my armor and my blade. Where'd you get all this? The armor's obviously custom, made by a big name, 50 grand at the least. And that sword's got to run tens of thousands too. As the president of the Kendo Club, and coming from money, she knew exactly what this gear was worth. Someone who couldn't use them anymore gave them to me. That was all I could say. The system had handed them over, which technically meant they were things other people no longer needed. Mind if I hold it? She was practically drooling. I reached over and hooked a finger toward her Miao Dao. Perfect. I was about to ask the same about yours. We traded blades. The moment she got her hands on my Hung Dao, she couldn't put it down, stroking it, then leaning in close to. She leaned in to sniff it, the way an audiophile might stroke a top-shelf graphics card. I hefted the Miao Dao in my hand. Nothing special. Standard issue. The earlier fighting had already chipped the edge. Clearly it had bitten into bone and gotten hung up. I flicked the flat of the blade. Ting. Not even a lingering hum. Pretty ordinary. Shame I didn't bring the ones from home. She handed the Hung Dao back to me. You've got a lot at home? 2 top-tier pieces. 16 or so in the collection, easily. Too bad none of us knew what shape home was in anymore. The talk turned to the present, and she looked down at the crowd below and shook her head, her expression full of distrust and disappointment. I never wanted to drag them along. I just want to fight, stay alive, and maybe get a chance to go home and check on things. She turned to me. From the way you talk, you don't want to throw in with them either, do you? Weak, gutless, no sense of duty. No point carrying dead weight. Sooner or later you're going to slip away. There was a sudden heat in her eyes. That suited me just fine. I nodded. I can lead a small team, but I'm no chief. That takes a real alpha, not my style. All I want is a hand-picked squad of hardened killers. Her eyes lit up brighter and brighter. In the apocalypse, the weak huddle together, and the strong are drawn to each other. As long as you're strong enough, you don't have to say a word. People come to you. So she started. Ah! A scream tore up from downstairs. I capped the bottle, grabbed my blade, and headed down. She scooped up her meow dao and followed. Down below, one of them lay on the floor mid-turn, one of the guys who'd gone out to fight earlier. Blood was still pouring from his waist. He hadn't been scratched. He'd been bitten, which was why the change was moving this fast. A scratch took the better part of a day. A bite took only a few hours, like snake venom. HRRGH. An inhuman snarl came from his throat. The others had backed off to the side, some with weapons raised, on guard. Chen Jiu ran over. He was hurt, and kept it to himself. Wound was too deep, turned real quick. At least it's not nighttime. If he'd finished turning in the dark, he would have taken a few people with him for sure. The looks on their faces were half pity, half loathing. The classic human contradiction. Going out to fight was brave. Hiding a wound afterward was understandable, just fear of being written off or blamed. But once you turn, there's nothing left to do. Shing. I drew my blade and walked over, saying flatly, I'll watch him. Anyone who knew my deal relaxed right away. If the turn took, he died. If it didn't, congratulations. Han Jiangxue stood beside me with her meow dao cradled in her arms, waiting alongside me. The man lay face down, trembling and moaning, his eyes bloodshot, drool pooling on the floor. There was no awareness left in his gaze. The turn was basically complete. He wasn't a person anymore. I waited a little longer. Half an hour later. Asterisk Ruhar. Asterisk, a roar with nothing human left in it. I brought the blade up in a low sweep. Schwip, the head parted cleanly from the body. The crowd's eyes went wide. It was too clean, too effortless. Clean it up. I sheathed my blade and turned to leave. Han Jiangxue watched to the end, jaw clenched, then followed me back up to the second floor. The moment we reached the top of the stairs, I asked, What's your next move? She caught on instantly. You're leaving? No point huddling up with that lot. I'm going to find the elites and build my own team. Her eyes lit up. What counts as an elite? I ticked them off on my fingers. Strength, knowledge, skills. Out of 100, anything above 85 in one category counts. Do I qualify? She asked outright. I looked into those brown eyes of hers, burning with a hunger for violence she couldn't quite suppress. Her old upbringing and a peaceful society had kept her caged. Only the apocalypse could truly unlock what she had in her. Across the board she scored in the 90s. Of course she qualified. I skipped the small talk and got straight to it. You coming with me? Yes. Could love grow given time? It could. Good. The exchange rattled off like a quiz round. By the time she processed what she'd just agreed to, her face had flushed scarlet, and she shot me a sharp sidelong glare. All instinct, no thought behind it. Which was exactly the effect I was going for. It's the end of the world, no time to play coy. Mutual willingness is already more than you can ask for. Congratulations on completing quest. Win over a goddess. Reward, 1 infinite divine tier choice. I'd crack that reward open later. First, what was in front of me? Han Jiangxue had tacitly accepted my lead. She threw the question back. So what do you think we should do next? I checked my quests first. Still the same 3. The goddess quest could be completed repeatedly. The arts district one wasn't done because I hadn't scouted the fine arts building yet. And there was the 1,000 kill quest. 1,000 zombie kills. 376/1000. Still over 600 to go. But zombies were everywhere. No rush on that. The most pressing thing right now was recruiting talent. I thought it over and asked Han Jiangxue, by the standard I just laid out, how many people at this school make the cut? Anyone you know or know of? She'd already slotted herself into my team. Her first thought was who to bring in. At our school, probably only the med department is useful. The only person I know is Su Qing, the teaching assistant in the medical program. I don't know anyone else. She dropped her head. I don't really go out of my way to meet people. It's fine. I waved it off. Someone like her didn't need to know anyone. She just needed to live her own life well. I ran through the school's departments in my head. Chinese literature, fine arts, political science, education. All useless in the apocalypse. Only the med school people were worth anything. Here's the plan. We take the crew downstairs, clear out the med school's classroom building, dorms, and cafeteria. While we're at it, we look for Su Qing. If she's not there, so be it. Once we're done clearing this place, we leave. We'll head off campus and start recruiting talent. Got it. She nodded, then asked, what if we find Su Qing? Even if we do, we still leave. As for what comes after, give it some time and you'll understand. I was talking about the evolution of abilities. By then, all we'd have to do was keep an eye out for people with strong powers. Finding real talent would be much easier. She nodded and didn't press further. Okay, there was still so much to do. I didn't want to waste time at the school. This dump had no supplies worth speaking of. I still had to get off campus and sweep the malls, pharmacies, and gas stations. Then the industrial district, raid the machine tools and lathes. Those were the real prizes. Quest triggered. Sweep Jiang University. Description: Jiang University is resource poor and its talent pool is unclear. Investigate supplies and personnel as soon as possible. Requirement: sweep at least 35% of Jiang University. Reward: 1 infinite divine tier selection. This time, the quest came with actual requirements. I pulled up the map. The gymnasium and the arts building were green safe zones, while everything else ranged from pale red to deep red. The dorms were deep red, the classroom buildings solid red, and the south cafeteria, which I'd already half cleared, was pale red. Looks like Jiang University really isn't worth much. A liberal arts university in the apocalypse, supplies, machinery, talent, none of it counted for anything. Jiangyu was a textbook case. By afternoon, everyone downstairs was resting. A lot of them were napping, dead exhausted. They didn't have my constitution. After hacking zombies apart all morning, even the tougher ones would need a full night to recover. The weaker ones, 2 or 3 days. Han Jiangxue yawned and glanced at my heavy armor. You're not taking it off? Isn't it hot in that thing? Not really. Mostly, I didn't trust the people here. Besides, the heavy armor was heat-insulated, the lining wicked sweat, and the alloy dissipated heat. It stayed within a tolerable range. Without AC, taking it off would actually be worse than keeping it on. Still, no one else was on the second floor. I glanced at her. She was watching me, and lightly clapped my hands together. Clap. The space around my body rippled for an instant, like heat haze warping the air. In the blink of an eye, the heavy armor was gone, and I was standing there in a t-shirt and shorts. Her eyes flew wide. It just vanished. At this range, she was sure she hadn't missed scene. Her eyes lit up. How did you do that? Just think of it as a spatial ability. An ability? Does that mean we can awaken powers too? You will. When? I don't know. Why? The apocalypse is evolving. Every living thing is evolving. It's only going to get more dangerous from here. Those few words alone were enough to send her deep into thought. The more she thought about it, the more she admired the man in front of her. The apocalypse had barely begun. While everyone else was sitting around waiting to evolve, he'd already gone on a killing spree and started hunting for talent and supplies. His instincts were off the charts. No wonder he had no interest in this place or these people. He clearly had something bigger. A big plan. As for recruiting her, that was probably just an afterthought. She'd only barely met the standard, maybe not even that, and got in only because she was the first, with the bar lowered a touch for the sake of a good omen. The more she thought about it, the luckier she felt. Lucky to have run into me at the very start of the apocalypse. Lucky to be the first one recruited. Get some rest first. I needed rest too. I wasn't superhuman. I stopped paying her any mind and settled down against the wall in the shade. Marble buildings really were something. Cool and airy even without air conditioning. She was worn out too. Aside from me, she'd done the most hacking and slashing at noon, so she leaned against the wall and closed her eyes. Taking advantage of the downtime, I silently intoned, use reward. Used. Unlimited divine tier. Choose 1. Please pick one of 3. Reward 1, 100 tons of braised pork. Reward 2, 3 bottles of stamina recovery potion. Reward 3, holographic map watch. 100 tons of braised pork. My first reaction wasn't excitement. It was a watering mouth. Still pass. Show details for reward 2. Stamina recovery potion. Replenishes stamina on multiple fronts. Muscle fatigue, nutrition, nerves, energy. Aside from mental drain, 1 drink and you'll be back in fighting form. Can't restore mental drain. Makes sense. That's on the conscious level. Show details for reward 3. Holographic map watch. High-tech watch. Chargeable manually or by solar power. Supports biometric binding. Functions: time, calendar, alarm, calculator, vital signs monitoring, and holographic map projector. Holographic map projector can render 3D imagery inside the mind or project it into midair, can be scanned manually, or auto-scan real-world data within a 10 kilometers radius and 1 kilometer above/below the watched. Now that's high-tech. The battery life was ridiculous, and the real kicker was the holographic map. It could even scan vertically. Way better than radar. Plus, future system rewards could all be piped into it. Choose reward 3. Sent to system inventory. Wearable with a single thought. A watch appeared in the system space. Titanium silver, thick as a chopstick, more like a bangle. No display screen. Where's the display? I silently thought it onto my left wrist, and the watch equipped itself automatically. I touched it, and the entire bangle lit up, information scrolling across it. So the whole bangle was the display. When idle, it looked like an ordinary bracelet. I was already familiar with the basic functions. The vital signs monitoring was pretty interesting. It precisely tracked my heart rate, activity level, sleep, and body composition. Most of the analytics modern medicine relied on, it had. Nice feature. Last was the holographic map. Without a map, how was I supposed to know where to go, where the supplies were, where was livable? Move to a new city, and I'd be flying blind. Open holographic map. The next instant, the watch projected a three-dimensional. I pulled up the map. Everything within a 10-kilometer radius of the gymnasium, plus a kilometer up and down, was laid out in full, Iron Man style. A flick of thought, or a tiny twitch of my finger, and I could zoom in and out. Too bad it only showed the map itself. The zombies around me didn't register. I'd probably need some kind of life detection function for that. I found the spots that mattered most to me. Asterisk the 2 cafeterias, the warehouse, the medical building, the medical storeroom. Asterisk I could even bookmark locations on the map. Wait, something occurred to me. Didn't it say I could manually scan physical maps or digital data? Can I add phone data? I fished out my phone. After more than a day on standby, it was down to a red bar 8%. Didn't matter. I opened the map app straight away and pressed the phone against my watch. The phone showed nothing, but the watch lit up. New map data received. Update complete. I checked again. It wasn't just a 10-kilometer radius anymore. I could see a detailed map of the entire country, down to individual streets and alley entrances. Rough maps of most countries around the world were in there too, accurate down to major roads. Good enough. With a map like this, life was going to be a lot easier. I'll see if I can get my hands on military maps later. Military maps were the real deal, precise down to water sources, terrain, soil composition. But that was thinking too far ahead. I'd worry about it when the chance came. I tossed the phone into the system space and closed my eyes to rest. Asterisk thud asterisk. Han Jiangxue, who'd been leaning next to me, suddenly toppled onto my shoulder. I looked down and saw only her hair. Given how much she'd sweated, I'd count it a blessing if she didn't stink. Her breathing was slow and even, so I let her be and went back to resting. I have no idea how long I slept before waking up. It wasn't even 2 in the afternoon, less than an hour. Han Jiangxue was no longer on my shoulder. She was now sleeping on my lap. I felt like getting up and stretching my legs, so I lifted her head, set it down on the mat, stood, and walked off. No way was I going to play the nice guy routine and wait for her to wake up. By the time I got back from the bathroom, she was pretty much awake, stretching in the corner and watching my back as I walked away. She drew in a deep breath and thought back to the slaughter at noon, severed limbs, splattered flesh and blood. To anyone else, it was horrifying. The other club members had been retching. But to her, it had felt incredible to watch, and incredible to hack away herself. How could a man wield such raw power when he was killing, with that violent, almost artistic grace? It was addictive. She touched her lips and started to sit up. Suddenly, the sticky, clammy feel of her arm peeling off the floor hit her, unbearable. She'd sweated so much her skin felt greasy. Unless she took a bath, but with the power and water both cut off, she'd have to find somewhere with a stored supply. The lake on campus? That was the only option, but it was way too dangerous. Just then I came out of the bathroom, letting out a small groan of despair. There's no water. I can't even wash my hands or wipe myself down. 2 days of sweating in June heat. It'd be weird if it didn't stick. It's miserable. Another day, and it'll start to reek, I added. Han Jiangxue nodded. Yeah, we need to shower. But there's no water. We could raid the cafeteria storage and burn some bottled water to wipe down. Beats staying sticky. She noticed my new watch, but didn't ask about it. Instead, she said, I've got an idea, but it's risky. What idea? Hit Ming Lake first. The water isn't contaminated yet. We can bathe in the lake. I thought it over. Bottled water was for drinking. Wasting it on a bath was overkill. Lake water would be fine. Ming Lake was pretty big, only a few hundred meters from the gymnasium building. That could actually work. Quest triggered. Bathe in Ming Lake. Description: clear the zombies around Ming Lake and enjoy a proper wash. Reward: infinite God tier choice X1. A quest just for taking a bath. I was starting to figure out the trigger conditions, engage with new things, do something meaningful, which meant I couldn't just hole up in one spot with the group. I had to keep moving. Looks like we'll need a convoy down the line. I'd call it the Goddess Convoy. Or maybe the War God Convoy. Sounds good. Ming Lake it is. I turned to glance outside. 2 in the afternoon. The sun was just starting to ease off. 6 hours till dark, tops. Wait till tomorrow? No way. Even another minute felt unbearable, let alone a whole night. Wash after dark? Also no. Poor visibility meant more danger. Dusk was the latest I'd accept. So it had to be now. I pulled the great saber from my inventory and slipped into heavy armor in an instant. Han Jiangxue gasped. You're going now? Tomorrow means waiting all night. Nighttime is worse. Right now is the best window. Which one would you pick? She fell silent, weighing my logic, then picked up her Miao Dao. Then I'm coming with you. You still got it in you? I can cut down 15 zombies, max. Fine. I'll handle the rest. I turned and headed downstairs. She followed with her blade in hand. The corpses in the lobby had been cleared, though the bloodstains hadn't been fully scrubbed away. Most of the people who'd been sleeping were awake now. The back door had been barricaded shut. The front was sealed too, except for a single glass door. Clad in heavy armor, my nearly 2-meter frame thundered across the middle of the lobby. Every eye locked onto me, even more than they had on Han Jiangxue. It wasn't until I stepped toward the door that people snapped out of it. Bro, where are you going? Hold up. What are you doing heading out in the middle of the day? Chen Jiu came running over. Bro, where you going? Take me with you. I stopped and laid out the plan. I'm going to clear the zombies around Ming Lake this afternoon so we can take a bath. Anyone in? The whole crowd froze. It was the apocalypse, and he wanted to clear out zombies just to take a bath? There had to be dozens of them around Ming Lake, maybe 100 or 200. Was it really worth it? Risking your neck for a wash. Life? Everyone glanced at one another, then pressed their lips together and pretended they hadn't heard. I looked at Chun Jiu with a smile. You still coming? Chun Jiu shook his head stiffly and backed up a few steps. I don't think there's any need. I've only gone 3 days without a shower. It's the end of the world. I can make do. Then he noticed Han Jiangxue behind me and suddenly caught on. Senior's going too? She nodded, cradling her Miao saber. Chun Jiu retreated in disbelief, staring at us like we were a pair of lunatics. Seeing that he wasn't willing, I jerked my chin at Han Jiangxue and turned to head out. The two of us vanished from sight in no time. Psychos, risking their lives just to take a bath? Probably gonna get a quickie in while they're at it. Shoo, are you stupid? Say that out loud, and what if they hear you? Some of the girls looked on with a mix of envy and fear. God, I want a shower too. I'm so sticky I could die. Do you think they'll actually pull it off? Who knows? Let's wait till tonight. If they really can, we'll sneak out and try to. What if there are zombies? If there are, we just run back. Whatever the others said, Han Jiangxue and I were already on our way. Not long after leaving, we ran into a scattered zombie. I flicked my blade with one hand. Casual, like flinging something loose, and cut it down without breaking a sweat. Han Jiangxue trailed a step behind me, thinking back on the looks the others had given us. They really seemed to think we're crazy, risking our lives just to shower. And what do you think? I offhandedly split another one, not bothering to aim for the neck this time. Just sliced it clean in half at the waist. Its guts spilled everywhere, like pork offal at a wet market. She saw every bit of it. Faced with such raw, violent aesthetics, a faint flush crept into her cheeks, a natural blush, nothing like rouge. She unconsciously pressed her lips tight, as though suppressing something, and even admitted the truth. I think it's exciting. I flicked the black blood off my blade. It splattered across a street sign, blooming right over the words Ming Lake. Exciting is the right answer. A while later, the two of us reached the vicinity of Ming Lake. On the plaza ahead, close to 100 zombies shambled about. I checked the lake water first, still clean, crystal clear. Only then did I turn to the horde and smile. There's something even more exciting. If we wanted a peaceful bath, every last one of those zombies had to die. Getting chased off halfway through a shower wouldn't do. Time to go. I turned my head and flashed her half a wild grin. Beneath my stray strands of hair, my eyes glinted with something dangerous. Right now, I was looking forward to the fight, to the violence. Han Jiangxue clenched her teeth and drew her meow saber, nodding firmly. I'll do my best to keep up with you. Good. I clicked the last piece of my faceplate into place. Let's start cutting. The words hadn't even faded before I shot forward like an arrow loosed from the bow. My blade flashed like lightning. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. I was like a runaway dump truck barreling through, radiating a bone-chilling aura as I charged into the zombie horde in the pose of a war god and started the slaughter. 1 versus 100. The odds were in my favor. With 90 strength, 84 constitution, and a physique on par with an elite international class athlete, I had every reason to charge in wearing heavy armor. The zombies simply couldn't break through my defense. At worst, they'd smear filth on the armor. I could just wash it off later. One-on-one duels are an art. They demand technique, back and forth. But a battlefield isn't like that. A battlefield is pure strength, experience, and stamina. Once you're deep in the fray, where you cut doesn't matter anymore. What matters is hitting first. My level 10 melee combat experience told me exactly what to do. Aim for the torso and the head, and you can't go wrong. Chop off the head, cleave through the waist. As long as you don't hack at the limbs, cut wherever you damn well please. I wove back and forth through the tide of zombies, every swing of the great saber carrying vicious force. Why was I going this hard? Just so I could enjoy a proper bath afterward. Since I was going to have to wash anyway, I might as well kill to my heart's content. Han Jiangxue couldn't keep up with me at all. I could crash straight in wearing iron gauntlets, punch a chest open, and keep hacking. She couldn't. She could only pick off stragglers on the outskirts, sparing me the trouble of wasting time on the scattered leftovers. Not even half an hour in, she was already panting, running on fumes. That fight at noon had nearly drained her, and now another one in the afternoon. For a girl to hold up this long already put her ahead of 99% of women. As for me, I was just about wrapping up. Thunk! The last head flew off, rolling and bumping along the ground. Every zombie around Ming Lake was cleared out. Looking around, nearly 100 corpses lay sprawled in every direction, half cut in two at the waist, half beheaded. The equivalent of 2 whole classes of people laid out right there. I let out a long breath, pushing down the restlessness inside me. I checked the time, 4 in the afternoon. Now I can take a bath. It's still early, plenty of time to soak. Han Jiangxue forced a smile. I can barely walk anymore. I scanned the surroundings, confirming no one was around, then focused my mind. Asterisk change equipment star. The heavy armor vanished in an instant, replaced by a t-shirt and shorts. I slipped an arm around her waist to prop her up against me. Let's go. She flushed faintly and murmured a quiet response. When we reached the steps of Ming Lake, I made sure the fish in the water hadn't mutated before letting her sit down. Scooping up the cool water, I rubbed it over my arms. 2 days of sweat unwashed, and just like that, my whole body felt refreshed. So good. I jumped straight into the water, peeled off my shirt, and used the t-shirt to scrub myself down. Han Jiangxue had only been washing with cupped handfuls of water, but once I dove in, her eyes were glued to me, taking in the lean, chiseled muscle of my frame. She pressed her lips together and slipped halfway into the lake herself. After a moment's hesitation and another glance around to confirm no one was watching, she pulled off her top, leaving only her black bra. I was a little surprised. She caught my gaze and smiled, volunteering. It's a D cup. I sucked in a sharp breath. As I kept scrubbing, the one spot I just couldn't reach was my own back. I twisted and stretched for ages, but couldn't get to it. Frustrating as hell. Here, let me do it for you. You can do mine after, Han Jiangxue said with a smile, scooting over. I bent forward over the stone step, letting my upper body rest against it. She wet her short-sleeved shirt and started scrubbing, but her touch was light as a caress. Her eyes were too busy tracing the lines of my back and waist. Put some muscle into it, Jiangxue. Right. She snapped out of it and started scrubbing in earnest. Once she was done, we switched. She leaned over the step. Gentle, she murmured. I had to smile. If I hadn't already seen her stats, I really would have gone easy on her. But her panel said plain as day that she liked it rough. She just hadn't figured that out about herself yet. I started with a couple of light strokes to let her ease into it, then pressed down a little harder. That was all it took, right at her tolerance limit. NGH. Her head jerked up, her neck arched, and even her toes curled under the water. Sprawled against the step, she let out soft, breathy little sounds. When I finished, I couldn't resist finishing with a sharp smack. Then I walked over to a nearby step, half lay back, and settled in for a soak. Her back was flushed bright red. Breathing a little unevenly, she turned her head to look at me, eyes glistening. She probably didn't even understand it herself. How could something hurt and feel kind of good at the same time? Once she'd caught her breath, she glanced around and realized we still had time. Remembering that the bloodstains on my heavy armor would start to reek and corrode if left too long, she offered, "Bring your armor out. I'll clean it up for you." Made sense. Blood needed to come off sooner rather than later. Sure. Thanks. I snapped my fingers, and the heavy armor materialized above the surface of the lake. She wiped it down inch by inch, painstakingly focused. I took the chance to look her over, almost 5'7", jet black hair spilling down to her waist, striking features, that whole mature and alluring vibe. Her waist was just right, neither thick nor thin, with clear-cut abs running down it. A textbook hourglass figure. Fragrant. Smooth. She felt my gaze on her, and instead of getting shy, she subtly adjusted her posture to show herself off to better advantage. An idea struck me. Show me Han Jiangshue's detailed panel. Han Jiangxue. Age, 21. Attributes, Strength, 67. Constitution, 66. Spirit, 74. Remainder locked. Abilities, Melee weapons, LV, 7. Loyalty, 86. Her panel really was different. There was a loyalty stat. The interesting part was that threshold between 99 and 100. Anything short of absolute loyalty was absolute disloyalty. My guess was that threshold measured whether your will could override your survival instinct, whether you'd lay down your life for me. Her stats were stunning too. Strength 67, Constitution 66, only a few points below where I'd been before the apocalypse. For a woman to reach those numbers was extraordinarily rare. No wonder she'd ranked #1 for 4 years straight, and no wonder she had those abs. All sweat and raw talent. All done, her voice came. Every trace of blood was gone from the heavy armor. She'd even wiped down the clean spots, so it looked fresh off the assembly line. Nice job. Thanks. I flicked my hand and stowed the armor away. She still sounded a little wistful. Too bad we don't have armor polish. A good wax would have been perfect. That'd be overkill. I've got zombies to chop up tomorrow. Doing it every day would just be a waste. I glanced at the time, past 5. I'd soaked long enough. Time to head back and grab something to eat. I stood up to change into my gear, and she climbed out of the lake and pulled her clothes on. But the next moment, ho! A freakish gust roared through the air, the whole sky filling with the sound of swirling wind. It was June, but the cold made me shudder. My chest tightened. Han Jiangxue had barely gotten to her feet before the chill hit her, and she instinctively pressed closer to me. The wind didn't let up. After a few seconds, I just shoved her back down into the lake, crouching with only her neck above the surface. The water was still warm, and she visibly relaxed. How can there be a wind this cold in June? Her wet hair was a tangled mess, her face full of confusion. I shook my head, but I had a guess. It means something big has shifted. The geography, the atmosphere, the oceans. Maybe all three. Jiangcheng wasn't far from the sea, and the provincial capital sat right on the coast. This icy wind gave me an early whiff of trouble. A wind like this had no business existing under normal conditions. The cold blast went on for a solid 30 seconds before dying down. We climbed back onto the bank and got dressed, armor and all. Let's get back. We need to plan for tomorrow. I'm sticking with you, she said. On the way back, there weren't many zombies moving around, just corpses everywhere, most of them mine. I only had to put down a few strays along the way. By the time we reached the gymnasium building, it was nearly 6. The sun was setting, painting the dusk a rich orange, but the aftertaste of that cold wind still lingered in the air. Inside the lobby, people were buzzing about it. The moment we walked in, dozens of faces turned toward us, each wearing a different expression. I didn't bother reading them. I'd be gone in a few days anyway. Shinjiu jogged over. Bro, did that wind hit you guys out there? It was freezing, kept blowing right into the building. The others chimed in from all sides. How is it this cold in June? Are we going to get snow in July? Even the temperatures mutating in the apocalypse. All just wild guesses. Worthless to me. Pure waste of energy. What actually mattered was figuring out how to respond. If the atmosphere was cooling, stockpile fuel and food, find underground facilities or geothermal hot springs. If sea levels were rising, Jiangsheng was no place to stay. Grab resources, get an armored vehicle, and head for higher ground. If it was tectonic activity, steer clear of plate boundaries, stick to the plains, stay out of the mountains. Thinking without acting was useless. I had to game it out and prepare in advance, which was exactly why I didn't want to burn too much time at this school. Clap, clap. I brought my hands together. Everybody done talking? The chatter cut off. Every eye in the room turned to me. Several. Most of the 10 accepted me, though a few still had defiance in their eyes. None dared challenge me openly, though. Since you've banded together as a team, you need a common direction. How much food, supplies, and weapons are left on campus? How many students and teachers are still alive? Are we fortifying our defenses or heading out to find official rescue? Who's been working on any of this? They pressed their lips together, silent. It was only day 3 of the apocalypse. Their instinct had been to huddle together, but what came after huddling? No one dared step up. Before I got here, Han Jiangxue had been the closest thing to an organizer. Since no one has, I'll lay out a rough plan for now. Whether you follow it is up to you. I'll be carrying it out no matter what. Has nothing to do with you. The moment I finished, a few stood up. Just say the word, big bro. Even if we can't fight zombies, we can still lend a hand. Big bro, we're girls, we really can't take on zombies. Oh, big bro, can we still shower at Ming Lake? I helplessly exchanged a glance with Han Jiangxue. She shot me a look that said, told you so. The vast majority of people in this world are just ordinary people, nothing more. Tentative plan. Get a clear picture of the school's situation. Step by step, sweep the buildings near the gymnasium first, the art building, the medical school's classroom buildings and dorms. Anything edible gets hauled back and stockpiled. Anyone we can save, we save. Anyone we can't, we leave. That's step 1. Who's willing to do it? I swept my gaze around the room. Everyone I looked at shrank back, not a single volunteer. A few hesitated, but then they thought about those people we'd locked in at noon, who might or might not have turned by now, about how wiped out they already were today, and whether tomorrow would leave them completely drained, about how one slip-up in a fight could cost them their lives. And they shrank back too. Ordinary people are remarkably good at enduring pressure. They don't push back until they're pushed to the brink. Only day 3, food and water still plentiful, others around them, morale not yet cracked, who'd volunteer to risk their neck at a time like this. Especially when whoever did step up would feel the unfairness of it. Why should I risk my life while the ones hiding get the same share of the food? It's not scarcity people fear, but inequality. If effort and slacking amount to the same thing, why bother risking your life? Got it. I looked at them all, neither offended nor accusing. This was exactly what I'd expected. My plan was that I'd handle 80% of the zombie killing anyway, and they could pick up the scraps. Their refusal didn't affect me in the slightest. Good night, everyone. I'm turning in. I waved and headed upstairs to find a room. Han Jiangxue didn't spare them a glance as she came right after me. On the stairs, she took my hand. Tomorrow I'll go with you. Will your body have recovered? Her exertion today had been several times that of the crowd downstairs. Should be fine. I even took a bath this afternoon. Okay. Seeing me looking for a room of my own, she seemed puzzled. Do you really have to sleep in a separate room? I don't trust them. I don't want to get ambushed in my sleep. If there's someone with bad intentions in this crowd, it's not worth gambling my life on. She bit her lip and looked at me. What about me? How about we share a room? It was my first time getting a request like this, and my instinct was to refuse. But then I saw her loyalty at 86. Anything above 80 counted as stable loyalty, and 86 was basically trustworthy. Refusing now would only make it look like I didn't trust her, and might even cost me loyalty points. I trust you. Come on. After we ate and drank that night, I checked my quests before heading into the room, as usual. Quest: take a bath in Ming Lake. Completed. Quest: slay 1,000 zombies. 458/1000. Quest: sweep Jiang University. Incomplete. Quest: investigate the school's arts district. Gymnasium 1 first. Art building 0 firsts. Quest: assemble a goddess team. Ongoing long-term. The bath quest was just finished. The 1,000 kill was past the halfway mark, and the sweep and investigation would only take a few more days. I also happened to have one unlimited divine tier choice reward on hand. Use reward. Please choose one of the 3 rewards below. Reward 1. 100 tons of canned yellow peaches. Reward 2. Ability Throat of False Voices. Reward 3. Ability Super Dynamic Vision. Abilities? And 2 of them at once? Was this hinting that the age of superpowers was coming? Reward 1 was an immediate pass. No matter how good can food tasted, it couldn't compare to an ability. Reward 2. View detailed info. Throat of False Voices. The throat evolves and can produce any similar sound. Age, gender, animals, objects, artificial sounds, all of it. At peak evolution, it can emit a special sound wave that pierces eardrums and inflicts mental damage on everyone nearby. But aside from the user, it doesn't distinguish friend from foe. I made a face. D tier at best, and it couldn't tell friend from foe. Was I supposed to sneak into the enemy's ranks and pull off an AoE? Pass. Next, Super Dynamic Vision. Slightly increases daily mental energy consumption. Strengthens vision for moving objects. Any moving object in your field of view will be noticed instantly. When the ability is powerful enough, focusing your attention to the extreme will let you enter bullet time. Bullet time. Everything in your field of view slows down while real-world speed remains unchanged. It heavily drains your stamina. Complete stamina depletion will cause you to faint. Interesting. I understood bullet time. Essentially, it sped up the reactions and processing of the nervous system. Normally, you'd catch the slightest movement of grass or leaves. At its peak, the real world would slow down in your eyes, while everyone else remained completely unaware. Before the apocalypse, when ordinary people faced sudden emergencies, I chose Reward 3. Reward has been dispensed. The next moment, a cool sensation flooded up from behind my eyes into my brain, spreading along the optic nerves, an indescribable rush. When the chill faded, I opened my eyes. Anything that so much as twitched in my field of vision, a key, a leaf, the hem of a shirt, I could catch it instantly, pure reflex. No wonder this ability drains my mental stamina. Looks like from now on I'll need to boost my spirit stat and become a well-rounded fighter. After dinner, I picked out a room by a window that could be bolted from the inside. Han Jiangxue came in too, hauling her Miao Dao. I gave a one-handed wave, and cushions I'd pried off the cafeteria seats surfaced through a ripple of space and laid themselves out in the corner. I could even see the dust puffing off them, clear as day. You had all this prepped ahead of time? What else is in that space of yours? She was clearly dying to know. Not much. I twisted open a bottle of iced black tea and took a swig. When I fought my way out of the cafeteria, I didn't have the ability yet, so I couldn't grab a lot. When the chance comes, we'll swing back and clean the place out. She propped her blade against the wall, sat down beside me, hugged her knees, and watched me. How big is your space? I smiled mysteriously. Wanna know? Details like that. Either you stick with me for life, or you lose your head over them. She cocked her head and nodded without a moment's hesitation. Tell me. I reached over and patted her head. No reaction. But when my hand slid down and I gave her neck a light squeeze, her eyes went wide and her body started to squirm. Just as I thought, found the right spot. For now, the space is about the size of this room. That's why our plan isn't just recruiting talent. We're going out to stockpile too. Stockpile everything useful. Call it looting, call it a raid, whatever you like. That was exactly why I was willing to build a small group. In the apocalypse, lone wolves die fast, but with too many people supplies run short and infighting starts. A small crew is ideal. With enough supplies, I was confident I could build my own private paradise. She answered softly, wriggling. By the time I came back to myself, she was flushed all over, ears, cheeks, hands and feet, all a delicate pink. I quickly let go, thinking she must have caught a chill in the shower that afternoon and come down with a fever. I pressed a hand to her forehead, warm, but not burning up. Cold, hot. The word had barely left her lips when she looked up and our eyes met. In that instant, her eyes brimmed with a pool of spring water, rippling and glimmering, brimming with feeling, and I understood everything. She really was running a fever, just not that kind. Never would have guessed the kink I tried on a whim was so much her thing. Well, no point playing coy now. The door was already locked. Snap, I clicked my fingers. The heavy armor vanished, and the two of us tumbled onto the cushions together. The next day, day 4 of the apocalypse, 9 in the morning. I brought Han Jiangxue, who was walking a little funny, over to the art building next to the gym to check the situation. Most of the people in the gym were basically indifferent, just tending to my own little patch of turf. I'd already made that call yesterday. A third of the road to the art building had been cleared out yesterday. Halfway there, spotting zombies in the distance, I turned to her, blade in hand, and said, "Just hang back and keep watch. Get some rest." Truth is, I hadn't wanted to bring her along. We'd gone at it late into the night, and this morning she'd complained her bones felt like jelly, legs sore, belly sore, yet she still insisted on coming. Said staying at the gym building was pointless, and tagging along to watch me hack up a few zombies beat being bored to death. I casually checked her loyalty stat, 8689. Looked like she was one of those who took things to heart. Winning the mind mattered more. Just one step shy of the 90-point brainless trust threshold, and I could pretty much guess what that step involved. Had to be about embracing her latent violent streak. She knew her place. As long as she didn't cause trouble, just watching me butcher zombies from the sidelines was thrill enough. Limbs flying every which way, the show alone got her off. Walking down the cleared street, before long we ran into a pack of a dozen or so zombies. I glanced at the mission, Zombie Slayer 1000. 458/1000. Cut down nearly half in 2 days. Time to chop. I hefted my broad-bladed saber and charged the first one. This bastard had one eye and half its skull chewed off, brain tissue slopping out of the gaping hole, worms wriggling in it, greenish-purple fungus sprouting inside, stomach churningly nasty. Swing. Splurt. The head sailed off, the body dropped. The commotion drew the rest. They came stumbling and lunging at us. Something clicked. These zombies were noticeably faster. Not just one or two, but all of them. Han Jiangxue and I exchanged a look, both nodding to confirm it. So zombies weren't just failed evolutions. They were failing and continuing to evolve. Malignant evolution? Mission triggered. Zombies have evolved. Speculate and analyze freely, by any means available. Reward. One infinite godlike choice. I raised the blade and dropped it, SHK, dispatching the lunging ones in an instant. Speed meant nothing against me. Even after the killing, I wasn't done. I picked out an intact, naturally mutated corpse and prepared to dissect it. A single fast zombie? You could chalk it up to it being a fitness buff in life. But when most of today's batch were fast, that meant a population-wide shift, not an isolated case. You want to figure out why they're evolving? Han Jiangxue asked, covering her mouth and nose as she leaned in. Know your enemy. Know yourself. Win every battle. Least I gotta get the rough idea. I brought the blade down from the center of the collarbone straight to the lower belly, clothes, flesh, and bone parting all at once as the chest cavity yawned open, none of the stench I'd expected. No corpse rot, I said, surprised. It's June, and it's been 4 days. Live zombies don't stink. Only the truly dead ones do. Which means zombies aren't really dead. They're another kind of alive. Seems like it. She agreed. Resolution, 15%. A progress bar popped up in my head immediately, way more convenient. The corpse's organs hadn't rotted. Instead, they'd fused together into a single mass, like they were trying to merge, their surfaces covered in cobweb-like green and purple veins. I sliced through a section with my knife, and that spot puffed up like a mushroom before rapidly withering, shriveling down into something that looked freeze-dried. In the blink of an eye, all the organs in the chest cavity had shrunk into husks. Only the muscle tissue was unchanged. I cut open the skull next. Same green and purple veins on the surface of the brain tissue. Same rapid withering the moment I cut into it. This doesn't really look like animal organs anymore. More like some kind of mutant plant. Resolution, 15%, 50%. Mostly right. I repeated the procedure on the other two zombies and got the same result, green and purple veins throughout. Virus? Bacteria? Toxin? The resolution was stuck at 50% and wouldn't budge. Aliens? UFOs? KFC? Still no change. I gave up. Whatever. Let's head to the fine arts building first. I think we'd have better luck finding a professor-level expert from the medical school to confirm it, she suggested. Sure. We hacked through another 30-plus zombies on the way, but we both stopped short before we got there. There were way too many zombies. The plaza alone had over 300, and the lobby was jam-packed with at least 200 more. Every classroom on the second, third, and fourth floors was crammed full. The whole area had to have over 1,000 of them, minimum. Was there some huge art lecture right before the apocalypse? Why are there so many? I heard it was an art exam. She shook her head. I shook my head, resigned. So they all got wiped out in one shot. Probably 80% of the school's art students had been in there. No exploration value. On my watch's map display, the entire building glowed deep red, extremely high density. System quest: investigate the school's arts district. Quest complete. Reward distributed. Lottery draws +1. Good thing it was only an investigation and not a cleanup, or 1,000+ zombies would have taken me days to hack through. For jobs like clearing zombies, the trick is to rack them up as you go. Going out of your way to hunt them is a waste. Next stop, find someone from the medical school, she asked. Medical school and the dorms. Which one has professors giving lectures right now? Medical school. The dorms are too far, and there wouldn't be any professors there anyway. But what if the med school is packed with zombies too? I glanced at the map. The outer ring around the medical building was medium red. Not too many, not too few. Shouldn't be hard to clear. Come on, let's go to the medical school lecture hall. On the way, she spotted another cafeteria in a different area, absolutely swarming with zombies, and it reminded her of something. Before we leave, should we clean out the cafeteria? There's probably a lot of food. I nodded, then shook my head. We could, but it's not worth it. Why not? The walk-in freezer isn't that big. It's been 4 days. Any meat not in cold storage has already gone bad, and there won't be much left of the vegetables either. Back of house restocks constantly, so they don't keep much. Phew. And with that many zombies in the cafeteria, the effort just isn't worth the payoff. I waved my hand. I fought my way down from the top floor of the South District cafeteria, and I didn't even bother clearing the first floor, the most packed one, yet I still had to cut down close to 300 just to break out. In an apocalypse, it's all about efficiency and cost-effectiveness. In that same amount of time, why not go raid a convenience store instead? The biggest difference between an apocalypse in China and one in the States isn't whether people have guns, it's zombie density. And schools are one of the highest density places there are. For days in, and only a few dozen survivors had gathered in the gym. Out of tens of thousands of students and faculty, probably fewer than 1,000 were still alive. A hell mode opening. She caught on immediately, her mouth falling open. 300. She'd thought taking down a few dozen herself was already a lot. Compared to 300, she was short an entire digit. Counting the ones I've killed since meeting you, it's probably close to 500. Thinking of just how brutal I could be, she couldn't help but press her thighs together. Once we've scouted the medical school, we're leaving campus, right? Right. Then something hit me. Do you have a car on campus? No, mine's at home. She caught on. You want to drive out of the school? Yeah, but only in an EV. Gas cars have combustion engines. The noise draws zombies from every direction, unless you never stop moving. An EV can cruise at a few dozen miles an hour, and by the time the zombies react, they can't catch up. But charging is a pain, and the range is short. For a gas car, I've got my system's storage space, so fuel isn't a problem, but the noise issue has no fix. Was there some way to have the best of both worlds? My eyes lit up. There was a range-extended EV, a small battery for short-distance driving, plus a fuel tank and a range extender to generate power. The generator's noise is way quieter than a combustion engine, more than good enough. Quest triggered. Obtain a range-extended electric vehicle. Reward: Automotive Edition Infinite Divine Choice, 1 use. I looked more carefully. This was a special version. All the rewards this time were automotive, and there was no restriction on how I obtained a vehicle. Any method would count. Easy enough. It's the apocalypse. Cars are everywhere. Cutting our way through, the two of us made it near the medical building. The map showed a reasonable number of zombies. Not too many, not too few. Just as I'd expected. There was more good news. Su-Hao, the front doors of the medical building are barricaded shut. She pointed at the entrance. I nodded. This was completely different from the art building, where the doors had been wide open. Wide open doors meant the inside had already fallen. Barricaded doors meant there were still defenders holding out inside. Maybe the med school folks had seen enough corpses that they weren't afraid to get their hands dirty. I looked up floor by floor. First floor barricaded. Second floor had people, both in the classrooms and the hallway. Third floor had a few isolated zombies locked inside classrooms. Fourth floor, a handful of people were keeping watch from the windows. At that moment, the people on the fourth floor spotted us. They froze for a second, then sprang up and started waving frantically. Most of them ran downstairs to call for others. Within minutes, a crowd of guys and girls surged forward, students and professors alike, all waving at me, but nobody shouted. I waved back, then pointed at the 200-plus zombies on the first floor. Not too many, not too few. Just right. I drew my blade and leveled it at the horde. The people on the roof? From several hundred meters away, shouting wouldn't carry and lip reading was impossible. I couldn't be bothered to explain, so I let my actions speak. I glanced back at Han Jiangxue. Just hang back on the fringes and pick off strays. She nodded, hugging her saber. Nobody else caught on, but she did, and just picturing what was about to happen made her cheeks flush crimson, her heart race, her breath quicken. I turned and clanked toward the medical building in my heavy armor. Asterisk thud, 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 asterisk. Only then did the people on the roof snap out of it. Wait, he's not actually coming over here, is he? No way. There's over 200 of them out there. Stop gawking. Get down to the first floor. A guy geared up like that, cutting his way over here. What if he's some kind of war god? Slicing them up like it's nothing. 200. You think they're 200 little bunny rabbits. Still, the crowd streamed en masse toward the first floor to watch. The professors and students, too, starved to move, just sat slumped in the classrooms, conserving what strength they had. Bam! A student burst through a door and came charging in, startling everyone. Half the room thought a zombie had broken through. Only after they saw it was a classmate did they let out a breath. But the moment the newcomer opened his mouth, every heart in the building leapt back into their throats. There are two crazy people out there. One's in full heavy armor with a sword. Looks like some ancient general. The other one looks like Han Jiangxue, our senior. She's got a Miao Dao. They're heading straight for us. The crowd froze. Just the two of them. There are 200-plus zombies out there. But if they made it this far, think how many they had to cut through. Let's go see. This is our one shot. One more day of starving, and we'll have no choice but to fight our way out ourselves. The medical building had no convenience store, no food, no water. After several days, everyone had long since eaten through their stashes. Almost every person there had gone 2 days without food. In one corner, a woman with cracked, parched lips was so weak from hunger her head was spinning and her mind was slipping. A girl rushed over and shook her. Su Qingjia, wake up. Someone's here to save us. We're breaking out today for sure. You have to hold on. Su Qing shook her head slowly, her voice a rasp. I can't walk anymore. You all go without me. The other girl's eyes rimmed red. Su Qing was their senior, doing a combined master's and PhD, and serving as a teaching assistant on top of it. These past few days, she'd given all her food to her juniors, keeping only barely enough to stay alive. Bam! Another person burst in, shouting, anyone who's still got the strength, grab a weapon and get out there. That general guy is insane. He just took down dozens of zombies in no time. Move it. The crowd came to their senses. People grabbed iron bars, mops, and metal chairs. Dozens of them crowded into a room off the side of the main hall. The front door was blocked, so their only view was through the windows. Outside, flesh and blood were flying everywhere. There were so many zombies that no one could even spot the heavy-armored warrior. All they could see were severed heads and limbs launching into the air out of the horde, then smacking down onto the pavement. I see him. The one in the full helmet. That's him. That was me. I'm 6'1", and with the heavy armor and helmet on I stood nearly 6'8", a full head above the zombie crowd. Impossible to miss. Someone helped Su Qing over to look too. Gasps broke out all around. Who is that? He's insane. He's taking their heads off, every single one. The zombies can't even touch him. Isn't that senior Han Jiangxue behind him? She's basically running errands at this point. If she's running errands, what does that make us? Chicken scraps. Just then a history buff kid suddenly let out a roar and hoisted up a sharpened wooden spear. Guys, somebody out there is risking his life to save us. We can't just sit here waiting to die. In the apocalypse, if you want to live, you fight for it. Everyone with a weapon, follow me out the window. If we don't break out of here, we're all going to starve to death. Let's go. He didn't give anyone time to hesitate. He shoved the window open and vaulted through. Screw it. Kill them all. A few reckless guys leaped out after him. Once someone led the charge, the rest of the armed ones climbed through one by one. In a heartbeat, dozens of students had joined the fight. Out on the plaza, mid-slaughter, I noticed this new wave. Whatever the case, it felt better knowing the people I was saving weren't just a bunch of cold-eyed spectators. Let's wrap this up fast. Thanks to my super dynamic vision, not a single zombie's movement escaped me. A horizontal sweep of the blade, slash, swing, control the spacing. The motions repeated, and the zombies charging in went down in swaths, like wheat before a scythe. I was averaging one down every 1.5 seconds. With Han Jiangxue and the students pitching in, we got it up to 1 per second. Over 200 of them, cleared out in a few minutes. As the last one hit the ground, Han Jiangxue walked up beside me, sword in hand, panting. She'd taken down maybe a dozen. The students collapsed on the ground, some on their knees, gasping for air. Together, the dozens of them plus Han Jiangxue had killed about 50. The other 100 plus were all mine. That was unreal. He kills that many and he's barely even winded. Hey, is that guy even human? Han Jiangxue grabbed one of the girls. Is Senior Su Qing still alive? The girl pointed frantically inside. Yes. She gave us all her food. Do you have anything to eat? Please, get her something. I'm begging you. I'll go check on her. Han Jiangxue headed inside. I looked around and started scanning the girls for info. Not out of coldness, just for efficiency. Su Xiao, 71 Lu Dongmei, 57 Jia Jing. Jing, 44. The scores kept getting lower. Looks like real-world luck doesn't stack, and there's no pity system either. Until I scanned inside the room. Su Qing, age 24. External 95, internal 97, ability 91. Recruitment recommendation, extremely high. The Goddess Quest only requires all 3 scores to average above 85. Yet here I'd run into 2 90s in a row. Maybe it was because of the big city plus the university. Han Jiangxue leaned close to my ear and whispered, "Got any more drinks?" Su Qing's about to pass out from hunger. In the apocalypse, sugary drinks were nothing but upside. Sugar kept the brain sharp and lifted your mood, packed energy for quick recovery, staved off hunger, and stayed clean and safe. Coke, milk tea, iced tea, every one of them would be hard currency in the days to come. Got a few bottles left. Here. I tossed her a Coke out of my space. Han Jiangxue climbed in through the window, unscrewed the cap, and dribbled a little into Su Qing's mouth. The moment the Coke touched her lips, instinct made her purse them and swallow. After the first sip, the light came right back into her eyes. The people around us watched, throats bobbing, stomachs growling. This was only day 4. What about a month from now, a year from now? Killing over a single bottle of Coke wasn't out of the question. Luckily, everyone knew Su Qing's condition, and they held themselves back. The guy who'd rallied everyone into battle came over once he'd caught his breath. "Boss, thank you so much. Without you, a lot of us wouldn't have made it out today. What's the situation at the school? Where else are students gathered? We should link up." "Oh, my name's Song Zaheo." I turned my head, and he flinched back half a step. I flipped up my visor and tucked it into my belt. "There are a few dozen survivors left at the gym. You can regroup there." I glanced around at the crowd and made a point of adding, "They've got no leader, no fight left in them, no direction. Go over, take charge, organize them, gather supplies, rescue classmates." Song Zaheo's eyes lit up. Then he looked at me, puzzled. "If you're this strong, why aren't you the leader?" "Boss, then you. I won't be staying at the school long. Group life doesn't suit me, understand?" "Understood." I clapped him on the shoulder. "Do a good job. What I just saw from you, that's the best leadership I've come across since the apocalypse hit. This apocalypse is exactly your chance to shine." His face flushed red. "Take everyone to the gym first. There's food there. Leave Su Qing to me and Jiangxue." Song Zaheo got it in an instant. This boss had clearly come here specifically for Su Qing, and saving them was just a bonus. Got it, he called out to the group. There's another student gathering point at the gym. Strength in numbers. Let's link up, clear the zombies, find food, save people, move out. Ordinary folks mostly just followed the crowd. There was no other way. And the second they heard there'd be food, they followed us out. Some people made a point of coming over to thank us, and a few whose phones still had battery even asked for a group photo. Before long, the two girls looking after Su Qing left too. Only me, Han Jiangxue, and Su Qing were left in the building. Su Qing had drunk about a third of the Coke bottle, and her spirits were noticeably better. Liquid drinks replenish energy fast. The moment they hit the stomach, they're absorbed into the bloodstream, sending fuel racing through the body. At last, she found the strength to speak. Jiangxue, I really thought I was going to starve to death. Are you okay? I'm fine. Han Jiangxue helped her sit down, then looked straight at me. I'm with Su Hao. We've formed a small group. He's my boss. Su Qing looked me over, taken aback. She'd known Han Jiangxue for 4 years. Given Han Jiangxue's family background, her looks, and her abilities, for her to acknowledge someone as her boss to their face, that person had to have earned her respect, not just lip service, but a genuine, wholehearted submission. But the sight of me carving through that horde of zombies like slicing melons had pushed violent aesthetics to their absolute peak. For a warrior like that to exist in the modern world was rare beyond words. Knowing Han Jiangxue's personality, Su Qing more or less understood. I wasn't idle either. I was checking Su Qing's detailed profile. Inner nature, caring at heart but not a saint, level-headed, drawn to beauty, intelligent yet a bit of an airhead, willing to face darkness head-on, optimistic and reasonable. A kind-hearted, level-headed, airhead optimist. A high-grade adorable dummy, huh? I could definitely work with a personality like that. She'd be even easier to bring on board than Han Jiangxue. She wasn't actually stupid, and seeing the choice Han Jiangxue had made, she probably wouldn't refuse either. Su Qing weakly lifted a hand to introduce herself. I'm Su Qing. I was a grad student before the apocalypse, clinical medicine and sports medicine. Jiangxue and I have known each other for a few years. Su Hao, freshman. I clasped her hand, and while she was still caught off guard, pulled her to her feet and handed her over for Han Jiangxue to steady. We don't have much time. There's something here I'd like you to take a look at. What's the problem? You'll see. Han Jiangxue helped her over to the window. I slipped one arm around her waist and the other under her shoulder and lifted her out the window without effort. Inside, Su Qing let out a silent gasp, so strong. Behind us, Han Jiangxue clenched her teeth, thinking back to last night, when I'd scooped her up just as easily. Over 200 corpses lay strewn across the ground, bodies everywhere. The sight alone was enough to drag a person's sanity through the floor. Su Qing's whole body tensed. I gave her hip a light pat to pull her attention away. Don't dwell on it. You'll see plenty more of this from now on. The almost flirtatious gesture snapped her out of it. She shot me a look, then stole a glance at Han Jiangxue, only to find her completely unbothered. I walked up to one of the more intact corpses and gave 2 quick swings of my blade. One to split open the chest, one to crack open the skull. The thoracic cavity and the brain lay fully exposed. I pointed with the tip of my blade at the green, purple veins. A few days ago, the zombies didn't have these, or they were barely visible, and they moved at a walking pace at best. Today, they can walk normally. They're evolving. No decay, no rot after death. 4 days into June heat, and not the slightest stench. So in the future, will they run? Even ambush people? What do you think these green and purple veins are? Su Qing was stunned. She'd had no idea about any of this. I ran through the demonstration again, puncturing the organs and brain to show the reactions. She thought for a moment. These veins and reactions, they look a bit like a biotic fungus. Analysis, 50%, 80%. Right, it was a biotic fungus, but that wasn't the whole picture. Biotic fungus is right. I nodded, but there has to be more to it. Plant genes alone can't control a zombie's movement and evolution. Judging from the organs and brain, their species and genetics are shifting. Down the line, they'll become something else entirely. 4 days without rot, without stiffening, only ashen skin and those faint green-purple veins. Could also be bacteria calling the shots, or some kind of instinctive consciousness driving them. The analysis percentage didn't move. Wrong. I stared at the shriveled corpse that had barely changed in 4 days, and something clicked. Wait, what if the biotic fungus is parasitizing the human body and coexisting with it? It wipes out the person first, leaving only instinct and partial functions, so it's easier to control and to evolve in a malignant direction. So the key isn't just the fungus, it's the animal genes of the human body itself combining with it, driving adaptive evolution. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue both froze. That was it. They'd forgotten about the human part. The person dies, but the body doesn't. The genes are still there. Plant genes from the biotic fungus plus animal genes from the human body, fusing into a malignant evolution. Analysis: 80% 100%. Task complete. Have the zombies evolved? Reward upgraded to special reward. Task reward: plant type ability, infinite divine tier lottery, 1 draw. Plant type ability? Just don't mutate my body, please. Confirmed, I said, tapping in the answer. What I said, pretty much on the money, right, Su Qing? She thought it over seriously, then nodded. In theory, yes. It hasn't been researched or verified, but as a working hypothesis, it holds up fine. Rigorous of her. I checked the time. Almost noon. Both of them had to be starving. I waved a hand. Let's head back. Grab something to eat first, then get ready for this afternoon. Han Jiangxue nodded right away. Okay. No hesitation. Whatever I said, she agreed. Su Qing shot her a curious glance. This wasn't about whether to agree, it was about attitude. What Han Jiangxue meant was simple. Whatever Su Hao says goes. She nodded too. Okay. I walked ahead. Han Jiangxue supported Su Qing. We headed toward the gym building. A few zombies were wandering along the way. I took them out with 2 quick slashes each. Su Qing marveled inwardly. Walking behind a heavy-armored war god like this, she felt completely safe, like she didn't have a single worry in the world. As we passed the art building from a distance, Su Qing let out a sigh. Zombies packed the place inside and out, staggering through the hallways, classrooms, and every corner. The easels that had once been covered in art were now splashed with blood, a scene both gruesome and grim. Over at the gym, Song Zihao arrived with his group and met up with Chen Jiyu. Both sides felt a mix of relief and joy. Huddling together for warmth is human nature. All the trouble that follows just comes as a package deal. You guys are from the med school? How are things over there? Anyone else with you? Chen Jiyu came forward to ask. Song Zihao shook his head. Med school. We might be all that's left. Chen Jiyu sighed, then asked, How'd you get here? How do you know we were holed up here? A guy in full plate armor, named Su Hao. Han Jiangxue was with him. They came from your side, right? Yeah. Chen Jiyu and the others lit up. Bro Su is amazing, an absolute war god. But Song Zihao found it odd. Then why didn't the rest of you head out with him to scavenge supplies and rescue survivors? Looked to me like he and Han Jiangxue went out on their own. Chen Jiyu. An unmistakable look of shame and awkwardness swept across the group. They were still students, not thick-skinned enough to shrug it off. Not blowing up over a question like that, asked to their faces, was already pretty generous. By the time I got back to the gym, Song Zihao filled me in on what had gone down. Turns out, in the short while I'd been gone, Song Zihao had already seen through this crowd. They had zero interest in going toe-to-toe with the zombies. Making it here, having food to eat, that was enough for them. Who'd want to head back out just to die? Deep down, every one of them was praying for rescue. Song Zihao sighed and told me he finally got what I'd said before. He wasn't cut out for group living, and he'd have to leave eventually too. Problem was, he didn't have the strength to go solo yet. He had no choice but to lean on numbers. To rally the group, he'd worn his tongue out trying. Let's rest up first, then head out and grab some easy loot. If we just sit here eating, sooner or later we'll run out. Anyone too scared to fight can help lure the zombies, divide and conquer, right? After a whole lot of coaxing, he'd scraped together about 20 people willing to give it a shot. The other few dozen wouldn't budge, betting on rescue coming. Better a dog's life than a hero's death. As long as somebody was doing the work, they were fine sitting it out. Song Zihao took it all in, already turning over other plans in his head. When I came back with Han Jiangxue and Su Qing, the looks a lot of people gave us were complicated. I'd saved this many lives, and yet somehow that made these freeloaders waiting to die feel guilty, like they were the ones betraying something. But there were others who just turned that guilt into a reason to resent me. People really are that messy. Chun Jiu and Song Zaheo hurried over with the unopened food. Anything already opened, I wouldn't touch, not because I was a germaphobe, but because I was careful. I divided the food between Han Jiangxue and Su Qing. The two of them went off to rest somewhere else. Before leaving, Han Jiangxue shot me a wink. There was something odd in her eyes. I sat down in the shade with a soda. Chun Jiu sidled up, admiration written all over his face. Bro, how many zombies did you take out this time? Song Zaheo answered for me. More than half the zombies outside the med school. He killed them all. Chun Jiu sucked in a breath. That's insane. Bro, if we train, could we ever get to your level? I took a bite of bread. Before long, maybe everyone will have a shot at getting stronger. Haven't you noticed your stamina and physique are a little better? The zombies today have already evolved. If you haven't changed at all, then you're in the low talent batch. Anyone with real talent should have felt something by now. The two of them clenched their fists and tested themselves for a while, then said, kinda, maybe. Honestly, the change wasn't obvious. Their talent couldn't hold a candle to Han Jiangxue's, whose ability aptitude was a staggering 96. Once the Apocalypse's evolution kicked in for real, she'd transform at a terrifying rate. After some more chatter, Song Zaheo suddenly turned serious. Bro, I'm calling you boss. I want to keep this group in line, count on ourselves instead of waiting for rescue. But this crowd isn't easy to handle. How should I work with you on it? I shook my head. If you really want to lead them, teaming up with me is the wrong move. The moment I walk away, they'll respect you even less. To rule people in the apocalypse, you either have to be strong enough that their bodies submit to you, or ruthless and hard-handed enough that their minds do. Remember, this is the end of the world. It's going to get worse than any age of chaos. How you play it is up to you. I clapped both of them on the shoulder. The deck's been reshuffled now that the apocalypse is here. If you want to seize your chance, get to work. I grabbed a bag of chips and walked off. The two of them sank into thought, then slipped off to a corner and started messaging people one by one. Over on the other side, Han Jiangxue helped Su Qing to a shady spot where they sat down to eat. Su Qing caught a whiff of her own hair, greasy and rank. She'd already gone 2 days without washing before the apocalypse, and with these 4 days since, it was pushing a week. Her whole body itched, and she couldn't stop squirming. Then she turned her head and noticed Han Jiangxue's hair was silky and her skin spotless. She grabbed a fistful and sniffed. You showered yesterday, didn't you? Where'd you find water? Han Jiangxue said mildly. Yesterday, Su Hao and I cleared out all the zombies around Ming Lake. We bathed together. Su Qing's eyes went wide. She leaned in close to gossip. Asterisk together asterisk. One guy, one girl? Did you do it? Han Jiangxue's cheeks flushed a little, but she answered honestly. We washed together. The lake was too dangerous, so not in the lake. So you did do it. Su Qing was so worked up her face turned red. Jiangxue, you sly thing. For years without chasing guys, huh? So the apocalypse hits and you just bag your dream man on day one. I'm pretty sure I'm the one who got bagged. Su Qing flared up even more, whining and pestering her for details. This senior, 3 years older, was actually less mature than Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue finished her bread and suddenly turned serious. Su Qing, let me ask you, after the apocalypse, do you want to stick with the general population, wait around for official rescue, or team up with a handful of elites, build a small crew, and live your own little paradise? Su Qing's mind raced. The novels she read were all that imperial harem type. With her looks, throwing herself into a crowded settlement after the system collapsed meant one wrong bet, and she'd be somebody's plaything. Better to follow someone with real power. Option 2. Exactly. Han Jiangxue ticked off on her fingers. Su Hao and I are going that route, scavenging resources, leveling up, and recruiting talent, all at the same time. You've got clinical medicine, sports medicine, surgery. Looks and skills, both on point. You're the talent I'm recommending to him. We're not sticking around campus. 2 days, tops. Whether you're in, that's on you. Su Qing panicked. Alone, the longer the apocalypse dragged on, the higher her odds of running into some dark faction, and that would be the end of her. She threw her arms around Han Jiangxue's waist and clung. Take me with you. I'm going with you. Han Jiangxue patted her head, the faintest smirk tugging at her lips. Asterisk, this senior is so easy to PUA. Asterisk, relax. I put in a word for you, But Su Hao makes the call. I answered to him too, got it. So that's why Han Jiangxue had been waving me over. I walked over, and she gestured at Su Qing. Senior Su Qing wants to join us. I'm recommending her. That okay with you? She's obedient. Studies clinical and sports medicine. When we're worn out from hacking zombies, she can give us massages to unwind. Su Qing nodded frantically. Yes, exactly. I took in her look, half spooked, half completely reliant on Han Jiangxue, and it clicked instantly. She'd been PUA'd, no doubt about it. Efficient move on Jiangxue's part, no drawn-out back and forth. I said flatly, Jiangxue's already covered the essentials, I take it. Joining the team means contributing, not just taking. I meant loyalty and capability. The disloyal were useless, and the capable who wouldn't pull their weight were even worse. Su Qing flushed, nodding with a mix of nerves and anticipation. I get it. When the time comes, just use me however you want. I tilted my head. Something told me we weren't quite talking about the same thing, but close enough. Good. Welcome aboard, Su Qing. Let's hope neither of us regrets this. Su Qing nodded hard, her whole body loosening with relief. Congratulations on winning over Goddess, Su Qing. Quest complete. Assemble the Goddess Squad. Reward obtained. 1 infinite God-tier choice. Counting me, my team was finally 3 strong. At last, it was a real team. Prototype. Ding, you have now subjugated 2 goddesses. Goddess team quest updated. Once you subjugate 3 goddesses, the system will grant a goddess team buff. Goddess team buff. Attribute sharing. Host gains a 30% boost from the combined attributes of all goddesses. Each goddess gains a 15% boost from the host's attributes. Calculations are based only on pre-buff values. I had to do a double take. I'd get 30% of the goddess's combined stats, and they'd get 15% of mine. Even though it only counted pre-buff values, to prevent infinite stacking, it was still ridiculous. 3 ordinary goddesses would push me damn near to the human limit. What happened once their talents awakened? Or once I racked up 5 or 10 numbers? I could already see the stat stacking road stretching out ahead of me. It was too hot at midday, and I'd already hacked through a mountain of zombies that morning, so I wanted to rest until afternoon before making another move. Early afternoon, in the shade of the gym building, Han Jiangxue leaned against the wall with her eyes closed while I lay with my head in her lap, enjoying the lap pillow, and catching a hint of her scent too. People aren't machines. Body and mind both need rest. Su Qing wandered over after her nap. Seeing I was still awake, she asked quietly, "When are we heading out? Before we leave campus, can we swing by the parking lot? All my stuff's in my car, spare clothes, first aid kit, and a whole case of 3 squirrels snacks." Han Jiangxue heard the case of snacks, justification, and couldn't hold back a laugh. But I asked, what kind of car? Both Su Qing and Han Jiangxue blinked. Was that the important part? Elise Xiang, Su Qing said. I opened my eyes. The range extender model? The L6? Yeah. All right. We leave tomorrow. We'll take a look on the way out. Han Jiangxue stroked my cheek, and then it clicked for her. She'd thought Su Qing's request was dumb. Clothes and meds you could scavenge anywhere off campus, and a case of snacks was hardly worth the detour. But my single question, asterisk, is it a range extender? Asterisk had woken her up. Walking was too slow. Gas cars were loud. EVs were a pain to charge. Only range extenders came out on top in the apocalypse. Range, quiet, efficiency, safety, they had it all. If anything, she was even happier now. The stronger the boss, the more the girls fell in line. That afternoon I checked my quests. Only 2 campus quests were left. The range extender and sweeping Jiang University. Quest, sweep Jiang University. 28% per 35%. A little more scouting through the parking lot, the roads, and the open plaza by the main gate would get me close to 35%. I'd hit a few more spots this afternoon, take a leisurely lap through the parking lot tomorrow, then drive straight out. The dorm blocks were too much trouble, not worth it. At 2 in the afternoon, I climbed up to the roof of the gym for some fresh air and to collect my rewards. Looking out, the whole city was eerily silent. No engines, no voices, just a few columns of thick smoke rising in the distance. Either something had gone wrong, or someone was torching zombies. I watched for a while. Nothing stirred, so I started checking. Rewards. 3 of them in hand. I'd draw the 2 ordinary ones first, and save the plant type for last. Infinite God tier selection. Choose one of 3. 1. Zombie virus serum times 3. 2. 100% loyalty zombie beauty times 1. 3. 100 tons of military rations. I gave it a quick scan. Food ranked dead last this time, sneaky bastard. As for this zombie beauty, so what if loyalty was maxed? It was an it, not a she. Why would I keep something like that around? I wasn't that far gone. Now, a cat girl or a bunny girl, those we could talk about. Serum. Show me the details. Zombie virus serum. Once injected, clears the virus within 1 hour at most. Damage already sustained is irreversible. Also functions as an antidote. Sure, I'd already taken the basic warrior gene enhancement and wasn't afraid of the virus, but this serum would skip the weakness phase. 2 weeks of weakness could get ugly if I ran into enemies. Keeping some on hand could also save Han Jiangxue and Su Qing. Serum. Stored in system space. Next, choose one of 3. 1. 1 loyal hound. 2. 100 tons of honey. 3. Attribute points times 5. I muttered, my luck's off this round. Only the attribute points were worth anything. Honey wouldn't hit peak value until the late game when food ran out, and a hound wasn't much use to me right now. When supplies got scarce, 100 tons of food would be a game changer, just not yet. As for the hound, it was useless in the apocalypse. No matter how clever, it'd only ever be a companion tool, and one that ate my food for free. Hard pass. I'll take the attribute points. Confirmed. 2 into strength, 2 into constitution, 1 into spirit. Strength 90-92, constitution 84-86, spirit 80-81. Even mosquito legs were meat. Once I built a body like Captain America's, I could hack away all day without tiring. Basically, a mini Superman. The boost after allocation wasn't huge, just a faint tingle. 2 rewards down. I turned to the last one. Use the plant type specialty draw. Choose one of 3. Reward 1, bramble body. Reward 2, Datura toxin. Reward 3, summon light spirit. A summoning ability? That caught my eye immediately. If summoning was on the table, it meant the future would crawl with species, maybe even ones from other worlds. And the range of abilities out there had to be wild beyond imagination. I checked the first 2 first. Bramble body, tendrils growing from the skin, capable of whipping enemies, burrowing into soil to absorb nutrients, and even breaking down organic matter for food, basically turning into a tentacle monster. The trade-off was too steep. Skip. Datura toxin released a neurotoxin soluble in both water and air. Mild exposure caused convulsions. Severe exposure, sudden death. Vicious stuff. The fact that it could be drawn at all meant somebody out there really would awaken this kind of ability. Once someone starts pulling off big moves in silence, at best they'll quietly ruin lives. At worst, they'll level entire cities. I shook my head. Not my problem. Last one, Light Sprite. A plant and light hybrid type, born with the ability to tell good from evil. Under its glow, living creatures brim with vitality and plants grow like crazy. It comes in 4 ranks: Little Sprite, Great Sprite, Sprite Elder, and Sprite Queen. It grows by absorbing the essence of nature and its contractor's aura, without draining the host itself. The contract threshold requires a spirit stat above 80. Anything below 60 causes instant brain death. The info dump was massive, the biggest one the system had ever given me. Bottom line, the contract was pure upside. Nurtured well, it would only get stronger, and if I could raise it into a queen, I'd basically own an entire species. A little sprite looked like a fluffy ball of light. It couldn't speak, but it could send thoughts, and the light it gave off applied a recovery buff to people and plants alike. Once it hit the Great Sprite stage, it'd take on a palm-sized humanoid form, able to speak and cast spells. A must-have for building up a farm. Option 3. I want the Light Sprite. Selection confirmed. A flood of knowledge poured into my mind. Turned out summoning wasn't the hard part. Raising them afterward was. Sprites had high intelligence and strong independent streaks. Treat them badly, and they'd walk out on you without a second thought. Basically a pet, then. Standing on the gymnasium balcony, I focused inward and began the summoning. A golden magic circle the size of a wash basin materialized in front of me, translucent at first, growing more brilliant as my spiritual energy drained into it, like it was charging up. I got drowsier and drowsier, my head foggy, my focus slipping fast. No wonder they required a spirit stat above 80. Anything less really could suck a person dry. I gritted my teeth and pushed through until the progress bar finally filled. Hum. The magic circle vibrated, a spatial gate cracked open, and a ball of light drifted out. Asterisk, ooh. Asterisk, a clear, bright voice piped directly into my head. No one else could hear it. I was so exhausted I could barely stay conscious. The orb of light circled me slowly, its glow spilling over me like a tiny, warm sun. My energy started replenishing at a visible pace. I held out my hand flat, the way you'd let a new dog sniff you. The little sprite drifted closer and swallowed my hand right into its glow, as if reading some kind of information. Suddenly it shuddered all over, as though in ecstasy, and dove straight into my chest. Hum, not an impact, but the smooth, seamless sound of slipping into water. Contract successful. In that instant I felt its presence, along with a fresh wave of knowledge flowing in. The magic circle flickered and vanished, and the leftover spiritual energy streamed back into me like water returning to its source, restoring part of my stamina. You're not half bad, I said with a grin. If it hadn't liked what it saw, it could have just ridden this ride, right back home, on my mana, no less. But not only had it stayed and contracted with me, still lounging around inside my body, refusing to come out. I crooked a finger. Come on out and let me have a look. It slid out along my arm and hovered in midair, bobbing twice in greeting. A voice piped up in my head. Hi there. The glow wasn't especially bright, but it was warm. A thought popped into my head. Could this light generate electricity? A light spirit could shine indefinitely. If it really could produce power, wouldn't its endurance beat a nuclear plant? I'll grab a solar panel later and test it out. I crooked my finger again. Come back. It happily burrowed back into my chest, radiating steady warmth and speeding up the recovery of my stamina and energy. Doesn't that make me a perpetual motion machine? I rubbed my chest. Basically a built-in superpower bank. Let me give you a nickname first. The little ball of light in my heart wobbled. Asterisk mm. Asterisk. I picked a name based on the sound she made. Your nickname is E. We'll pick a proper name once you've grown into a full-fledged spirit. E. I could sense that E's current intelligence was roughly on par with an 8 to 12-year-old child, and she'd keep developing from here. Creatures born from the essence of heaven and earth like her grew by absorbing aura and essence. The stronger the being, the more abundant and higher quality the aura it gave off, and staying close to a powerful being could accelerate growth several times over. Truly remarkable. I was sitting at the edge of the rooftop, taking it all in, when the door clacked open. Han Jiangxue came up with Su Qing. Her physical condition was excellent. Climbing all those stairs hadn't even winded her, but Su Qing was leaning against the wall, panting hard. Song Zihao and Chun Jiu are setting up a rationing system. Everyone gets a fixed daily allowance, Han Jiangxue said. I'd seen this coming. And they've also split people into departments. Logistics gets 1 ration a day, combat gets 2, but you have to kill at least 1 zombie to qualify. A reasonable enough plan. But that was exactly where the problem lay. In a game, you could command every single person. In reality, who the hell are you to be giving orders? Someone must have kicked up a fuss. Yeah, Han Jiangxue nodded. Split into 2 factions. One side backs Song Zihao and wants the rationing. The other wants the food divided evenly, everyone fending for themselves. And there's a third group that says fine to rationing, but not under Song Zihao. They don't trust him to be fair. They want you to run it. I had to laugh. Exactly as I'd predicted. Rationing was the right call, but there'd always be people who wouldn't accept it. Why should they be treated the same as everyone else? Fall back on splitting the food evenly. And the moment supplies started running low, the grabbing and cheating built into human nature would come pouring out. It'd only get worse until nobody could rein it in. Hearing all this, Su Qing counted herself lucky to have joined my little group. So what do we do? She asked. Are you going to go down and mediate? They want you to run the rationing, after all. I turned back to the view and gave her just 2 words. Not my problem. Their business had nothing to do with me. You think standing up for what's right. Just because someone's a decent guy, that means people will take them for a saint? Even if I stepped in, would this group actually get its act together? No way. You can't build a wall out of mud. Everybody knows that. If this bunch had any potential, I'd be glad to help. But the way I see it, they're going to fall apart sooner or later. They're all young. Nobody willing to bow to anyone else. Totally normal. Got it. Su Qing nodded seriously. It was a shame, but it wasn't something she could change. I glanced at my watch. 3 in the afternoon. Sun wasn't harsh. Perfect time to move. Let's go. One more run today, then we clear out first thing tomorrow morning. Han Jiangxue picked up her Meow saber and fell in behind me. Su Qing asked, "Where are we headed?" Ming Lake. You wanted a bath, right? After that, we'll sweep a convenience store on the way back and grab some food. Downstairs, they'd already started rationing, so I wasn't counting on getting fed by this group. My storage space was huge. Time to stockpile. A bath. At that, Su Qing shot a glance at Han Jiangxue, half eager, half bashful. Han Jiangxue's face was blank, same as always. The three of us headed down to the lobby. Over 100 people were packed in there, the rationing faction and the equal share faction squaring off, ready to come to blows. Chun Jiu and Song Zihao were standing with the rationing side, and the numbers on both sides were actually about even. I'd figured the rationing faction was the underdog. Our footsteps carried across the lobby. Every step in this heavy armor of mine landed like it was pressing down on people's hearts. The moment Chun Jiu spotted me, he hurried over. "Bro, hold on. Where are you guys off to this time? We're arguing over rationing versus equal shares. Could you weigh in?" Song Zihao trotted up too. "Rationing is the best option right now. Portions aren't fixed. Kill zombies, haul supplies, and you get extra. That's how a team survives until rescue, or even becomes self-sufficient." He rattled off the benefits. Bottom line, the convenience store's stock wasn't enough to feed 100 people for a week. Without rationing, they were done. The people around us watched in silence. The equal share faction was uneasy. They didn't have a single connection with me, whereas the rationing side was made up of guys I knew. Out of loyalty alone, I'd probably back the rationing faction. What could they do? Resist? In this heavy armor, with my strength, I could string them all up and beat them senseless. Their only real option was to nod along and pull stunts behind the scenes. But nobody saw this coming. I didn't take the bait at all. I looked at Chun Jiu. "We're heading to Ming Lake to bathe. You coming?" Chun Jiu. Song Zihao. The crowd. Chun Jiu shook his head. "No, I'll pass." Then I turned to Song Zihao. "I probably won't be back tonight. You guys figure it out from here." The crowd stirred. "Not coming back? He's leaving?" Just like that, some faces lit up while others fell. I saw it all. So did Han Jiangxue and Su Qing. The two of them exchanged a look, both silently relieved. Getting involved with this crowd would have been a headache with nothing to gain. When you've got the strength, walking away is the best move. "Let's go." I turned and left. The two women fell in behind me instantly. We hadn't gone more than a few yards when 2 college girls came stumbling out of the crowd. One of them, not bad looking, shoved her way in front of me. "Can I come with you? I'll do whatever you say, anything you want." "You guys are going to shower, right?" "I want to shower too." "Sunro." A guy pushed out of the crowd, stunned. Looked like her boyfriend. Sunro whirled around and shouted, "I've had enough. No food, no showers, I stink all over. I'm breaking up with you. You don't get to stop me from living a better life." Dozens of people fell silent. Some looked mortified, some furious, some just watching the show. Someone nearby muttered under their breath, "That girl was one of the best looking in the whole department, hundreds of thousands of followers on Douyin. The guy was a rich kid, drove his own Porsche." I remembered this woman. Just 2 days ago, she'd been running her mouth about me, said I only knew how to fight, and what's the point of having a gun? 2 days later, and here she was. Amazing what a change of environment can do. I saw the guy clenching his fists, face burning with rage. Asterisk great. So I'm the bad guy now? Asterisk I gave a helpless smile. I threw out a quick scan. External 69, internal 55, ability 64. Mediocre. Nowhere near my team's standards. Han Jiangxue waited calmly. She was certain I wouldn't want a woman like this. Su Qing looked a little nervous, worried I might have that never say no streak most men had. Turns out I'm picky. I gave Sun Ro one glance, waved her off, and turned to leave. "You're not good enough. Go work on yourself." Han Jiangxue smiled and followed, not sparing her a single look. Su Qing's eyes went wide, her admiration for me climbing another notch. Sun Ro froze in place, eyes glazed over. She couldn't wrap her head around it. She was a solid above-average beauty, had a legion of simps on Douyin, had reeled in a rich kid without breaking a sweat. How could she be turned down so casually, so matter-of-factly? A shower was a luxury she couldn't afford, and yet these people showered whenever they pleased. The sheer gap left her stunned. By the time she came back to herself, I was long gone with the two women. Back at the gymnasium building, she huddled in a corner, my words, asterisk you're not good enough asterisk, looping in her head. That's when her rich kid ex walked over, smiling in a way that carried a strange edge of resentment. You okay? Sun Road jerked her head up, completely missing the wrongness in that smile. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Sure. But you have to do as I say. No problem. Anything you want. Good. Outside the front gate, Song Zaheo and Chun Jiu stared off in the direction I'd disappeared. Chun Jiu was full of regret. And just like that, he's gone, so suddenly. Song Zaheo shook his head and sighed. There was no point in him staying. He couldn't help us. We've got different goals, Song Zaheo said. Chun Jiu sighed. But nobody from a decent background in this team respects us. How are we supposed to lead them? Song Zaheo clenched his teeth. We'll have to get ruthless. Chun Jiu's head snapped up. Infighting? Already. It's not infighting. It's cutting out the rot. Once we start splitting food evenly, this team won't last a week before it falls apart. You know that. But it's the apocalypse. Isn't this a little too cold-blooded? It's the apocalypse. Why the hell shouldn't we do it this way? Chun Jiu fell silent. Blade in hand, I led Han Jiangxue and Su Qing out of the gymnasium building and made straight for Ming Lake. The path we'd cleared earlier had drawn in another wave of zombies, and the old corpses were still rotting where they'd fallen. The stench of death kept crawling up my nose. I hacked my way through. Even when a few lunged at me together, they weren't much of a threat. One swing, one kill. Su Qing trailed behind, eyes glittering, and muttered under her breath. Killing zombies is faster than killing fish. Gutting a fish took 3 or 4 cuts on each side. I dropped a zombie in one. By the time we reached the edge of Ming Lake, with over 100 zombie corpses sprawled around the shore, Su Qing was flat out stunned. You two killed all of these? Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue shook her head, saber cradled in her arms. I only got maybe a dozen. Su Hao did the rest. Su Qing's eyes went wide. She stared at me in disbelief. What are you looking at? Time for a bath. I stepped forward, casually cleared the few dozen zombies closing in, and splash, jumped straight into the lake. Midair, a shimmer flashed over me. My full set of heavy armor vanished in an instant, leaving me in nothing but a pair of shorts. Su Qing's mouth fell open. She pointed at me, speechless. That armor. Han Jiangxue was already peeling off her clothes and explained. It's an ability. Su Hao awakened his right at the start. You'll get one too, eventually. Su Qing forgot to be shocked. She just splashed into the lake and paddled straight up to me. Let me see it again. What am I gonna awaken? I snapped my fingers, and a bottle of Coke dropped out of thin air. She fumbled it into her hands, unscrewed the cap, took a swig, and yelped. It's real. What if I awaken something useless? Hard to say. Depends on you. But it won't be too weak. Why? Otherwise, why would I take you in? Haha. She grinned like an idiot. I gave Han Jiangxue a helpless look. She spread her hands. Asterisk senior marshal sister asterisk on paper, but really just a sweet airhead. After that little exchange, Su Qing dropped her guard around me completely. Seeing that Han Jiangxue was bathing in just her bra, she peeled off her top too and slipped into the water, splashing Han Jiangxue for good measure. Han Jiangxue blocked the spray and warned, the noise will draw zombies. If they come, you deal with them yourself. Su Qing instantly settled down. Her hands, though, didn't. She swam over and started pawing at Han Jiangxue, claiming with great dignity that she was just helping scrub her back. I sat off to the side and enjoyed the show. This girl was something else. Yesterday, she was half dead from hunger. One decent meal today, and she'd already forgotten she had a care in the world. Having that kind of mindset in the apocalypse was actually rare. Some people didn't even need zombies to finish them off. They jumped off buildings all on their own. Get off, get off. After being groped a few times, Han Jiangxue pushed Su Qing away and swam over to me. Let me wipe down your armor. I snapped my fingers, and the heavy armor laid itself flat on the steps. She reached out and stroked it, her expression serious and full of affection. Su Qing leaned over and asked, won't washing it like this make it rust? I shot back. Do surgical instruments or aerospace materials rust that easily? Not really. This armor's made of something even better than that. Su Qing froze again, her eyes darting between me and the armor. How much would a full set made of such premium materials be worth? No wonder Jiang Shue likes it so much. I gestured to her. Try lifting it in a bit, and you'll see how heavy it is. Once Han Jiangxue finished wiping it down, Su Qing reached out with both hands to lift it, only to find it wasn't as heavy as she'd imagined. She hoisted it up bit by bit with some effort. This counts as light, right? Han Jiangxue nodded. A modern material set like this would easily weigh 50 or 60 kilos. Even ancient heavy armor ran about 30. Mine came in at just 25, and I was armed to the teeth. That's what quality materials get you. Su Qing fell for it immediately. Where'd you get this armor? Don't ask. You'll find out someday. I gave her a mysterious smile. Secrets weren't something I'd share without enough loyalty. There were too many stories of getting stabbed in the back in the apocalypse. I couldn't afford to be careless. Su Qing's curiosity only grew. She lunged over and hugged my arm. Jiangxue, come here. Let's use the honey trap on him and force it out of him. The three of us ended up chasing each other around the lake. What was supposed to be a 1-hour soak turned into 2. Su Qing was panting, her whole body flushed cherry pink. Even Han Jiangxue wore a rare hint of a smile, water droplets sliding down her chiseled abs, like a young leopardess just come of age, wild and aloof. At 4 in the afternoon, I glanced at my holographic watch. It projected a map of the surrounding area, and I locked down the convenience store's location. Seeing the watch could project images, Su Qing was stunned. They had watches like this before the apocalypse? What brand? While drying myself off and snapping my fingers to put the armor back on, I answered, high-tech. Consider that another secret. There's plenty more for you to uncover. Su Qing turned to Han Jiangxue. Did you know about this? Han Jiangxue nodded. Noticed a while back, but I didn't ask. If it concerned us, Su Hao would tell us himself. Undeterred, Su Qing pumped herself up as she got dressed. Sooner or later, I'm going to be the person Su Hao trusts most. The moment the words left her mouth, a notification popped into my mind. Su Qing loyalty, 8089. I paused for a second, then it clicked. This was competitive one-upmanship. Su Qing had originally joined half because of Han Jiangxue, and now, in her push to pry out my secrets, she'd gone into full rivalry mode with her. But her loyalty shot up to 89 instead, just one step shy of blind trust. Rat race culture really works. No wonder corporations love it. I mused. Let's move out. Convenience store. Along the way, whenever zombies swarmed at us in packs, I'd cut them down in one stroke. The ones that came in 2s and 3s I left to Han Jiangxue for practice. Just then, 2 came shambling straight at us. Han Jiangxue volunteered. I've got these. Go ahead. I sheathed my blade and stepped aside. Su Qing's eyes went wide. Asterisk, she's that bold. Asterisk. Han Jiangxue took a deep breath and stepped forward, her footwork steady. The 2 lunged together. A 2v1. So she slid to one side, staggering them into single file, turning it into a 1v1. Once the range was right. One step, one slash. THWCK, a head rolled free. She spun, another cut, and the second one hit the ground. I clapped. Solid fundamentals. At this level, slow zombies will never lay a finger on you, unless they wear you down or box you in. Han Jiangxue's cheeks flushed. She looked happier than I'd ever seen her. Nowhere near enough. I still have so much to learn from you. I'll carve out some time in the evenings to run sparring drills with you. My cold weapon skill was already level 10, the peak of human craft. Hers was level 7, master tier, but still a long way from me. Being willing to train with her hands on was basically spoon-feeding her. Drills alone got you nowhere. Real combat was what made you grow fastest. Han Jiangxue's eyes lit right up. That would be wonderful. Su Qing raised her hand. I've got a question. Why do the zombie heads go flying into the air when you cut them, but when Jiangxue cuts them, they just roll off? Right on cue, 2 more zombies staggered up. I stepped forward and swung twice. The first stroke at an easy, measured pace. The second so fast it left only an afterimage. The first head tumbled slowly to the ground. The second sailed clear across the street. Get it now? Got it. Jiangxue just isn't strong enough. Hers is exactly right for combat. Mine's overkill. Farther down the road, Han Jiangxue handed the Miao Dao to Su Qing and told her to take one on her own. Su Qing raised the blade, hacked twice, and finally killed it, then ran back beaming. I actually killed it. It's kind of like squeezing a lab mouse to death. One little crunch, and it's done. That's when it hit me. On the surface, Su Qing looked like a sweet little airhead, but deep down she was strangely indifferent to life. Most people feel at least a flicker of fear the first time they kill a small animal. She didn't. But that kind of temperament was actually the bedrock of a fighter. If you couldn't bring the blade down, you'd never fight at all. Nice work. You've got the potential to get stronger. Really? Then let me cut a few more. She gripped the blade tight. Han Jiangxue and I exchanged a glance. All right. Any stragglers are yours. So from then on, I took the swarms, Han Jiangxue took the 2s and 3s, and any lone zombie was Su Qing's practice dummy. In just a few rounds, Su Qing improved by leaps and bounds, but the Miao Dao went dull and started chipping along the edge. Han Jiangxue didn't seem bothered. We'll have to find another one. We'll see. A properly sharpened blade like that wasn't easy to come by. The ones sold online were all sharpening and material quality. Those are second-rate. The real good stuff was right around me. Spring steel, bearing steel, truck-grade steel, tough and springy. I did the math. Rather than hunt for material and forge it myself, I might as well wait for the system to roll another pull. At 4:30 in the afternoon, we reached the area near the convenience store. This whole stretch was landscaped plaza, and there were plenty of zombies, over 100 of them. But the store itself was packed 3 layers deep on every side, sealed off tight. Han Jiangxue frowned. Someone's been here. Su Qing didn't get it. How can you tell? I rapped her on the head. With nothing to draw them, zombies wander loose. Packed together like that means someone's holed up inside. Su Qing panicked. Then our snacks are gone. Spicy strips, Coke, chips, jerky, spicy fish tails. Han Jiangxue swallowed, then copied me and pinched her on the butt. Quit reading off the menu. Blocked in like that. Whoever's inside has either eaten it all or is already dead. SSSS. Su Qing clutched her rear and scurried over to me. So what do we do? I tightened my grip on the blade and grinned. For snacks? We kill every last one of them, obviously. Huh, another 100 plus? She was stunned, then remembered I'd already dropped 100 plus that morning and relaxed. She turned to Han Jiangxue. You're fighting too? Han Jiangxue shot her a flat, expressionless look and didn't bother answering. She was a combat unit, after all. I waved at Su Qing. Your logistics. Just keep up and don't drag us down. Okay. Once the moment felt right, I cracked my neck and rolled my wrists, hefted the great saber, and glanced at Han Jiangxue. I'll swing freely. You cover Su Qing. Got it. Her eyes burned with barely restrained bloodlust. I snapped the palm-sized faceplate shut with a clack, and in an instant became a nearly 2-meter-tall armored general, plating exquisitely wrought, armed to the teeth, radiating a chilling presence even standing still. Going in, I sucked in a deep breath, jogged forward with the blade in hand, and after a few strides burst into a full sprint. 200+ pounds of weight. Every footfall landed heavy as a charging beast. Su Qing just stared, dumbstruck. I looked like a runaway war chariot plowing straight into the wall of zombies. Hearing the noise, the horde turned from the outer edge inward like a rippling wheat field and lunged at me. And I tore through them in a whirl of blade light, limbs flying. My enhanced dynamic vision let me track every corner of the battlefield with perfect clarity. The great saber came down in a savage rhythm, one wet schluck after another. The sound alone was enough to make your knees go weak. Han Jiangxue mopped up behind me, cheeks flushed, fingertips trembling, itching to charge in herself. Su Qing just stood frozen at a distance. During the day, dizzy with hunger, she hadn't seen it clearly. Now she took it all in, and all she could think was that this Su Hao was brutal beyond. It was like she'd become a different person. The killing didn't stop. Nobody knew how much time passed, maybe 10 or 15 minutes, but it felt much longer. When there was nothing left around me to kill, I walked into the convenience store and finished off every zombie inside, one clean stroke each. In the end, aside from Han Jiangxue, not a single living thing remained beside me. I stood in front of the store, catching my breath in slow drags. Not a scratch on me, just blood soaking every inch of my armor. The light spirit was still radiating through me, restoring my stamina at a rapid clip, warmth spreading through my whole body like soaking in a hot spring in the dead of winter, and that recovery had been running since the moment I'd started swinging. Suhao Rewritten Edition. That vitality-boosting effect had been kicking in from the very first swing. So even now, I'd burned through less than half my stamina, and my stamina bar, mind you, was a long one. I let out a long sigh. Light spirit, you really are something else. Yeah, it chirped, as if asking what was up, but didn't show itself. It was still inside me, topping off my HP. When it was inside my body, the buff worked at 100% efficiency. Once it came out, it dropped to 30 or 50%, too much of a nerf. It's nothing, I said, patting my chest. Just saying hello. Yeah? I nodded. Just then, Han Jiangxue walked over. She'd cut down more than a dozen zombies in that fight, and the nicks in her Miao Dao had gotten worse. Hacking through bone destroyed a blade fast, but if you didn't hit bone, the zombies wouldn't drop. You just had to grind it out. She stopped right in front of me, tilted her head back, drew in a deep breath, and threw her arms around me like I was some hunk of iron. I froze for a second, then caught on and patted her shoulder. Careful, make sure you don't have any open cuts. I don't. She lifted her head against my chest. Her eyes were dazed, but not clouded, more like a fierce, burning flame. Put simply, she was worked up, restless, itching for something. I patted her again. Business first. I didn't even know where we'd be sleeping tonight. No matter how worked up she was, we weren't doing anything reckless right here. Okay. She inhaled deeply, taking in a lungful of that iron-tinged air, then straightened up and stepped back. She turned and beckoned to Su Qing, who was standing a little ways off. Su Qing looked utterly lost. Not scared, just plain dumbfounded. Asterisk, is this guy even human? What am I even supposed to do? Asterisk, it took Han Jiangxue waving at her before she drifted over in a daze. It was only a few dozen meters, but she looked like she was crossing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Over 100 bodies littered the road, 2/3 of them headless, the other third cut clean in half at the waist. All my handiwork. Blood, severed limbs, that sticky, viscous coating on the pavement, the reek of it nauseating. And yet by the time Su Qing reached my side, she'd somehow steadied herself. Her eyes had cleared up considerably. She looked at the tree beside the convenience store and shut her eyes, remembering. That used to be a feeding spot for the strays. Students would buy ham sausages and feed them. The prettiest one was a calico. The meanest was a tabby with a scar on its face. The teachers and students all called it Zom. Biao. The word suddenly reminded Han Jiangxue of something. Come to think of it, why haven't we seen any zombie dogs or zombie cats? I thought about it. Small numbers. Most of them run and hide. Animals too weak probably don't even qualify to turn. They just fail the evolution and die outright. Otherwise, flocks of zombie birds should have shown up by now, yet I hadn't seen a single bird this whole time. The two of them nodded. That would explain it. Back to business. I sheathed my blade. Once the zombies were cut down, our next order of business was food. The convenience store looked like an oversized security booth, open front to back. The zombies inside had just been lured out and killed, leaving only one thoroughly rotted corpse. Half its head gone, brain eaten, which meant he'd been eaten alive. That's brutal, Su Qing said, her face full of pity. He'd probably rushed in first to grab food, only to get cornered by the zombie horde and devoured alive. The upside was, most of the food on the shelves was still intact. Zombies don't go out of their way to trash things. I headed toward the counter, planning to sweep everything into my spatial storage. But the closer I got, the more my sixth sense screamed at me. The hair on my arms stood on end. I stopped short. Something's off. In the pitch-black corner, something seemed to be moving. Wind. No. If it were natural, my brain wouldn't be this on edge. I trust my gut. Fur? An animal? Su Qing and Han Jiangxue both froze at that. Without turning my head, I lowered my voice. Both of you hang back. Get to the door. Anything feels wrong, get out. Han Jiangxue immediately grabbed Su Qing and pulled her back. She knew the store was cramped. Swinging a blade in here made friendly fire a real risk, and the best thing she could do was stay out of my way. The two of them had barely reached the door when, Shasha, a shrill cat screech exploded from the corner behind the counter. I already had a firm grip on my broad saber, positioned and ready. My enhanced dynamic vision told me there was definitely something in that darkness. First it was a flicker like fur, but once I locked on and looked closer, no, those were whiskers. Symmetrical, splayed like antennae feeling out the air. A cat. A zombie cat. Before the words were out, a pair of blood-red vertical pupils snapped open in the corner. Shasha. It lunged at blinding speed. Han Jiangxue and Su Qing saw only a blur, but I saw every inch of it, and brought my blade down. Cling. Sparks flew. By that flash of light, the two of them finally got a look. A zombie cat. Su Qing gasped. A zombie-ow. The whole thing had unfolded in seconds. I hadn't even had time to summon the light sprite for illumination. Once the sparks faded, I got a good look at it. A size bigger than a normal cat, nearly the size of a medium dog. Its gray-black stripes gave it near-perfect camouflage in the dark. The only giveaway was that pair of silver-gray whiskers. A moment ago, it had kept its eyes shut so the pupils wouldn't reflect light, relying purely on those whiskers to sense its surroundings, waiting for the target to come close before. Eyes locked on target, one-hit kill, seasoned hunter's instincts. The scar on its face stretched all the way to its eyelid, and combined with those blood-red eyes and gleaming black claws that had gouged holes right through the floor, it was terrifyingly vicious. First cat I meet after the apocalypse, and it's a zombie cat, I muttered. We faced off. I wasn't backing down. These supplies were mine, no question. And it didn't know how to back down either, though for the moment it couldn't figure out how to crack my iron shell. Quest triggered. Slay the zombie cat. The fatal wound on the convenience store survivor was inflicted by this very cat. It has marked you as prey. If you don't cut it down here and now, it will hold a grudge for life and stalk you for another chance. Quest reward. Feline type ability 1 unlimited god tier selection. Feline type ability? In all of nature, aside from humans, cats have the highest combat aptitude, born hunters, lions and tigers included. This reward? I was taking it, no matter what. I broke the standoff, blade raised, and lunged in with a slash. The zombie cat's reflexes were lightning fast. It flipped backward with a twist of its waist, landed on the checkout counter, claws raking out a row of holes, then kicked off hard, launching straight at my face. You won't run, and you've still got the guts to attack me? I planted my back foot, pivoted sideways, and swung a reverse strike. By the time both of us could focus again, the zombie cat had already retreated to the doorway, and a thick tail lay twitching on the floor. Fast enough, I said. I'd been aiming to cut it in half, but it was too quick. I'd only clipped off the tail it used to change direction midair. Without that tail, it wouldn't be pulling off any more high-difficulty aerial maneuvers. So getting infected with the zombie virus doesn't necessarily mean starting slow and getting faster, I noted. Human nervous systems are complex, so the virus takes time to seize control, hence slow to fast. But cats are simple. Infection makes them fast right away, maybe even faster. The zombie cat turned its head to look at its severed tail, then shot us another deep glare and began slowly backing away. It wanted to escape, then strike again once we let our guard down. Trying to leave now? Too late. I gave chase, blade in hand. It spun, kicked off, and sailed several meters through the air, heading straight for the big tree. Once it hit the tree, 2 more jumps and it'd be on the upper floor and gone. No way I could catch it. I couldn't let it get away. Smart and vindictive. If it started tracking me, waiting for a chance to ambush, I'd be in serious trouble. A thief works day and night. No one can stand guard forever. It was already airborne, out of my blade's reach. I glanced down at the saber in my hand. That's it. Without hesitation, I hurled the blade. Whoosh! The heavy saber cut through the air with a howling whistle, flying straight and true toward the cat. The zombie cat sensed the threat mid-flight. It twisted its waist, whipped its head around, ready to change direction in the air, and the critical piece, the tail spinning like an axle. Tail. The tail was gone. The stump at its rear flailed desperately, wriggling and squirming, straining with all its might. Useless. The redirection managed less than 30% of its usual effect. Thunk. The saber hit with crushing force, pinning the cat straight to the trunk of the tree. It wasn't quite dead. It thrashed violently under the blade for several more seconds before finally twitching to a stop. Phew. I let out a long breath. Thank God it landed. If it had made it up the tree, I'd have been screwed. Good thing I cut the tail off. Damn cat picked the worst time. Is it over? Su Qing and Han Jiangxue peeked out from around the corner. Spotting the cat pinned to the tree, they cheered and ran out. You won. That zombie cat was terrifying. They hadn't even been able to track its movements. One swipe from those claws, and it would have been game over. Su Qing held up her hand for a high five. Slap. You sure it was a zombie beast? Let me get a closer look. The three of us walked toward the tree, with me in front, ready to pull the blade free. Closer and closer, less than half a meter away. Su Qing was just bending down for a better look. Huh. I noticed the seemingly dead zombie cat's whiskers trembling faintly again. Barely perceptible, like they were stirred by the wind. But something felt off. I flicked my consciousness over the mission. It wasn't marked complete. Get back. I clamped a hand over Su Qing's face and shoved her backward. In that instant, Sha! The zombie cat convulsed into a frenzy, both front paws swinging wildly, its jet-black claws slicing the air with sharp whoosh sounds. Su Qing paled with terror. Han Jiangxue immediately reached out to pull me back. As for me, left hand shoving Su Qing back, right hand raised, shoulder driving through the elbow, straight punch. Bam! The alloy knuckles smashed right into its head. Leaves rained down from the tree. The zombie cat went silent. Just to be safe, I threw 3 more punches. Asterisk bam. 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 Asterisk. Leaves scattered across the ground, and the zombie cat was reduced to something unrecognizable. Su Qing stared, jaw dropped. Han Jiangxue took a deep breath. I glanced at the sauce splattered on my glove. TCH, that's nasty. Didn't expect it to play dead. I shook off my hand, then walked over to a cleaner corpse to wipe it clean. Mission complete. Slay the zombie cat. Reward draws granted. Ready to redeem anytime. Only then did I see the completion prompt. So my move had worked. From now on, any kill mission, dead or playing dead, I confirm the settlement first. Call it the system's built-in autopsy function. Just past 5 in the afternoon, the sun sank into the sea, staining the sky crimson. Only this red looked wrong, too bloody. With the zombie cat dealt with, we started sweeping the area. Anything I could see went into my space. It was the apocalypse. Nothing was useless anymore. Lighters and fuel cans were especially crucial. Without them, even starting a fire was a hassle, and striking flint made noise that drew zombies. Han Jiangxue and Su Qing helped pile things up in front of me so I could vacuum them in. Back in the day, Su Qing could have watched me store and pull things from the space 100 times without getting bored. Now, though, she seemed a little down. It was Sang Biao. I finally got a clear look. She hauled over a bucket of instant noodles and sighed. He used to just pick on other cats. He was actually pretty sweet with people. I even fed him ham sausages before. But just now, that definitely wasn't the old Sang Biao anymore. No shit, Han Jiangxue muttered coldly. Its brain's been rewired. How could it still be the same? I kept vacuuming up the supplies around me. Lighters, drinks, a fridge, chips, while asking curiously, Su Qing, what do you think a living creature's true core consciousness actually is? The brain. She nodded, then shook her head. Biologically speaking, it's the brain, or maybe the spinal cord too. Philosophically, not really. What about you? Biologically, it's the genes. Philosophically, it's memory. I answered without hesitation. Genes don't lie, but they don't mean much either. Memory is what counts. Wipe someone's consciousness and let them wake up again, and it's basically a whole new life. Memory is the only thing that can prove I'm still me. Han Jiangxue caught on and hauled over a box of snacks. So Sang Biao stopped being Sang Biao a long time ago. Body and mind, all changed. Don't get sentimental, get back to work. Oh, Su Qing got glared back into working. That whole vibe of being bossed around by a mentor, that's what someone as alpha as Han Jiangxue naturally radiated. In under half an hour, the entire convenience store was cleaned out. Aside from the trash, the place was spotless. 6 p.m. The sky was already darkening. Su Qing looked up. Getting dark fast. It's only 6, and this is late June. Normally at this time of year, it didn't dim until 6:30 or 7. Han Jiangxue reasoned. Nightfall coming earlier. Is the temperature dropping too? Su Qing tested the air. Yeah, actually. It's not muggy anymore. That's not good, I said, shaking my head. Just like I said before, the atmosphere and the oceans have to be shifting. The seasons and temperatures are going to go haywire. Su Qing panicked. Then what do we do? I spread my hands. Head wherever's safe. Stockpile supplies. Enough for 100 years, just to start. She was floored, but then thought about it and realized it really was the optimal move. Han Jiangxue nodded in agreement too. I checked the sky and my watch, then settled on the dorms. Come on, let's find somewhere to sleep. Tomorrow we leave campus. Okay. The closest option was the girls' dorm, only a few hundred meters away. The upside of being on a college campus was that everything was close by. The downside was that everything came with zombies. On the way, I hacked down another 20 or 30 female zombies before we made it to the back of the dormitory. The building was shaped like a U on its side, with a main entrance at each of the two wings. I had no intention of using the main doors. I circled straight around to the back. I found a room with no zombies and beds still intact, and nodded. This one. Climb in. Huh. Su Qing froze. Hurry up, you first. She clambered up clumsily, and at the very end her foot snagged on the wall. She landed flat on her butt. Han Jiangxue braced against the sill and swung over smoothly. Then it was my turn. With one hand on the rail, a light tap of the toes, smooth as silk, they vaulted over. I clapped and shook my head. You two are way too well behaved. One look and I can tell you've never hopped a fence before. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue had nothing to say to that. Once inside, I stowed the heavy armor back into my inventory and shoved a bed against the door to block it. In a 4-person dorm, a single bed was more than enough to barricade the entrance. What are we eating tonight? I asked while sorting through the supplies in my system space. I've got this quirk. Everything has to be neatly categorized. Tools, water, snacks, staples, each in their own spot. Su Qing licked her lips. I want the braised pork self-heating rice and an iced tea. Rice for me too, with mineral water, Han Jiangxue said. It had been days since the apocalypse hit, and nobody had eaten anything hot. Just thinking about the smell of a real meal was enough to make you starve. I pulled out 3 boxes of self-heating rice. 10-odd minutes later, the long-lost aroma of a hot meal filled the room. So good. I never knew rice could taste this amazing. Su Qing said, cheeks stuffed like a chipmunk. I kept my head down and shoveled it in, well aware of the truth. The vegetables and meat in the cafeteria had long since spoiled. From here on out, only packaged food could get us through the end of the world. I swallowed a mouthful and said, once we're out of the school, we're raiding every supermarket and warehouse. No packaged food gets left behind. Agreed, they nodded in unison. After the meal, Su Qing sprawled out on the bed in a big spread eagle, wearing a look of pure bliss, and was out cold within minutes. Compared to nearly starving to death in the medical building a few days ago, she was one satisfied camper now. Han Jiangxue was drowsy too. She'd been on edge all day, and the moment she let her guard down, exhaustion hit. I sat against the wall and let my consciousness sink inward. I'd just completed a mission, and it was another special choice. Had to use it up tonight. Use the feline type ability selection. Reward 1. Athletic musculature reward 2. First sensory perception reward 3. Neural acuity. The first one would permanently reshape muscle and bone, granting superhuman leaping ability and flexibility. I shook my head. I couldn't stomach permanently altering my body. Pass. The second, first sensory perception, would let me sense smells, temperature, and wind direction even with my eyes closed. Thinking back to that cat earlier today that ambushed me with its whiskers while its eyes were shut, this ability was no joke. I'd hold on to it for now. The third, neural acuity, could drop my reaction time down to 5 to 20 milliseconds. Regular people clock in at 200 to 300 milliseconds. Pro gamers manage around 100. If I hit 20 milliseconds, I'd be lightning fast, dodging and countering before the other guy's fist even finished moving. No need to think twice. Take reward 3. Granted. Please rest a moment. The next instant, every nerve in my body buzzed like a spider's web, the tingling strongest in my brain, like a jolt of electricity, but not unpleasant. More like a spa treatment. When the tingling faded, I pinched my fingertips together. I could actually distinguish the friction of the ridges of my fingerprints. Incredible. I could feel myself moving toward the super class warrior evolution. The sky was almost dark. Han Jiangxue rubbed her eyes to shake off the drowsiness, keeping in mind what I'd said about hands-on combat training. She patted her cheeks, stood up, and grabbed 2 wooden sticks from the balcony. She'd cut a small tree during the day and whittled them down. Real blades would be ruined after a single clash, so wooden sticks would have to do. She handed one to me. Let's spar. Good chance to sharpen my reflexes. No matter how good your ability, you still had to train. The balcony was neither too big nor too small, just enough space for close-quarters sparring. I gave the stick a couple of swings. Ready? You go first. If I move first, you won't get a shot in. Han Jiangxue drew a deep breath. Her phoenix eyes locked on me, muscles coiled tight. Then she exploded forward with a stabbing thrust, the most vicious attack from a cornered fighter. A split second's hesitation, and it'd catch you square in the chest. But to my eyes, the moment the stick left her hand, I'd already read its trajectory and target. Within tens of milliseconds, I sidestepped, flicked my hand up, and her thrust passed a full fist's width from my chest. Crack! One tap, and her stick veered off course. By the usual rules, we should have stopped there. But I didn't. I swept my hand down. Smack! Right across the side of her hip, somewhere that'd teach her a lesson without leaving a bruise or slowing her down tomorrow. HNNGH. She fell back, but didn't reach to rub it. Only rookies clutch at the pain. In real combat, what's a little sting? I kept my face blank. Keep going. Don't stop. In a real fight, you go until one side's completely done. Yes. She gritted her teeth and nodded, but a faint flush rose to her cheeks. 7 in the evening. The whole city had gone dark. Inside the dorm, Su Qing was sound asleep, while on the balcony wooden sticks cracked against each other, punctuated now and then by the crisp slap of wood on flesh. Wrong. Your feet are too fast. Smack. Who taught you to swing from the elbow without the wrist? Smack. All parts working together. Don't just move one or two. Smack. In less than half an hour, Han Jiangxue was worn ragged. In the darkness, she fought harder and harder just to keep up, while I only grew more relaxed, until in the end, I didn't even have to move my body. Just my hand was enough to block every strike and counter. Every single time. She was the 4-time reigning champion of Jiangxing University's HEMA circuit. Her talent and skill were beyond question. And yet tonight, I was steamrolling her one-sidedly. She couldn't break through once. This sparring session had shown her, without a shred of doubt, that my skill had reached something almost inhuman. As we fought on, her face grew redder and redder. Even in the dark, I could make out that flushed, stunning face and the hot breath she kept panting out. Whack! Another swing sent her stick flying, and I lowered my hand. She was too spent to keep going, yet she couldn't help turning around, offering her back to me. She waited. The punishment didn't come. Eyes moist, she glanced back at me. That's enough for tonight. I looked up at the sky. Any more, and you'll start bruising. She let out a long breath. Just as well. I'm out of strength anyway. The words hadn't even finished leaving her lips when her legs buckled. She started to fall, and I reached out, scooped her up by the waist, and she melted right into my arms. The city's lights were out, but the moon and stars burned unusually bright. I shot a glance into the room. Su Qing looked like she was asleep, yet I could have sworn a pair of eyes was peeking. Before I could get a clear look, a slender hand was already at my belt. HSSS. I ducked down and covered her. Two people fresh off a sparring match were like oil hitting flame. One spark, and we were ablaze. Su Qing had actually been awake for a while now, drawn by the noises out on the balcony. Through the dimness, she'd watched Han Jiangxue press attack after attack, only to have every one turned aside with ease, and every counter landing squarely on her flanks. She sat there dumbfounded, biting back a laugh. The aloof campus queen, 4-time weapon combat champion, was getting handled like this today, taking punishment over and over. The initiative wasn't even helping her. Finally met your match, haven't you, Jiangxue? Su Qing snickered to herself. But the second the two of them called it quits, things veered off in a direction she hadn't seen coming. Because this round, I was the only one still holding a weapon. She snapped her eyes shut and played possum. When she opened them again, the sounds had migrated from the balcony to the bathroom. A tingle raced through Su Qing's whole body. She never in a million years would have guessed that the Ice Queen Han Jiangxue could whimper like that. Her head buzzed, and without thinking, her hand slipped down beneath the covers. She lost track of time after that. Her body, starved for too long, forced itself to shut down, and she drifted off into a heavy sleep. The next morning, I didn't wake up on my own. The light spirit came zipping out of my chest and piped up inside my head. Io, wake up. 6:30. The sky was just starting to gray over. Han Jiangxue was wrapped around me. The two of us crammed onto a single bed, while Su Qing slept soundly across the way. What is it? Via the floor did. I looked down and saw a layer of white mist, less than half a fist deep, hovering over the floorboards. It swirled like dry ice fog, writhing slowly and erratically. What is that? I'd never seen anything like it. That density was nothing close to ordinary mist. The light spirit flitted down, brushed against the mist, then came back to report. The white smoke's no good for eating, which I mentally translated to don't inhale. Is this white smoke poisonous? Yep. How about touching it? Dunno. Dunno. I mulled it over. The don't breathe it in part was confirmed, but if we couldn't even make contact with it, that'd be a nightmare. First thing to check, whether it was corrosive. I pulled some chopsticks, a plastic bag, and some food out of my storage space and chucked them all into the mist. After a while, none of them showed any change. Then I slowly stuck a finger in, drew close, brushed the surface, then pushed all the way into the half-fist deep fog. Nothing. No sensation whatsoever. No effect on surface contact, I concluded. But whatever you do, don't breathe it in. It's probably absorbed through mucous membranes. Internal threat only. Just then, both girls stirred awake. The light spirit bashfully dove back into my body. It only answered to its contract holder, avoiding contact with outsiders. Han Jiangxue sat up behind me, morning light spilling across her body. She pulled on a t-shirt before asking, "Is it just our dorm like this, or everywhere?" We were on the first floor, easy enough to check. I looked outside. The same white mist drifted over the road, and because of the drop in elevation, it was actually a bit higher out there, just enough to cover the tops of shoes. The whole world's probably like this, I judged. Everyone's expression darkened. If it really was global, then it was a change in nature itself. The implications ran deep. The cause, the purpose, what came next, none of it was clear. Su Qing, drawing on her lab experience, was already testing the white mist bit by bit with the blanket and mattress. I stuck my foot into the mist and pulled my shoes on directly. I already tried all that. It doesn't affect surfaces, but you absolutely can inhale it. How toxic? What kind of toxic? I don't know yet. Su Qing let out a breath and patted her chest. Then at least it's chronic. If it were strong, it'd have some corrosiveness, and you'd have to lie flat to breathe it in anyway. Shouldn't be a big deal. She put her shoes on too and got up. When she saw me pull out bottled water, a cup, toothbrush, and toothpaste, her eyes lit up and she rushed over. "Give me a set. I haven't brushed my teeth in days." Behind us, Han Jiangxue glanced down at the side of her hip, just a red mark. Remembering last night, her face flushed, and she quickly finished getting dressed. Han Jiangxue stood up and stepped into the mist on the floor. It scattered like smoke. She frowned. This white mist only appeared last night. Could it keep getting thicker, keep rising higher? Su Qing jolted, spinning around and scratching her head. Right? If it just keeps rising, what are we supposed to do? Right now it was only shoe high. Tomorrow the ankles. Next week the calves. Next month over your head. If that happened, one stumble, one lungful, and it was over. Su Qing got so anxious she practically shouted at me. "Su, how? If it just keeps rising, aren't we finished?" I brushed my teeth while sticking a hand out to feel the air. It's gotten colder. What about the mist rising? We run. Han Jiangxue walked over and picked up the thread. We head for higher elevation. Jiangqing's on the coast. The white mist has substance. It has weight. The higher up you go, the less of it there'll be. We can't fight natural forces. We can only take cover. Su Qing thought it over for a long time and finally had to accept it. In the face of disaster, humans have always been small. Once the three of us had brushed our teeth, we grabbed a quick breakfast of bread and milk. Before we set out, I laid out the plan clearly. Once we're outside, head straight to the parking lot and find Su Qing's car. If it's not there, find a range extender EV, nothing else. Out the school gate, then west toward the outskirts, scavenging supplies on the way. But no downtown, no tourist zones. We only hit places with a moderate crowd. Not too many, not too few. Su Qing raised her hand. Wanda Plaza and Zongrunfa have tons of stuff. Why not go there? Han Jiangxue almost drew her blade. In the end, I gave her a slap on the back. Use your head. Downtown has more supplies because it has more people. You want to see a zombie horde taller than the buildings? Su Qing's face went pale. Right. With that kind of population density downtown, there wouldn't be a single open patch of ground, just a solid, seething mass of zombies. That was hell difficulty, no exaggeration. I already had the route planned out. Only scavenge between the 3rd and 5th ring roads, sticking to city streets, national highways, even expressways if needed. The only real risk on the expressway was gridlock. Regular people would have to ditch their cars and hoof it. But I was different. I could pack a car into my system space, walk past the jammed stretch on foot, and pull it back out. Parking wasn't a problem either. Just stash the car in the space directly, safest option there is. Which meant expanding that space was going to be critical. Let's move. I clapped my hands. Su-Ching, where'd you park? How much charge and gas you got left? Corner lot by the south gate, near the basketball court. Gas, only 2 bars left. That's fine. A few dozen kilometers was plenty, and I had ways to refuel. I laid out the plan. If too many zombies swarm us, Jiang Shui, you break off first. I'll carry Su-Ching. If the lot's surrounded, we abandon it. Su-Ching, once we're there, can you unlock the car right away? Yeah. The Bluetooth on my watch unlocks it automatically when I get close, but there's only a day of battery left. It's jade green, spot number 18. You drive aggressive enough? No way. I'm a super steady driver. Then I'll drive. Once you unlock it, get in the back. We skipped the front door and vaulted off the balcony. The instant my feet hit the ground, the space around me twisted, full plate armor snapped into place, and I drew the long horse-cutting saber. Han Jiangshui was used to it by now, but Su-Ching just stared, dumbstruck. Armored up, I was the god of war slaughtering the dead. Stripped down, I was the ripped male lead straight out of the novel she read. The streets had already been cleared through, so there weren't many zombies. I only cut down a dozen or so. I glanced at my quests. Obtain 1 range-extended electric vehicle. Sweep Jiang University, 34% per 35%. Slay 1,000 zombies, 911/1000. 89 to go. I turned to Han Jiangshui. Wait for me near the parking lot. Keep an eye on Su-Ching. When we got there, most of the zombies were trapped inside the basketball court fencing. I jerked my head toward the lot. You two head in first. I'll be right back. Then I charged straight into the horde. Heavy armor pounded the pavement. Thud, thud, thud. Su-Ching gaped. Even Han Jiangshui was thrown. We were literally about to leave. What was he doing? She recovered and patted Su-Ching's shoulder. Come on, let's go. On the way, Su-Ching muttered under her breath. Does Su-Hao have, like, some latent killer gene? Normally he keeps it in check, but now that the apocalypse hit, he's not satisfied unless he racks up a body count. Han Jiangshui blinked. That's a real thing? Of course. Ancient humans survived by hunting. The killing instinct. It's been passed down generation after generation. Only the ones who could kill got to live. In modern times it's useless, and only a rare few still have it, most without even knowing. These people look completely normal day to day, but the second they see blood they get this bloodthirst, and once they've vented it they snap right back to calm. They've got no interest in the weak, they hunt the strong. The tougher the fight, the more excited they get. Han Jiangshui walked in silence. Whether Su-Hao was one of them, she didn't know. But it suddenly hit her. She was one of them. Combat, pain, challenge, violence. All of it gave her a strange kind of pleasure, the psychological rush far stronger than the physical one. It was a veil she'd never dared lift. Because what kind of girl was like this? Was she even normal? But now that the apocalypse had arrived, it almost felt like a release. We're almost there. Let's just wait for him here, she said, changing the subject. Meanwhile, on my end, I'd nearly finished them off. With super dynamic vision and heightened nerves, I could read a zombie's every move the instant it lifted an arm. Slash left, sidestep right. It was like slicing melons. One lunge from the right. A flick of my peripheral vision, a one-handed swing, and its head went flying. I took stock of myself. A little faster than yesterday. A week tops, and I'll be walking at a normal pace. A month, and I'll be running. 3 months, and I'll be practically flying. By then, no ordinary human would stand a chance in a zombie fight. Against a tidal wave of the things, even I, as I was now, would just get buried alive. The thought didn't scare me. If anything, it made me swing faster. Without strength, you're nothing. My blade flashed like lightning, and a few minutes later, complete. Slay 1,000 zombies, 1,000/1000. Triggered. Slay 10,000 zombies, 1K per 10K. Quest reward, specialized enhancement, infinite divine tier selection. I read the details as I ran back. What's specialized enhancement? Specialized enhancement provides targeted upgrades based on the host's most used method of killing zombies. Got it. I'd been using blades the whole time, so the three options would all be blade-related. Of course I could switch it up. Say, if I racked up over 5k kills with my fists and feet, it'd shift to a physique upgrade. But I like blades. Unless someone handed me a pulse laser rifle with unlimited charge, regular firearms wore out, needed reloading, and were useless against a horde. I trusted that one day I'd train hard enough to cleave bullets in half. Let's move, keep up, I called, running back. The two of them fell in behind me instantly. There were zombies in the parking garage too. Plenty of them teachers and staff who'd tried to escape by car and gotten trapped. I swept left and right with my blade, carving a path through. Space A18. Su Qing shouted from behind. I got there first and cleared out every zombie around the car. Su Qing took the driver's seat. The doors unlocked the moment she got close and slipped into the back. Han Jiangxue took the passenger seat. I yanked my door open, dropped in, and hit the ignition. No engine. Engine noise? Yeah, no thanks. An 8-cylinder would've had zombies chasing me the second I turned the key. Complete. Obtained an extended range electric vehicle. Reward. 1 roll on car edition infinite divine choice. I threw it into reverse, cranked the wheel, and stomped the pedal. The rear end slammed backward with a thud, knocking a zombie flat. We hit one. Su Qing yelled, pressed against the back window. Feeling sorry for it. Sorry my ass. You're worried about the car when your life's on the line? Whatever, my folks bought it anyway. I whipped the wheel around, shifted into drive, and floored it. Whoa! Su Qing lost her balance and tumbled toward the rear window. Han Jiangxue sat quiet, arms wrapped around her Miao Dao. The car surged toward the south gate. EVs really were the way to go in the apocalypse. Instant torque and no engine noise. I kept the steering tight, letting the reinforced side bumpers do the work on the zombies. With this kind of tonnage, a light tap was enough to send them flying off to either side. Han Jiangxue watched for a moment and got it. Clip them with the sides. Speed stays up, and you can just keep hitting them. Right? Too bad we don't have a plow rig up front. We'll find one and mod it later, she said flatly. Cool driver up front, aloof beauty riding shotgun, should have been a perfect match. Except the domineering elder sis in the back was crouched up on the seat, peeking over the headrest like a kid. When I gunned it, she went wee. When a zombie went flying, it was ha ha ha. Complete with her own sound effects. Boom. Not a shred of senior disciple dignity. Almost at the south gate, Han Jiangxue stood up for a look. Gates open. We can plow through. I'd already seen it. Before getting in, I'd swapped my full armor for a t-shirt and shorts. At 6'1", sitting in an SUV, I had all the view I needed. Sweep Jiang University, 35% per 35%. Done. Nothing left in this school worth staying for. Buckle up. Bumper car time. They snapped their belts on and grabbed the handles. I floored it straight at the south gate. Bam, 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 crash. At over 100 miles an hour, the kinetic energy launched a whole cluster of zombies at once. Limbs flailing like rag dolls, some coming apart at the arms, legs, and torso. The headlight housings shattered with a sharp crack. Modern cars just weren't built to be driven like a demolition derby. Back in the school, students trapped on rooftops and in classrooms heard the impacts and pointed toward the gate. Look, someone made it out. What about us? Are we still waiting for rescue? We can't wait anymore. Food's almost gone. We've got to take our shot. Yeah. 200 meters, over 20 zombies plowed under, and we finally hit the intersection. I threw the guard booth a glance. See ya. The car burst through the gate with a bang. Complete. Sweep Jiang University. Reward dispatched. Ho. Su Qing cheered. Where to next? I drove carefully. Even outside campus, I couldn't just floor it. China's population density is insane, and there's nowhere in any metro area that's both easy to drive and empty of people. According to the plan, we were skipping downtown and heading for the outskirts, looking for small shopping centers, hardware stores, warehouses. But right now I still had 3 rewards to claim, and the fuel gauge was almost bottomed out. I had to refuel. Even a range extender EV needs gas to generate power. First we'll find somewhere on the outskirts with fewer zombies to rest up, then gas up. Gas up? Where are we going to find a gas station out in the suburbs? Su Qing looked stumped. Han Jiangxue frowned. It's the apocalypse. Do gas stations even still work? Basically, no. Then what do we do? Su Qing looked hopeless. Relax, I've got a way. The two exchanged a glance and decided to trust me, no questions asked. The car tore along. It wasn't loud. Zombies wouldn't take notice unless we came within 10 meters, and by the time they reacted, we'd already be long gone. They couldn't catch up, just staggered and wobbled around aimlessly. The real problem was the cars. Once we cleared the school gate, there were fewer zombies clogging the road, but way more cars, scattered every which way from the emergency stops, rear endings, and pile-ups the moment the outbreak hit. Sidewalks, medians, roads, they were everywhere. As long as they didn't fully block the way, I had to weave around them. It wasn't like I could just ram them out of the way like I did with zombies. My car wasn't that beastly. It got old fast. I shot Su Qing a look. Now you get why we're not going into the city. Su Qing shuddered just picturing it. Yeah, definitely not. Want to squeeze through the mile-long lines of cars at a red light? Through the swarms of e-bikes packed like ants in the bike lanes? Through oceans of people? Especially at rush hour, crowds like that are scarier than any zombie horde. Aside from not being undead, they're worse than zombies in every way. Add in the chain reaction crashes from the moment the outbreak hit, and once you're in the city, you're not moving. Not even a heavy truck could push through. You'd need a tank to just plow it all flat. Jiang University sits right around the second ring road. A few more streets in, and you hit the scenario I dread most. Roads, medians, and sidewalks packed with cars, buildings crawling with zombies inside and out. Way more than back at the school. At that point, jumping off a roof from the start would be a mercy. So there's no way in hell I'm going into the downtown core of a megacity. Not unless the payoff is really something. Once we were out of school, the EV held down the road. After a dozen kilometers or so, the three of us made it past the third ring. I scoped the area the whole way and finally pulled up beside a rundown, barely alive little shopping center called Xiangfu Plaza. The area had everything: a gas station, an abandoned construction site, a bank, a new residential complex, a hotel, a driving school. Full amenities and no subway stop. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been this quiet either. This'll do. I parked the car next to the construction site. With work halted, the site was wide open and zombie-free, perfect for a break. I shifted into park, stepped out, and instantly threw on a full suit of heavy armor. The moment the engine noise died, the mutated zombie pedestrians in the area came shambling over. I pulled a long saber out of thin air and *SHK, SHK*, hacked them all down in a few strokes. Only then did things quiet down. Su Qing climbed out of the car and stared wistfully at the gas station in the distance. Why can't we get gas from a gas station? Han Jiangxue didn't know either, but if I said no, she believed it. Still, she was curious now too. I wiped down my blade. The fuel's all sitting in underground tanks. Pumping it in or out takes specialized equipment. Explosion-proof, corrosion-proof. Even if the pump still had solar power, you'd need a passcode. With the whole world offline, you think you can just self-serve? Su Qing shook her head. Han Jiangxue nodded, getting it. Gas stations were high security by design. Buried tanks built to resist blasts and corrosion. It'd be a miracle if just anyone could waltz in and siphon the fuel. Of course I was itching for it. A single gas station held fuel by the ton, enough to last us years. Su Qing wasn't ready to let it go. There's really no other way? Later on, could we bring in an excavator, dig it open, and you scoop the fuel into your space? An excavator. That actually wasn't a bad idea, but it depended on whether my space could handle it. Right now, at 50 cubic meters, packing in some food, supplies, and one vehicle already maxed it out. Speaking of which, I do have a way. I thought it over. But my space isn't big enough yet. We'll revisit it once it grows. Su Qing's eyes went wide. You actually have a way? She'd only been thinking out loud. Han Jiangxue nodded too, eyes bright. As long as there was a way, that was all that mattered. My method was simple: dig it up, cut a slit. As long as I didn't set off the tank, one opening was all I needed to suck the fuel straight into my space. Worst case, once my space was big enough, I'd just excavate the whole tank and store it, then figure out the rest later. Either way, mine was mine. Asterisk growling asterisk. Su Qing's stomach growled. She clutched her flat belly. I'm starving. Let's eat something. Sure, break time first. I turned toward the construction site. Let's head in. I walked over to the car, gave it a slap, and the entire SUV vanished into my system space in an instant. Su Qing froze on the spot, screaming inwardly. Just how big is asterisk this space of yours? You can fit a whole car in it. Asterisk, she glanced at Han Jiangxue, but Han Jiangxue's eyes held nothing but pure admiration, not a single question. So Su Qing bit hers back too. The fact that I'd let her in on it at all was already a huge gesture of goodwill. Pressing further about the size or the capabilities of the space would be crossing into private territory. Impolite. Maybe even the kind of question that would leave her feeling a chill on the back of her neck. I see now. At the construction site gate, I severed the padlock with one slash and pushed the door open. The main framework had long been built, and then the project had been abandoned. I stared up at the whole building, deep in thought. Han Jiangxue walked over. What is it? I'm thinking. Once my space is big enough, could we haul a house around with us? I stroked my chin. Buy? Drive during the day with the house loaded up, park it, and use the house for lodging at night. Most of the gear gets dumped inside as storage. Both girls froze on the spot, their eyes lighting up more the longer they thought about it. You can do that, Su Qing blurted out. So if we design the layout right, we could pull off a Russian nesting doll setup. Nesting dolls, layer wrapped inside layer, squeezing every bit of space. But my space was even more brutal than a nesting doll. With dolls you have to peel from the outside in, while I could reach straight into the innermost layer to grab or stash anything. That actually works. I clapped my hands. We'll do it once the space gets bigger. Su Qing nodded eagerly. Yes. The three of us headed inside. A thin layer of white mist blanketed the ground. Looked like it was the same everywhere in the world. As we walked, my eyes fixed on a spot ahead, and I raised a hand. Stop. Both girls froze instantly, not daring to move. Go around. I was being extra careful this time. I picked up a rock at my feet and tossed it at the spot. Plop. The stone dropped into the white mist and vanished. The two of them got it immediately. A pit. Yeah, a pit. I sighed. Nearly got taken out before we even started. Thank God my eyesight and sixth sense were both sharp enough to catch it in time. Construction sites always had foundation pits dug out, and once the white mist filled them in, they were invisible. Fall in, and you'd get a lungful for sure. Who knew how much you'd inhale after a scare like that, or what you'd turn into? That was terrifying. Su Qing was noticeably more obedient after that, sticking to me like glue wherever I went. Only relaxing once we were inside the building. Danger literally everywhere. Take a breather. I found a spot to sit down and dumped all the food and water from my space into a pile on the floor, letting them help themselves, like a camping trip. I could sweep it all back in one go later. The two of them grabbed some food and chatted while they ate. Su Qing pulled out her long-dead phone, pressed a few buttons, stared at it for a second, then put it away. Han Jiangxue couldn't help laughing. Still carrying that around? It's a brick now. Not entirely, Su Qing sighed. Once I can charge it, it can still be a flashlight, take pictures and videos, work as a calculator. Worst case, I play some offline games. Did you download any? Any what? Offline games. No. Then there you go. Who the hell downloads games in advance for the apocalypse? The satellite signals were all gone now. Even with a charge, you'd only get the basic functions. Su Qing flipped the black screen over helplessly and finally muttered, "Can't even read the books I've got on there anymore." Meanwhile, on my end, I looked like I was eating and resting, but I was actually busy dealing with system rewards. All my current missions were cleared out, leaving only the last permanent one, Goddess Squad. The other three had all converted into rewards. Let's use the reward from sweeping Jiang University first. That one had been the easiest, probably nothing great in it. Please select one of the following three rewards. Reward 1M. Type 249 light machine gun plus 10,000 rounds plus level 4 body armor plus level 4 helmet plus infrared night vision goggles. Reward 2. 100 tons of ultra-thin sanitary pads. Reward 3. 50 cubic meters of system space. The second one was an instant pass. The stock she'd swept from the convenience store yesterday was already enough to last the two of them for months. What the hell would she do with 100 tons? Burn it for firewood? The first, a full set of firearms. The gun was decent, but a single light machine gun wasn't going to be a game changer, and once those 10,000 rounds ran dry, she'd be stuck reloading forever. And that noise, forget downtown. Even out here, one burst would draw a whole horde of zombies. Completely unusable. Firearms only really pay off when you've got an organized military behind you. Pass. That left the last one, 50 cubic meters of space. I already had 50, so picking it again would double me to 100. Enough to squeeze in 2 more vehicles, stockpile more supplies. My plans down the road were going to need it. I'll take number 3. Reward distributed. System space expanded to 100 cubic meters. My consciousness dipped, and I instantly felt the space double. What had been cramped with a single car parked inside now had food and tools shoved off to one side with room to spare. Nice. The moment the space grew, that vague sense of dread gnawing at my chest vanished in a blink. Since when did I have this issue? I rubbed my chest, the born hoarder in me, apparently. I ate a little, took a swig of my drink, and moved on to the next draw. Use the range extender vehicle reward. Please select one of the following 3 rewards. Reward 1. Excalibur, top tier, 2070 supercar. Reward 2. Majesty, presidential limousine. Reward 3. Trailblazer, heavy engineering truck. The moment the 3 options popped up, a wave of grief hit me. Why couldn't I just take all 3? 3 holographic projections floating right in front of me, and one look was all it took. I loved every single one of them. So cool. All cars from the future. One at a time. Show me the specs on the first. Excalibur Supercar, 2070 1666 horsepower, 2-door 2-seater, crystalline infometal chassis. 0 to 60 in 1.6 seconds. Fully sealed body with a holographic transparent cockpit interior for near unobstructed visibility and the ultimate driving experience. Cool, no question. Made every modern supercar look like a joke. But useless in the apocalypse. No matter how fast it went, you still had to watch the road. A fully sealed body wouldn't hold up in a crash. It only seated 2, and the low chassis wouldn't survive a dirt road. Pass. Majesty Presidential Limousine, 2072, 1,249 horsepower, 4-door 7-seater, blast-resistant alloy steel plating, 5,640 kilograms. Can shrug off a .50 cal for a short while. Built-in oxygen recirculation and onboard medical equipment. Beastly, no doubt. Short of an RPG or high-yield explosives, regular bullets would tickle it at worst. But, again, apocalypse. No supercars, no armored turtles. I just want one big, beefy, tough-as-nails beast of a truck that I can't break no matter how hard I try. Pass. Pathblazer, engineering vehicle, 2069, hybrid gas-electric, 2-door 5-seater with cargo bay, 15,500 kilograms, military-civilian dual-use armored transport. This engineering behemoth packs an oversized hybrid engine and a supercapacity battery, capable of hauling a tank across any terrain. Drawbacks? I thought those were just speed bumps. I couldn't help laughing when I finished reading. Powerful, brutal, unstoppable, right up my alley. Military-civilian dual-use. In engineering mode, the cargo bay converts into a transport hold. It runs on electric for starts and uphill climbs, generates power on descents, and burns gas to top off when the battery runs low, an endless cycle. The electric motors kick like a mule. Even the empty 15-ton chassis fires up effortlessly. Massive torque. The front hood and windshield are fully bulletproof, and the whole body is built for impact. It could plow straight through a forest. Switch to military mode, and you get a bulletproof troop carrier bay. The flatbed can haul a tank on top and tow another one behind. I like this one. I made up my mind right then. For the apocalypse, this had to be it. And besides, I've always had a thing for big, beefy rides. Between a supercar and an SUV, I'd pick the SUV. Between an SUV and a truck, I'd take the truck. Between a truck and a tank, I'd go tank in a heartbeat. Big and hard, that's what I want. Option 3. Reward dispensed. Please select a real-world vehicle as the host body. System storage is ample. Please select modification options. I can customize it. I quickly scan through the details. Cargo bay, freight/troop transport/trailer hitch/living quarters. Front end, light/heavy/bulletproof/ramming wedge. Wheels, off-road tires/run flat tires/tank treads/heavy-duty tires. The options were endless. falling into four main categories: daily, engineering, military, and personal. Daily kept the trucks stripped down and light. Engineering and military were specialty builds. The personal use build was for corporate buyers who customized it to their needs. RV living, snowplowing, you name it. I stared at that mod screen more intently than I'd ever stared at any borderline NSFW video. Corporate personal use build. Cargo bay, bulletproof mobile living quarters with a fold-out double deck. Front end, snowplow tri-wedge ram. Windows, fully bulletproof. Tires, off-road heavy-duty, no treads, I want to cover long distances. Interior, full electrical setup, AC, charging ports, power outlets, the works. Body reinforced for impact. Color, matte obsidian black, no flashy patterns. Selections locked in, I nodded in satisfaction. With this baby, I can roam the whole country. Modifications complete. Please select a real-world vehicle as the host body. Just use Su Qing's car. Please check your system inventory. Inside the system space, Su Qing's car started morphing like a transformer, swelling in size. A few seconds later, the original car was gone. In its place stood a monstrous heavy-duty rig. Over 10 meters long, nearly the length of 3 sedans lined up. 2 to 3 meters tall, almost the height of a single-story building. Pitch black from head to tail, paired with that alien-looking tri. The front end of the corner car looked like a steel beast crouched on the ground, downright majestic. I could sense everything about it. Tire pressure, onboard systems, structural integrity, all normal. Only one thing was off. Warning, fuel below 1% of tank capacity. Battery critically low. Engine cannot generate power. Please refuel immediately. Su Qing had left about 2 bars of fuel in the old car, maybe 10 plus liters. Poured into this behemoth, it didn't even register 1%. The battery had originally been good for a few dozen kilometers. Now it was screaming for help. A gas-guzzling monster, I said. I didn't care. I wasn't afraid of it drinking fuel. I was afraid of it not delivering. Last draw, the one from slaying 1,000 zombies. Open it. Please select one of the following 3 rewards. 1. Divine Weapon Chest. 2. Force Lightsaber. 3. Esper Ability, Sword Control. I froze. If 1,000 kill milestone paid out like this, what the hell would 10,000 look like? Didn't dare imagine. Divine Weapon Chest. Contains 1,000 forged divine weapons. Cuts iron like mud. Once stirred up storms of blood across the martial world. A 5-foot-long case holding 10 weapons, each no weaker than the alloy broadsaber in my hand. And with special effects, too. Toss any one of them to Han Jiangxue, and she could throw that beat-up meow saber of hers in the trash. But the other 2 were way more tempting. Pass. Guess I'll have to make Jiangxue tough it out a bit longer. I sighed. When a fight breaks out, I'll just work harder, rack up more kills. Once I upgrade my own weapon, the broadsaber goes to her. Force Lightsaber, forged from a special energy crystal. Cleaves through nearly anything. Tanks and mechs are no problem. In skilled hands, it can even slice incoming projectiles out of the air. If I picked this, I could hand the broadsaber down to Han Jiangxue, and we'd both have divine tier weapons. Plus, this thing cuts through tanks, armored vehicles, planes, and artillery. But wasn't that basically a death wish? Sure, the lightsaber could slice them, but I'd still get blown into ketchup all the same. Bullets could be deflected. If my reflexes were fast enough, maybe I could even cleave a shell midair. Cleave a shell? The corner of my mouth twitched. Forget it. Reality isn't a video game. I couldn't gamble on that. Now let's see the last one. Why is it sword control? Sword control. Manipulate bladed weapons with mental energy, killing enemies at a distance in a single thought. Once enveloped in your spirit, the blade responds freely, greatly amplifying its lethality. The more energy you spend, the greater the blade's speed, force, and durability. Note: minimum mind stat of 80 required. Otherwise, coverage is incomplete and friendly fire risk is high. Basically, you wrap a blade in mental force and drive it like an extension of your arm. The blade itself only takes a sliver of energy. The real cost scales with mental strength. Want to fly on your sword? Carry a passenger on it? Depends on how much spirit you can pump out. The heavier the load, the more it drains. Hell, you could even use it to deliver takeout. Battery equals spirit, then, I muttered, glancing at the panel. Mind, 81. Just enough. And I had the light spirit, which could regenerate my mental energy on the fly, going with sword control. And it's regenerating my stamina at the same time, like charging my phone while I play on it. Endless endurance in the early game, and once the spirit matures, maybe I'll be able to use it forever at zero cost. I'll take number 3. Reward distributed. Knowledge of sword control flooded into my mind. How to wrap it, how to channel it, how to regulate my energy. A moment later, I opened my eyes, and I already knew how to do it. Meanwhile, back in the abandoned building, Han Jiangxue and Su Qing had only seen me finish eating and then sit there with my eyes closed, seemingly dozing. Now I'd suddenly opened them. Su Qing had been whispering to Han Jiangxue while facing me. When she saw I was awake, she kept sneaking glances even as she talked. I pulled a broadsword out of thin air and laid it flat across my lap. Su Qing, maintenance time? I extended 2 fingers and stroked from the hilt to the tip. The more Su Qing watched, the more baffled she looked. That didn't look like maintenance at all. Once I'd finished, feeling a little mentally drained, I pinched the bridge of my nose. After I'd recovered, I pressed my index and middle fingers together, curled the rest back, and formed a sword madra. Not strictly necessary, but easier to control as a beginner. Su Qing's eyes went wide, making hand signs. Are you about to call down the 5 thunders? Han Jiangxue sensed something was off and turned to look. At that exact moment, I moved my will and channeled my energy. The broadsword on my lap floated up on its own, hanging perfectly still in midair, not so much as a tremor. Han Jiangxue's pupils shrank. Su Qing's face just broke. I flicked my fingers to the right. Whoosh! Air ripped apart as the broadsword teleported to exactly where I'd pictured, spot on, leaving only an afterimage in between. So that's how it works. Easier than I'd thought. All I had to do was build a 3D map in my head, then tell it with my mind where to strike, how fast, and at what angle. That was it. I raised my hand, madra formed, and gave it a light wave in the air. The broadsword instantly went into a frenzy, darting left, thrusting right, flipping up and down, even pulling off cornering slashes no human hand could ever manage. The human body has limits, sword control doesn't. Every swing sliced the air with a sharp whoosh whoosh whoosh. The real deal, flashing blades in a whirlwind of steel. Time for the final test. I looked out toward the parking lot outside the building, where 30 or 40 zombies were milling around. I flicked my hand once. Whoosh. Both women's heads whipped around in sync, tracking the flying sword. In the blink of an eye, the broadsword shot into the parking lot, locked onto a zombie, and slashed past at an angle. A flash of cold light. The zombie crumpled instantly, its head rolling off to the side. The other zombies wandered over in confusion to take a look, completely oblivious to the fact that the flying sword was still hanging right there in the air. I flicked my fingers again, blade light like lightning, a steady chorus of thunk, thunk. Within seconds, more than a dozen zombies were on the ground, heads rolling everywhere. I nodded and sent the sword farther out to test its limits. 30 meters, 40, 50, it started to wobble. At 60, it swayed like a drunk. At 70, it drifted and pitched. At 80, it was like a plane with a snapped cable, sinking lower and lower. Come back. I raised my hand. With a flick of my hand, the sword flew smoothly back. 80 meters. Good enough. And it lined up almost exactly with my spirit stat. 1 meter per point of spirit? Later on, it'll be more than that. With 1,000 spirit points, there's got to be a multiplier. I caught the sword and stood up, catching my breath. Testing the limit had left me lightheaded. It was only after the light spirit healed me that I started to feel better. I turned to look at the 2 girls. Han Jiangxue's usual cool, aloof expression had gone blank, her eyes full of confusion. Su Qing's almond eyes were wide open, so shocked she couldn't speak. Then her face flushed red with excitement. Su Hao? No, god of my dreams. You've become a cultivator? Sword flying to slay demons. Even Han Jiangxue was looking at me with dazzled eyes now, like she was gazing at an immortal. It's just a superpower, I said offhandedly. Controlling melee weapons, flying the sword by will, it burns through my energy. Even now my head's spinning. Han Jiangxue's admiration deepened. Space was one superpower. Her weapon skills were already top tier, and now she could add sword flight to the list. Wasn't this exactly the kind of talent that stood at the peak of the pyramid? Other people didn't even have a single power. Amazing. Su Qing rushed over and threw her arms around mine. What superpowers might we awaken? When Han Jiangxue leaned in close to listen to. I shook my head. You'll both definitely awaken something, and it won't be weak. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken you in. But as for exactly when, or what you'll get, I don't know. Probably soon, though. The environment's changing dramatically now, and the human body is evolving day by day. Your powers will most likely relate to your own strengths. Han Jiangxue clenched her fist. These past few days, I've been recovering faster. My strength and stamina have both gone up, way more than before the apocalypse. As she said it, she tugged the leg of her shorts aside, exposing the marks left from my disciplining the other night. Bright red last night, deep pink this morning, and now just a faint blush. That kind of healing speed would have been unthinkable before the apocalypse. Even with ointment, it would have taken 3 days. Really? Su Qing panicked. She didn't feel anything like that in herself and immediately assumed her talent was lacking. Su Hao? I want to test too. Hurry, smack me a few times, and let's see how fast I heal. Me? Are you out of your mind? I rubbed my forehead. Han Jiangxue is a fighter. Her focus is combat, so her body's evolution is showing up strongly. That's her talent. Your logistics, your power is probably more of a support type. Your gift isn't bad, just train hard once it awakens. Su Qing visibly let out a sigh of relief. Beside her, Han Jiangxue shot me a look. Free spanking, don't waste it, make it a hard one. Su Qing hesitated, but then squirmed and coaxed. Come on, just try it. Maybe you can test out support types this way too. I laughed. You're really? One try won't hurt. Han Jiangxue pouted and lifted her chin. Make it a hard one. Fine. Su Qing was just about to smile. But before my last word had even faded, my hand shot up, cut through the air with a whoosh, and landed square on target. Crack. The sharp sound was like a firecracker going off in your ear. Even the zombies outside the building were drawn by it, turning their heads to look, but too far away to bother moving. Ow wow. Su Qing shoved off with both feet and launched herself several meters in one bound, hitting Olympic standing long jump territory. Mid-air, she clapped a hand over her mouth to muffle the yelp, terrified of drawing zombies. She landed and threw herself against Han Jiangxue, clinging tight while squirming from the pain. Han Jiangxue pressed down on her shoulders and watched her writhe, feeling a little sympathetic. After all, she'd been through it herself. Once the sting eased up, Su Qing tugged her pants halfway down for a look. A crisp-edged handprint was stamped there like a tattoo. She sucked in a breath through her teeth. You're way too rough. I shot a glance at Han Jiangxue and said to Su Qing, don't want you getting hooked on it. Han Jiangxue's cheeks flushed. She turned away and pretended not to hear. Inwardly, though, she was startled. He figured it out. Hell, he'd been putting it into practice, targeting exactly what she liked. She'd been strung out on it for a while now. So what about gas? Su Qing said, rubbing her rear. The car's almost out, won't get us far. Her car had turned into a gas-guzzling beast, an Everest, and a thirsty one at that. We collect fuel first. I pointed toward the huge parking lot across the way. That whole place is full of gas. You two find the fuel filler doors. As long as you can pop them or pry them open, I've got a way to siphon it into the storage space. Anything that won't open, I'll slice with my sword. Quest triggered. Scavenge gasoline. Collect 5,000 liters of fuel. Reward. 1 vehicle engine edition, infinite god-tier selection. 5,000 liters wasn't a light target. A compact car holds around 50 liters on a full tank, but most of these cars would only be half full at best. With average luck, we'd have to crack open 200 of them. There were several hundred vehicles in this lot. Plenty. What I really cared about was that engine upgrade. The engine is the heart of a car. Being able to upgrade, it would be a massive boost. Hope it rolls something good. I laid out a plan for the two of them. We spend the rest of today prying fuel tanks. Any car we could just drive off with. Take a rock and gouge the hood and trunk hard. Anything that won't pry, move on to the next. 2 days, 5,000 liters minimum. That's a bit over 200 cars. Whatever you can't crack, I'll cut open with the greatsword. As for tomorrow, we pry tanks in the cool morning hours. Once noon and afternoon heat up, we hit the shopping mall. Cooler in there. Got it. They both nodded. I pulled out the metal shelving rods I'd dismantled earlier from the storage space, handed one to each of them, and led them out of the building. We ran into zombies along the way. I drew the greatsword and gave a light flick. The blade shot off, wish, lopping heads clean off, then floated back to my side and trailed along, like a loyal spirit sword guarding its master. Both women stared at me with dazzled eyes. It was too much like something out of a Xianxia tale. At the parking lot, I first vaulted up onto an SUV to clear the area from high ground. There weren't many zombies here, just the ones we'd trapped yesterday, fewer than 50 total, front lot and back combined. Better to clean them out before we start on the gas. I pointed 2 fingers and swept them through the air. Wrapped in spiritual force, the alloy greatsword rocketed skyward like a missile, cold light. A flash. In the blink of an eye, I was on top of the zombies. All Su Qing and Han Jiangxue saw was a streak of afterimage. All they heard was the shrieking whistle of a blade cutting the air. I swept through the horde on my flying sword, and wherever the cold light passed, heads dropped one after another. 30+ zombies, a little over a minute, cleared. Han Jiangshue's eyes were full of worship. Su Qing sucked in a sharp breath. Way too fast. I knew exactly where I stood. From here on out, ordinary zombies simply wouldn't be a problem for me. Flying sword kills were dozens of times faster than swinging a blade by hand. Efficiency was the single most important thing in the apocalypse. Once the sweep was done, my alloy broadsword came whooshing back into my hand. I didn't stash it in my inventory space. I slung it across my back. I'd be needing it again soon. I hopped off the car, pulled out a steel bar, and pointed at the SUV under my feet to give the 2 of them a lesson. Watch closely. This is how you pry it open. I wedged the bar into the seam of the fuel cap cover, used the rim of the cap as the fulcrum, and yanked hard. Clank. The fuel cap snapped clean off and clattered against the car's shell. It's all about brute force. Mind where the hinge is. Don't spend forever prying in the wrong direction. Pry wrong, and you get your ass spanked hard tonight. Just like Su Qing. Han Jiangxue couldn't help snickering. Su Qing reflexively clapped her hands over her backside. It was still sore. Thank you very much. Get to work. The 2 of them jumped right in. Blue plates were gas cars. Those were fair game. Green plates were EVs. Skip them. Hybrids? Also skip. Not much gas, and they came with locks. One was a Kendo prodigy, the other a top student, and now here they were, playing gas thieves, and finding it weirdly thrilling. Before the apocalypse, this would have been a crime. Now no one cared. My end was easy. I twisted off the fuel cap, touched a finger to the opening, and the gas flowed straight into my system space. Quest, scavenge gasoline. 43/5000. This SUV had a good 40 liters, not bad. I nodded, satisfied. Keep at it. After we left, things weren't quiet back at Jiang University either. Song Zihao and Chun Jiu made their move that same day. They rallied everyone who wanted to build something bigger, set up a rationing system, and went out proactively to kill zombies, scavenge food, and rescue fellow students. At dawn, a group of guys wrapped themselves in makeshift gear, cardboard and duct tape, and hauled off every troublemaker who opposed the rationing and just wanted a free meal, kicking them out of the gymnasium building. The remaining food was laid out in the main hall for everyone to see, guaranteeing fairness, along with a pledge to actively clear zombies. Song Zihao laid it out for everyone. If you don't buy into this team, then go find your own food. From now on, whatever we bring back has nothing to do with you. The dozen-plus people being kicked out knew the score, dig in their heels, and they'd get jumped, a dozen against 30+. Even if they won, the food wasn't worth it. In the end, they took 3 days' rations and left. The ringleader threw out a parting threat. We'll see who lasts longer in the apocalypse. With this many of you, you think you can manage them all? You've got enough food. With that, he turned and walked off. Bottom line, they weren't looking to fight. They were just lazy, content to lie flat and mooch meals. Chun Jiu shook his head. We'll take it one step at a time. Song Zihao nodded. Better than not trying at all and just wasting food. At the same time, in a shopping mall parking lot beyond the 3rd ring road, the 2 women worked the perimeter, prying open fuel caps, while I moved car to car behind them, siphoning the gas. Whenever I hit a locked cap I couldn't crack, I just brought my saber down on it. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the hinge snapped, the cap hit the ground, and the fuel came out all the same. We pried from noon till dusk. After a few dozen cars, we'd pretty much cleaned the place out. 6 p.m., the light fading toward evening. Su Qing collapsed onto the lawn and flopped flat on her back. How much gas did we pull today? Mission, Scavenge gasoline. 1680/5000. Just about 1700 liters. That much. She started running the numbers in her head. At 750 a liter, that's over 12 grand. Split 3 ways, that's 4,000 plus a day, 120,000 a month. Han Jiangxue rolled her eyes. Nothing pays faster than stealing gas, huh? It's the end of the world. How is this stealing? Su Qing shot back. Nobody owns any of it anymore. Half the laws are already gone. Han Jiangxue thought it over and had to agree. At this point, worrying about that stuff was just asking to get yourself killed. Suddenly, Su Qing's eyes lit up. She pointed across the street. Jiangxue, look, a clothing store. Let's grab a few outfits. The two of them really were down to a single change of clothes. Han Jiangxue was about to nod when. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A thunderous blast. In the distance, a small mushroom cloud actually rose into the sky. A missile? A bomb. Su Qing clapped her hands over her ears, her voice failing her. Han Jiangxue shook her head. No sound of a plane. Can't be a missile. I lifted my wrist, opened the map on my watch, and dragged it toward the direction of the blast. One spot lined up. Chemical plant. It just blew up on its own, with no one there. Su Qing said, startled. No idea. I gave a bitter smile. But one thing was clear. This was the first spontaneous explosion, and it sure wouldn't be the last. Han Jiangxue's face darkened. We can't stay in a coastal city. The nuclear plants are all right on the water. I nodded. Nuclear plants, chemical plants, gas plants. No matter how high the safety rating, with that many zombies out there, who could guarantee nothing would go wrong? And what if an earthquake or tsunami hit on top of it all? Radiation plus zombies. God only knew what kind of monsters that would spit out. Better to leave sooner rather than later. We'll stay one more day, then move out, I said. Keep an eye out for hardware stores and electronic shops along the way. We need a radio, ideally a proper wireless transceiver. Su Qing looked puzzled. What's a transceiver good for? You've seen those old war movies, right? When there's no internet, radio's the only quick way to communicate. It runs on electromagnetic waves, and signals can be relayed. With one of those, we can pick up news from anywhere in the country, official broadcasts, private, human intel, local intel, all of it. Helps you dodge trouble early and gather information. Got it. The more cut off you are from the world, the more precious information becomes. Before nightfall, the chemical plant let out 2 or 3 more small explosions, sending flames roaring into the sky. The tens of thousands of zombies in the area surged toward the noise like pilgrims answering a call. Ridiculous. Lucky for us, they've got no brains right now, I said, staring at the zombie horde. Han Jiangxue came back after changing clothes and frowned at the zombies. They're getting faster. They're already keeping pace with a normal person's walk. Just a few days in, and the zombies had gone from shambling to walking at normal speed, doubling their pace. Yeah, I nodded. Let's just hope humans are evolving nicely too. That made both of their eyes light up, right? Instead of hoping the zombies stayed slow, better to hope humans awaken stronger. Su Qing suddenly thought of something. Before it got fully dark, she tugged her pants open, glanced down, and gasped. Su Hao, that handprint on you is almost gone. Han Jiangxue leaned in for a look. Sure enough. At noon it had been red, swollen, and bruised, and half a day later it was nearly faded. Something that would have been impossible before the apocalypse. Does this count as a talent? Su Qing asked, excited. Definitely. Recovering this fast, you're even quicker than Han Jiangxue. Her talent was almost certainly tied to recovery. Night fell completely. Su Qing scooted closer to us, then suddenly grabbed my arm. Su Hao, my car has an external power outlet. If we hook up a power strip, a lamp, and a kettle, we'll have light and instant noodles. I smacked my forehead right. I should pull out the car, fuel it up, run the AC, generate power, live the good life. Hang on, coming right up. I stood and warned them. Step back first, leave some open space. This car's not the same anymore. Not the same how? Su Qing looked completely confused. I cleared the area, raised my hand, and snapped my fingers. Asterisk snap, asterisk. The space in front of me rippled outward in waves. The next moment, the Titan Heavy Industries Trailblazer, a military-civilian dual-purpose armored transport vehicle, now retrofitted into an off-road variant, appeared right there in plain sight. Han Jiangxue's eyes slowly widened. Su Qing craned her neck up, mouth wide enough to fit an egg. Is that still my car? Technically, no. Not even remotely. Then where's my car? Consider it a sacrificial offering. So did I come out ahead or get ripped off? Are you kidding? Total steal. Over 30 feet long, nearly 10 feet tall, like a bungalow racing down the road. Each tire came up to Su Qing's chest, 2 in front, 4 in back. Han Jiangxue stepped up and knocked on the body. Asterisk thunk, thunk asterisk, a deep, solid metallic sound. It's bulletproof, she said with certainty. The words had barely left her mouth. Asterisk warning. This is a designated vehicle. Unauthorized personnel, stay clear. Asterisk. The car's body lit up in blue and red, and lasers projected a 2-meter warning ring onto the ground. Anyone who stepped closer got flashed with a red light. The 2 women quickly stepped back, and the ring shifted to a blue-green. Whoa, it's even got that kind of AI? Su Qing exclaimed. When the car had sounded its alarm earlier, my watch had buzzed too, the info piping straight into my head. I raised my hand toward the vehicle. Bind vehicle. Asterisk binding successful. Please assign a name to the onboard AI. Asterisk. Behemoth. Asterisk name registered. Asterisk. Add crew members. Han Jiangxue, Su Qing. Asterisk acknowledged. Asterisk. The onboard AI had no true consciousness, but its performance was off the charts, capable of full self-driving, and once linked to the watch, it doubled as a personal butler. Get in and take a look. You can charge your phones. I'll fuel it up. I walked over to the fuel port and gave it a tap. The cap popped open. Another touch on the filler neck, and 1,680 liters of fuel poured into the tank in an instant, draining my system space dry. How much did you put in? Su Qing asked. All done. Huh? All 1,700 liters went in. The tank holds 2,000. So how far can it go? Runs on fuel-generated electricity. Full tank, empty load, 4,000 kilometers. Su Qing sucked in a breath. That was over half of Route 318 in a single go. The range was insane. Hop in. With fueling done, the gauge read just over 80%. I'd track down the rest tomorrow. The cabin was absurdly spacious. The driver's seat was like a space capsule. The moment I sank in, it cradled my whole body, like being in zero gravity. Su Qing's eyes lit up the second she climbed aboard. Spotting an outlet, she plugged her phone right in. It's charging. Han Jiangxue followed suit. I settled in, adjusted the seat, and pressed the start button. The instrument lights came alive, and readouts projected straight onto the windshield. No dashboard at all. The engine let out a sci-fi asterisk vwee. Asterisk. Whoa, this is like something out of a movie. Feels like a military vehicle. It was a military vehicle. I swiped along the left window like it was a tablet and set the AC to 22 degrees. Whoosh. Cool air spread through the cabin. So good. Su Qing drew in a long breath. I'd forgotten air conditioning was even a thing. I pointed toward the rear compartment. The lower level over there can be turned into a lounge. I'll get a fridge and a mattress later. The upper level folds out. We can sleep on it at night. Fridges, TVs, mattresses, everyday things before the apocalypse, now the stuff of dreams. We're sleeping in the car tonight. Of course. It's a lot safer in here. Su Qing powered on her phone. There was no signal and nothing to really do, but she just wanted the nostalgia of it. Han Jiangxue took one glance and set hers aside, then rubbed my arm. Still practicing the sword tonight? I thought it over. Discipline wasn't something I could let slip, and the car had 360-degree floodlights. Yeah, let's head down. Okay. She beamed like a blooming flower and climbed out with me to train. The next day, I woke up in Behemoth's rear compartment and checked the time, already 9. Glancing down, I saw Su Qing and Han Jiangxue still asleep beside me, with the lights on all night. Small area illumination. I drilled Han Jiangxue for a good long while. Even though she kept getting knocked around on the defensive end, her strength was visibly climbing at a breakneck pace. Of course, part of the reason we could go at it that long was that her constitution was leagues beyond what it had been before the apocalypse, something she readily admitted herself. When I woke up, Han Jiangxue was just stirring too, propping herself up on one arm in a groggy daze. One look and I froze. Why was she naked? We hadn't gone another round after last night's training. She caught me staring, but instead of getting flustered, she just gave a soft smile, reached out to pull me into her arms, and the two of us tumbled back down together. Thump. The soft impact startled Su Qing awake on the other side, and she shot upright. She thought zombies were pounding on the car door, only to see the two of us gnawing on each other like a couple of zombies ourselves. She just sat there, dumbstruck. Hey, hey, hey. Su Qing burrowed right in between us and pried us apart, huffing indignantly. What's the big idea, showing off right in my face? Han Jiangxue wiped the corner of her mouth and shot her a sideways glance. It's not like I treat you as an outsider. That's your words, not mine. Feeling shortchanged, Su Qing pounced. Then I wanted to. Both of them turned to look at me in unison. I shook my head. Su Qing assumed I didn't want her. The tears burst the floodgates in an instant. Wah. She was just getting started. Hold on. I cut her off, snapped my fingers, and tossed her a toothbrush, toothpaste, and cup along with some water. Go brush your teeth. Morning breath. Han Jiangxue was completely floored. This was her first time going in for it in the morning. And how was she supposed to know she'd have bad breath? Eat something at night without brushing, and of course your mouth's going to be rank the next morning. Did she really think it'd still smell like roses after sitting in there all night? Puffed. Su Qing burst out laughing through her tears. Tears still streaked her cheeks, but the corners of her mouth wouldn't stay down for anything. Finally, she couldn't hold it in anymore and started cackling in the car. Good thing the cabin was soundproofed. Otherwise, that laugh would have drawn zombies from a mile around. The three of us brushed our teeth and washed up by the side of the road, with zombies staggering around in the distance. I just finished drying my face and was passing the towel to Han Jiangxue when Su Qing, done rinsing and spitting, bounded over, threw her arms around me, and planted a kiss right on my lips. When we broke apart, I pursed my lips and sighed. Mouthful of toothpaste. Ha ha. Su Qing was about to lose it again. Han Jiangxue lifted a leg to kick her. Outside the car was different from inside. Laughter drew zombies. Su Qing quickly clapped a hand over her mouth and jumped clear. Over breakfast, I gnawed on a snow cake and said, "Today let's hit the shops along the street first and grab an electric kettle." Han Jiangxue nodded. We were both craving instant noodles. You get sick of the stuff after a while, but the second you go without, you're craving it again, and in the apocalypse, cravings hit even harder. Su Qing suddenly tugged at her pants and peered inside, then let out a yelp. Su Hao, look. The handprints are completely gone. Thick skin. No way. It's just fast healing. After breakfast, I decided to sweep the storefronts along the street first, then go pry open some fuel tanks. We crossed at the traffic light to the other side, and a row of shops, bubble tea, restaurant, fruit stand, pharmacy, dental clinic, braised pork rice joint, barbershop. Su Qing looked them over one by one. Is the bubble tea shop worth searching? Yeah, for the tea bags and sugar. She nodded, then lit up. There's a pharmacy and a dental clinic. We should stock up on meds. A lot of dental instruments can double for general medical use in a pinch. Han Jiangxue nodded too. Grab the clippers from the barber shop while we're at it. We'll need to cut our hair eventually. I couldn't agree more. Without clippers, any haircut ends up looking like a dog chewed on it. Nobody could stand that. Let's move. We hit the nearest bubble tea shop first. There was only one employee zombie in the back kitchen. Han Jiangxue took it down with a casual swing. Su Qing opened the fridge. The pre-made bubble tea had gone moldy, but there was a whole basket of tea bags. There really are tea bags. We've got bubble tea now. She handed them to me. I also stashed away the sugar, the fridge, and the freezer, then led them out. We searched shop by shop, cutting down any zombies we ran into. From the restaurant we took rice, seasonings, and cookware. At the pharmacy we cleaned out every last medicine, health supplements included, leaving only a few packs of cold and fever meds on the front counter for anyone truly desperate enough to risk coming for them. I wasn't hurting for those few packs anyway. The fruit at the fruit stand was long spoiled. We only grabbed some apples. From the barber shop, we took every clipper and tool. That left only the dental clinic. It was a chain clinic. The second floor was a big open ward with more than a dozen zombies. Dentists, nurses, patients, all of them. I cut down the two nearest ones offhand, then flicked my wrist. The great broadsword shot out, cleared the room in 10-odd seconds, and flew back into my hand. See what's worth hauling out. Only Su Qing knew this equipment. The storage room turned up plenty. Anesthetics, extraction tools, scalpels, forceps, grinders, and x-ray machine. I swept it all up without a second thought. Useless now, sure, but we couldn't do without it later. Who knew how long before this kind of equipment would be manufactured again? What's next? Su Qing asked, prying open gas tanks. Back near the mall, Su Qing suddenly hugged my arm and pitched an idea. How about we let Behemoth out first, plug in the fridges we grabbed, and chill some Coke? Please. Han Jiangxue and I both perked up. She was already licking her lips. You really know how to live. Keep the suggestions coming. So I brought Behemoth out from the space, plugged in the fridges, and packed them full of drinks. Back to work. Same drill as before. The two girls pried open gas tanks while I foraged behind them. We kept at it for more than 3 hours straight. By 1 in the afternoon, the sun was blazing, so I finally herded everyone back to the vehicle. Turn on the AC, I said to my watch. The second she heard the AC kick on, Su Qing bolted for Behemoth, scrambled into the cabin, and let out a long sigh. So good. June had cooled off some, but working for hours in near 90-degree heat was still brutal. The three of us cracked open ice-cold Cokes. I gave one a twist, asterisk pissed asterisk. PSSSHHHD. The hiss of carbonation sounded like a hymn from heaven in the apocalypse. One swig killed a third of the can. So much better than yesterday's room temp stuff. Su Qing raved. Han Jiangxue nodded. Cold is better. Obviously. Coke was the kind of thing. Chilled it was ambrosia, warm it was horse piss. Rest for an hour, then we hit the mall this afternoon. Lying back, I glanced at my quest. Scavenge gasoline. 2740/5000. Still a ways to go. I started sizing up what to grab from the mall, counting on my fingers as I said to the two of them, when we head over, think about what to prioritize. Su Qing sat right up and leaned in. Food, after all these days. Which stuff's still good and which has gone bad again? Han Jiangxue took a deep breath and pushed her back. Anything food-related, we take. Grab multiples of the electronics in case they break. What we really need to think about is which of the other miscellaneous supplies to bring. Oh right, I forgot. Su Qing said, snapping out of it. It was the end of the world. No picking and choosing with food. Oil, salt, seasonings, pots and pans, all of it. The real decisions were about the bulky, less practical stuff. Not whether to take it, but what came first. Of course I wanted it all, but the system inventory wouldn't allow it. 100 cubic meters couldn't fit the whole mall, and I still had to save room for the Behemoth. That monster ate up more than half my space the moment I stored it. Right then, quest triggered. Sweep them all. Objective. While others fight tooth and nail to survive, you're stuck agonizing over what to keep. Sweep the mall's interior to receive tiered rewards. Sweep the first floor, 50 cubic meters of space. Sweep floors 1 and 2 combined, 100 cubic meters. Sweep floors 1, 2, and 3 combined, 150 cubic meters. My eyes lit up. Clear the whole mall, and I'd rake in 300 cubic meters total. Plus my current 100, that made 400, roughly the size of 2 classrooms. This quest is a must-do. 2 p.m. I took the lead in my general's heavy armor, greatsword in hand, Han Jiangxue behind me with her Miao saber, Su Qing bringing up the rear. We slipped in through the mall's back entrance. Inside, everything was dim and gray, the corners pitch black and eerie. Su Qing whispered fearfully, "It's so dark in here." The unbroken shuffle of footsteps made her tense. She clutched at me. "Maybe we should forget it. There's got to be at least a few thousand zombies in here. It's too dangerous." And this was just a 3-story neighborhood mall. If it had been one of those 5 or 8-story giants with tens of thousands inside, the thought alone would have been enough to break you. Han Jiangxue watched me in silence. Both of them were following my lead. A few thousand zombies. How long would that take to hack through? I glanced at the reward, then weighed my own capabilities. Let's do it. I waved a hand decisively. Just watch me. If we can't finish today, there's always tomorrow. This mall's getting cleared, no matter what. 300 cubic meters. Once we're done with the space, it quadruples in size instantly. We'd be crazy not to go all out. Hearing my tone, Han Jiangxue's lips curled into a manic little smirk. She could already picture the bloodbath coming over the next few days, and that was exactly her kind of fun. Su Qing glanced at me, then at Han Jiangxue's expression, and nodded. "Okay, I can't help with the fighting, but once you're done, I'll give you and Jiangxue a massage." The moment we stepped onto the first floor, we saw zombie hordes packed into the shops, the corridors, the stairwells, everywhere. A few were still trapped in those novelty seatbelt gadgets, thrashing around. After all these days, they'd only managed to loosen the straps. The instant I walked in with heavy footfalls, the horde reacted. This batch might be evolving faster. They clocked us right away and came charging. Stay behind me. Got it. Han Jiangxue had also confirmed they'd evolved. Their reactions were way sharper than before. Without another word, I flung out the broadsword. Go. The flying sword shot into the horde in an instant. Free from the limits of human arms, it could swing any way it pleased, a meat grinder on a rampage. I poured out mental energy in torrents, driving the broadsword to its absolute peak. 1 minute, 45 kills. 5 minutes, 360. 15 minutes, 1200. The pace kept slowing down. Before long, every zombie visible along the main aisle was down. Only the ones tucked inside the shops, out of sight, remained. By then my head was starting to swim. I'd burned through too much mental energy. Come back. I hooked a finger, and the broadsword flew home. Han Jiangxue was clearing out the stores. Each shop only held a handful to a dozen or so, and she'd barely felled 30 by now. Su Qing had watched the whole time, stunned. I'd slaughtered an entire floor in about the span of a burning incense stick, more than she could even count. Noticing my furrowed brow, she quickly stepped in to steady me. You okay? The bloodlust in Han Jiangxue's eyes vanished in an instant, and she hurried back too. I'm fine, just overused my power. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Su Qing massaged my temples for me. It didn't restore my mental energy, but it eased the discomfort. Inside me, the light spirit was also working fast to recover my condition. The little thing usually spent most of its time asleep, quietly soaking up my aura. I checked the kill quest. Zombie Slayer of 10,000. 2.2k per 10k. 1/5 of the way there in a single go. Time to keep at it. Once I'd rested enough that my head cleared, I put on my helmet. Let's go. We'll finish off the small fry on the first floor, then head up to the second. I did the killing by hand this time, letting my mental energy recover on its own. By 4 in the afternoon, not a single zombie was left on the first floor. Quest complete. Sweep the mall, Phase 1. Reward, 50 cubic meters of space. My space went from 100 to 150. Su Hao, look. Su Qing pointed at a row of phone stores. Me, Huawei, Apple, Vivo, let's take them all. Electronics took up very little space and offered incredible value. Even if you just used them as calculators, the processing power of a phone was still unbeatable. Plus it had a local AI. All right, all cleared out. Ha ha, we're rich. Foldables, big screens, watches, tablets, laptops, earbuds, we got it all. Su Qing hummed a tune as she happily stuffed her haul away. Before the apocalypse, this was called robbery, free food, and lodging in a cell. After the apocalypse, though, what did it even count as? For people without electricity, this stuff was just a brick, not even worth a pack of instant noodles. But for us, even with the internet down, the basic functions were still plenty useful. The three of us swept through every connected phone store, Huawei, Apple, Vivo, Samsung, Xiaomi, cleaning them out down to the stockrooms. Han Jiangxue handed over a box of phones, earbuds, and tablets, and with a wave of my hand, I swept them all into my space. This stuff took up basically no room in there. Su Hao, it's all ours now. This feels so good. Su Qing was digging through the shelves gleefully. I turned my head, sighed, and tapped my helmet. That one's a display model, doesn't work. Huh. She weighed it in her hand. Oh right, didn't notice. Still, she was practically buzzing with excitement, and even Han Jiangxue was smiling as she gathered stuff up. Things you couldn't do before the apocalypse, you could do freely after. That kind of thrill would push people with weaker mindsets to keep crossing lines, one after another, and it made bad people go bad even faster. I wasn't exactly a good guy or a bad guy, just an ordinary man with a bit of a wandering eye. Next we hit the Xiaomi store. The moment Su Qing walked in, her eyes went wide. I forgot, Xiaomi stores are packed with home appliances. You're right. I glanced around, robot vacuums, washer-dryer combos, refrigerators, hoverboards, rice cookers, electric kettles, routers, hair dryers, speakers, TVs, electric shavers, mattresses, microwaves, pretty much every household item you could think of. After clearing out this Mi Home store, aside from actual food, we had almost all the daily essentials covered. From now on, anytime we spot a Mi Home store on the road, we stop and clear it out. No exceptions. Yes. Su Qing nodded emphatically. With stockpiles this big, we could just replace anything that broke. Let's start moving. The two girls grabbed the small items while I handled the heavy stuff. In under half an hour, even the stockroom was picked clean. Han Jiangxue dug up another box from behind the checkout counter. Take a look at these. Walkie-talkies. I skimmed the instructions. With a network signal, up to 5,000 kilometers of range. Wireless mode, 5 kilometers standard, 10 kilometers max. Not bad. At least wireless still hits 5 clicks. Better than nothing. If we ever had to split up temporarily, being able to communicate beat being cut off any day. Passing info was crucial. In no time, every product in the Mi Home store had been swept clean. I ran the tallied inventory through my head. 600 phones, ranging from 1,500 to 10,000 yuan. 500 pairs of earbuds, mostly wireless. Over 200 tablets, plus a whole pile of laptops and other electronics. The biggest haul was from Mi Home. Full sets of fridges, TVs, furniture, even mattresses. I waved a hand grandly. Let's move. First floor. There's still plenty left. Keep clearing it out. Su Qing asked curiously. Where's the supermarket? Han Jiangxue shook her head. Check the map. I raised my wrist and flipped through my watch. This little mall didn't have a basement, and the supermarket was up on the 3rd floor. No way we'd get to it today. Let's finish the first floor first, Su Qing said. The first floor was packed with shops, clothing, jewelry, shoes, watches, like popping open a bunch of blind boxes. Su Qing hauled stuff around in high spirits, whooping the whole time. Whoa, new clothes, new shoes, designer watches, Qingxiu lingerie. Jiangxue, get over here. A jewelry store. Su Hao, grab the gold. From the first floor alone, the two girls scored several summer outfits each, shorts, tees, crop tops, cardigans, plus a few boxes of stockings. Su Qing even changed clothes right in front of me. I shook my head. Grab a few regular watches, that's it. We've got power, we don't need timepieces. But take the gold watches. Gold Rolexes, gemstone ones, all of it. The value in a gold watch was the gold itself. After the apocalypse, gold, food, bullets, and medicine could all become hard currency. It just depended on supply, demand, and consensus. I parked the behemoth at the mall entrance, and we cleaned out the entire first floor. Not a single item left in the electronics stores or the jewelry shop. For clothing, we only picked the best-looking pieces, windbreakers, athletic wear, running shoes, complete camping sets, all packed up. Regular clothes took up too much space, so we skipped them. We also went through the cosmetics and luxury goods. The stuff from the fast food joints had gone bad long ago. Only packaged food was worth keeping. By 4:30 in the afternoon, we'd spent 2.5 hours just sweeping the first floor. Inside the behemoth's cargo hold, I set up the fridge and shelving, bolted everything down, and left out a few power strips for charging. Take a break, I said, plopping down in the cargo bay with a Coke. Su Qing paired her phone with a Bluetooth speaker and put on some music. Han Jiangxue looked curious. You downloaded songs ahead of time? With no internet, there was no streaming. Su Qing sighed. Just what was cached. I don't even dare clear my phone's junk files anymore. I thought about it. If we get the chance, we should track down some IT people and set up a local network. Then I shook my head. There were too few of us. It wouldn't matter. Han Jiangxue nodded in agreement. At 5, the sun started sinking. I glanced at the gasoline scavenging task and took a deep breath as I stood up. Working seriously after the apocalypse was way more exhausting than any office job. Where are you going? Su Qing asked. Back to work. I drew my broadsword. With this much gasoline around, we've got to bag at least 5,000 liters before we leave. Working the mall after dark is a pain, but prying open fuel tanks, now's the perfect time. The two girls exchanged a glance, put their things down. Let's go. I'm coming too. They were honestly wiped out, hauling stuff through the streets all morning, sweeping the mall all afternoon. Even with apocalyptic enhancement, their stamina didn't recover as fast as mine. But on a team, you can't have some people working while others just watch. The whole afternoon, we pried open car after car, working straight through until past 10 at night, when the sky had gone pitch black. I squeezed out the last drop from the fuel nozzle, and the gasoline flowed straight into my space. Quest complete. Scavenge gasoline. Quest reward. Car engine edition. Infinite God tier selection. All right, everyone take a break. Back in the RV, Su Qing collapsed onto the new mattress, groaning from exhaustion. I'm dying. Even running experiments all day isn't this brutal. She chugged her Coke, gulp after gulp. Han Jiangxue wiped the sweat off her forehead and chest. I took a long swig of iced tea myself. Tonight we got lucky. Most of the cars we pried open had tanks over half full, and 20-something were completely topped off. Plus we'd gotten the hang of it, so we knocked out the quest in no time. We've got to stockpile more up front. No way around it. I wiped my sweat. Would be nice if we could take over a gas station eventually. Prying cars open one by one was too slow. Su Qing had recovered a bit. Can we shower? I want instant noodles tonight. I shook my head, then nodded. Showers are wet towel wipe downs only. But eat all the noodles you want. Yes. That evening, Su Qing boiled water for the noodles while I pulled out a basin, some towels, and 20 bottles of mineral water. Han Jiangxue started to unscrew them one at a time to pour them out, but I told her not to bother. I dumped all 20 bottles upright into the basin, then swept my big blade across in one horizontal slash. WHMMP, 20 bottles sliced clean through the middle, water gushing down into the basin. Han Jiangxue froze for a second, then couldn't help but laugh. What's so funny? It just looked fun. The two of us dipped towels and started wiping down, we'd sweated buckets. Han Jiangxue just stripped off her clothes right there and wiped down in front of me. Su Qing's eyes went wide. Asterisk ahem. Ahem. Asterisk. Han Jiangxue glanced at her and ignored it. And next thing you know, Su Qing was doing the same. Naturally, I got quite an eyeful, and there was no hiding it. Hurry up and eat your noodles. Thanks to the convenience store's stock, the instant noodles had eggs, sausage, and bamboo shoots. All three of us dug in like it was the best meal of our lives. Su Qing slurped a mouthful. These noodles are incredible. I nodded hard. In the apocalypse, instant noodles are basically fine dining. The sky was unusually bright tonight. Moonlight spilled across the ground, and the stars shone one brighter than the next, like the world was draped in black gauze, yet you could still see through it crystal clear. After dinner, we crawled into the RV. The cabin door was left open, and the AC hummed away. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue fell fast asleep in no time. One curled against my chest, the other tucked against my waist. Both girls were dead exhausted, going nonstop from dawn to dusk, yet not one complaint out of either of them. I counted myself lucky to have the system's goddess scan ability. It filtered out anyone unfit right off the bat. Asterisk, good thing I can see hidden info. Otherwise, I'd end up recruiting a bunch of two-faced backstabbers and have to put them down later. Asterisk, I pulled up their stat panels. Han Jiangxue, Strength 75, Constitution 71, Spirit 71. Su Qing, Strength 64, Constitution 69, Spirit 76. Han Jiangxue was clearly the warrior type. Su Qing's role would depend on what ability she awakened. Speaking of which, it had been a whole week already and still no awakenings. What the hell were they waiting for? And what would I end up awakening? I'd already made a contract with the light spirit. And then there's the sword-riding ability. No telling what that might do either. Lost in thought, I didn't notice midnight had come. The second the clock struck 12, the star-studded sky was suddenly smothered by black clouds, dark enough to send a chill down your spine. I flipped on the searchlight right away and saw the white mist blanketing the ground surging upward, pouring into the sky. The mist rushed into the black clouds, and in an instant, crash, rain the size of soybeans came hammering down. I took one look. The raindrops were black. Shut the door. My first instinct was to slam the cabin door, climb up front, and drive the truck somewhere sheltered. This rain was way too weird. No telling what it did. Better take cover first. But before my hand even finished moving, a prompt sounded in my head. Task triggered. Bathe in the ability rain. Task description. The first batch of white mist has accumulated enough to surge skyward, then rain down worldwide as a downpour, evaporating into nature to evolve all things. Bathing in the ability rain is the best method of absorption, but the danger is immense. Those with an ability aptitude below 80 must not touch it. Those below 70 will suffer corrosion on contact. Alternatively, one may wait for it to evaporate and merge with the atmosphere for natural absorption, but this is extremely slow. Task reward. Ability Evolution Edition Divine Tier Triple Choice. Now I got it. This black rain was the ability rain. The white mist absorbed and sent back down across the globe to force evolution. And it was ruthless. not enough aptitude, and you couldn't even lay a finger on it. If it weren't for the task prompt, I'd have missed it for sure, and who knew how long it would take humanity to figure this out on their own. A once-in-a-lifetime chance, I said, reaching out to catch some of the black rain. Now that's a nice bonus. Everyone else had to gamble on random aptitude to awaken. I had a system that let me pick one of three. The downpour was so heavy it pounded the ground with a steady slap, 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 waking both women. What's going on? Han Jiangxue shot up, her hand already on her meow saber. Su Qing was so groggy, she could barely open her eyes. I waved a hand. Get out here and stand in the rain. You can awaken abilities. Both their aptitudes were in the 90s, so absorbing it carried zero risk. This was the perk of only rolling with goddesses. Ability Rain. Su Qing was instantly wide awake. She scrambled up and asked, "Do we just stand in it? Are we supposed to drink it?" "No need to drink it. Just soak in it for a while like a shower." "Got it." The three of us jumped down from the truck and charged into the storm, soaked through in seconds. I grabbed a handful of my hair. Under the searchlight, it was dripping with black water. That's pretty nasty. The two women glanced at each other, saw the black streaks all over themselves, and couldn't take it anymore. They just stripped off their outer clothes and stood there in their underwear. I peeled off my shirt too. The instant we started bathing in it, the system chimed. Task complete. Bathe in the ability rain. I focused my thoughts. Use it. Ability Evolution Edition reward activated. Please choose one of the following 3 rewards. Reward 1, Gene Seed. Reward 2, Adaptive Skin. Reward 3, Telekinesis. I turned my head and quickly scanned the descriptions. Gene Seed. A seed is born within your body, capable of, from what you eat. Extract gene fragments from creatures for specialized evolution. Eat frogs to evolve your tongue and legs. Eat mantises to grow bone blades. Eat tigers and lions to evolve your teeth. Primitive evolution, huh? I was a little disappointed. The cost was drastic changes to genes and appearance. If I ended up looking less human than a banana, that'd be a joke. I wasn't willing to gamble. Adaptive Skin. Your skin can evolve scale armor, resisting physical attacks, flame, cold, radiation, and toxins. However, once the scale armor evolves, it cannot retract and will continuously grow and shed. I took one look at what those scales looked like. Way too ugly. Couldn't retract them, and they'd keep growing and falling off. I wouldn't look like a dragonkin. I'd look like a monster, some neither fish nor fowl freak. Nope. Rejected on grounds of ugliness. Psychokinesis massively enhances the mind, compressing mental energy to its absolute limit and condensing it in the brain into a spiritual core, invisible, intangible, only felt, granting you ever-changing psychokinetic power. Extraordinarily high developmental potential. How far you take it depends entirely on your own research. Psychokinesis is one of the greatest mental type abilities of all. I stared at this one, deep in thought. Kind of like the Force, kind of like magic, super creative. A flood of possibilities immediately sprang to mind. It was like a devil fruit. You had to dig deep. At the start, maybe I could only move objects, but the potential was sky high. Compared to the first two, psychokinesis was way better. I didn't hesitate for even a second. I choose the third. Reward dispatched. Please empty your mind, meditate, and feel the psychokinesis. I sat cross-legged on the ground, letting the torrential rain pour down on me. My mind went completely blank, as if staring into an empty universe, focused only on that stretch of nothingness. The next moment, a vortex like a stream of airflow suddenly emerged in my consciousness. The current went from sparse to dense, slowly gathering and rotating, and even as it spun, it was compressing at a furious pace. I sat there cross-legged, letting the current swirl and condense inside me, smaller and smaller, until it finally coalesced into something like a crystal core. It had no physical form. It was purely a symbol. At that very moment, my spirit stat began skyrocketing. Spirit, 8189. Spirit, 89149. In just a few minutes, it had shot up by over 60 points, nearly doubled. In one fell swoop, it had become the highest stat on my panel, leaving even strength far behind. I opened my eyes. Han Jiangxue and Su Qing were both staring at me. Su Qing, drenched by the downpour, swept her hair back and leaned in curiously. "Did you awaken another ability?" Han Jiangxue stepped closer too. The rain was too loud, so she pressed close to my ear and shouted, Su Hao. I can feel my strength and stamina climbing. There's some strange power surging through my body too. Su Qing closed her eyes to sense it, then snapped them open. I feel it too. I already had a good idea of what was going on. Over the past few days, everyone had been quietly adapting to the apocalypse, evolving in silence. It wasn't until today, when enough white mist had accumulated, that the rain finally began to fall. After this ability-infused downpour, humanity had finally taken its first step forward. Once tomorrow's sun rose and the ability rain evaporated into the atmosphere, the whole world would start evolving. Which means, I'm used for a moment, zombies, animals, even plants, are all going to evolve after tonight too. The moment I said it, both women's smiles froze on their faces. Zombies already outnumbered humans as it was. Throw evolved animals and plants into the mix, and from here on out survival was going to be a razor's edge gamble. Seeing how grim they looked, I just shook my head and laughed. What are you afraid of? Kill our way through and keep on living. Don't you trust yourselves? Han Jiangshue's long, narrow eyes glinted cold as steel, and she gave a firm nod. Killing works. Su Qing had no objections. In her eyes, my talent was terrifying. I'd awakened multiple abilities before anyone else had even manifested one. Sticking close to me was the safest bet. Speaking of abilities, Su Qing suddenly remembered. Did you awaken a new one this time? Han Jiangxue looked at me curiously too. I didn't say much, just held out both hands and made a pulling motion through empty air toward them. The next instant, both women cried out as an invisible force yanked them clean off the ground and sent them tumbling straight into my arms, one on each side. Whoa! Su Qing's face lit up with delight. This isn't just sword flying. This is telekinesis, right? Telekinesis wasn't hard to guess, but even guessing it right didn't mean you could defend against it. Han Jiangshue's expression stayed calm, but her eyes were filled with awe. There's no guarding against telekinesis. It has a lot of uses. Right. Su Qing nodded vigorously. In pre-apocalypse movies, telekinesis could even let you fly. Not bad, I nodded. Actually, I already had several development paths for telekinesis mapped out in my head. It was just a matter of taking it one step at a time. For now, the simplest applications were the basics: pulling, wrapping, moving things around. The rain poured down in torrents, so heavy you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The three of us just sat there on the lawn, letting it soak us through. Su Qing asked, about how long do we have to sit out here? Until we can't take it anymore. Sleep when you get tired. Su Qing glanced back and saw Han Jiangxue mimicking me, legs crossed, eyes closed, like she was meditating. What are you doing? Feeling the power. Does it help? Yes. Then I'll try too. Both of them sat cross-legged like me and began quietly meditating, feeling out the power inside them. 5 minutes passed, then half an hour, then a full hour. The dark clouds overhead began to break apart, and in less than 3 minutes, moonlight came streaming back down and lit up everything around us. That cleared up fast. I opened my eyes to look at the sky, then froze. Something had changed in Han Jiangxue and Su Qing. A cold, layered light was rippling across Han Jiangxue's skin. Not the chill of ice, but the chill of light itself, sharp enough to cleave through anything. Su Qing was giving off a soft green glow, shimmering like flowing jade, or a sky full of fireflies, brimming with life. You both feel. They're waking up. I sat up for a closer look. The two of them opened their eyes almost at the same time. Su Qing sprang up with a cheer. It worked. I awakened. Han Jiangxue nodded as well. Awakened. What ability? Su Qing raised her hand, an orb of jade green light swirling in her palm. Light of healing. It can restore a lot of things, even mental energy, I think. Han Jiangxue drew her Miao saber and gave it a light squeeze. Instantly the blade was wreathed in light and shadow, gleaming like a lightsaber. I can't quite put it into words. It's like I've become a swordsman. I have all kinds of blade abilities. This is just one of them. The rain stopped and dawn broke. We returned to the train car and talked till the middle of the night before we had a clear picture of each of our abilities. Su Qing was basically a support. The jade green glow inside her could heal, and she didn't even have to actively use it. Her own stamina, energy, and injuries all recovered much faster on their own, essentially turning her into a holy body of healing. At the same time, she could heal others, and even without healing wounds, she could serve as a battlefield buff. A pure healer, huh? I remarked. No wonder you recovered so fast. With a power bank this strong, just use it well. But Su Qing shook her head. It feels like there are combat-oriented abilities too. I just don't know how to use them yet, but I can sense them. That got me thinking. After a moment, I understood. So what you're saying is, you two can both feel your future abilities, you just haven't developed them yet. Exactly, they nodded in unison. Interesting. I rubbed my chin. That's a lot like classes. It seemed everyone who awakened came with a class template, one they could feel for themselves. The ceilings varied, but the starting point was the same. But what about me? My abilities were absurdly numerous. What template did that make? Grandmaster of all schools? Master of all classes? Battle mage? I felt like I qualified for all of them, except support. No, wait, with the light spirit, I could even pull off half a healer role. Looked like I'd be putting in more work from here on. I turned to Han Jiangxue. Tell me about yours. A few minutes later, both Su Qing and I had the picture. Han Jiangxue was a warrior, leaning toward light armor and an agility build. The glowing blade was one of her basic abilities. It could buff weapons, boost them significantly, and add special effects. Beyond that came a variety of blade techniques, basically all combat-oriented. In a word, she was a swordsman. Not bad, I smiled. Our team's pretty well-rounded, warrior, support, and all-rounder, all covered. Su Qing giggled. She was gorgeous, but somehow she looked kind of goofy. The corners of Han Jiangxue's mouth lifted too. She was clearly pleased with her ability. Inside the train car, Su Qing played with her glowing orb, tossing it from hand to hand. She quickly discovered that as long as she channeled enough energy into it, the light could shoot out like a laser or a flashlight beam. Wherever it landed, it carried a healing effect too. It just didn't do any damage. But that was fine, since she could deliver it at range. Down the line, she might even learn ranged attacks. Han Jiangxue gripped her Miao Dao, licked her lips, and her eyes betrayed a look of starving for a fight. I glanced at her. Our eyes met, and hers were burning with the urge to try out her new ability. I hummed through my nose. She nodded emphatically. The two of us stood up and headed for the door. Su Qing froze. What's with you two? Where are you going? To fight. Sparring. Su Qing was speechless. All that cryptic exchange, and it turned out they'd just wordlessly agreed to go beat each other up. She scurried over to the doorway of the train car and sat on the edge to watch the show. The night was bright enough that we didn't need the beast's light. Han Jiangxue and I each took up a wooden stick and squared off in fencing stances. I noticed her stick was still its natural color. She hadn't used her ability yet. I lifted my chin. Use your enchantment. What if the stick breaks? If it breaks, we'll switch to steel rods. The whole point is to test your ability. Han Jiangxue swept her hand along the stick, and its shaft immediately gave off a milky white glow, almost surreal to look at. Come on. I let her make the first move. Same technique as always, a stepping thrust. Fastest, shortest, most reliable. If it didn't land, it was purely because the gap in skill between us was too wide. In my eyes, what should have been a lightning-fast thrust suddenly slowed down, as if in slow motion. Its actual speed hadn't changed, but to my hyperdynamic vision and razor-sharp reflexes, it was slower than a bullet, laughably slow. I raised my stick and swatted. Crack! My stick snapped. I froze. So did she. My ordinary wooden stick had shattered on first contact. She tried to pull her strike, but I was faster. I opened my hand, tossed the broken stub aside, and pulled the steel rod I'd used to pry open the fuel tank out of my storage space. Then I lunged right back in. Clang! The sound of metal on metal rang out. Han Jiangxue stopped, staring in astonishment, first at her milky white wooden stick, then at the steel rod in my hand. Over at the doorway, Su Qing's mouth fell open. In that split second, the opening thrust, the counter, the collision, the weapon switch, the second collision, the pullback. She hadn't caught any of it. All she saw was my stick breaking at the end, and then Han Jiangxue's glowing stick actually ringing off a steel rod like it was nothing. What kind of enchantment is that? Su Qing gasped. A wooden stick going toe-to-toe with a steel rod? Slap that on a blade, and it'd be unstoppable. Han Jiangxue was stunned too. She'd known the ability had that effect, but hadn't expected it to be this strong. Her stick had just been upgraded to epic tier. She looked at me. I broke into a grin, thoroughly intrigued now. See? That's what we came out here to find out. Keep going. I'm going to put you through the ringer tonight. She bit down lightly on her pearly teeth, gripped her stick tighter, drew a deep breath, cheeks flushed but eager. Please, don't hold back. What followed was a whirlwind of clashing weapons, too fast for any ordinary person to follow. Just a non-stop clack-clack-clang filling the air. Su Qing's mouth just kept dropping open wider and wider. Han Jiangxue went all out, leaping, lunging, ducking, stretching, her movements wildly exaggerated just to barely graze me. Meanwhile, I hardly moved at all, just shifting a couple of steps to completely shut down every angle of her attack. This is ridiculous, Su Qing said, eyes wide. People can actually fight like they're in a wuxia movie? And I hadn't even used most of my abilities yet. A few minutes later, clang, the last strike rang out and glanced away. Han Jiangxue staggered back several steps, leaning on her wooden staff and panting, her chest heaving. I stood the steel bar upright and inspected it. The sides were pocked with half-moon-shaped dents from the impacts. If I said a steel rod had done this, sure, people would buy it. But a wooden stick? Before the apocalypse, who would have believed that? Nice ability, I said approvingly. From now on, I wouldn't even have to worry about blade maintenance. Just swap in a better sword. Han Jiangxue caught her breath and let out a long sigh. You're just too strong. Every one of my attacks feels painfully slow, and you shut them all down. Your attacks? All I can do is watch. I can't react at all. Naturally. One look at my current stat panel, and it all made sense. Name, Su Hao. Age, 19. Attributes, Strength 92, Constitution 86, Spirit 149. Adult average 60, maximum 100. Rewards, Melee weapons LV.10, Super Dynamic Vision, Summon, Light Spirit, Enhanced Reflexes, Sword Control, Telekinesis. Inventory, Alloy Broadsword, Alloy Armor, Full Range Map Watch, Zombie Serum X3. Super Dynamic Vision paired with Enhanced Reflexes. A match made in heaven, perfect for both offense and defense. Throw in melee weapons LV.10 and my physical stats, and against Han Jiangxue, it was one-sided domination, plain and simple. All right then. She wasn't discouraged. Her eyes were full of admiration when she looked at me. This wasn't just being overpowered, it was being won over in personality and spirit too. She stared at the steel bar in my hand, already picturing herself tomorrow, swinging a real sword through the mall, cutting loose. That's going to feel amazing. Her cheeks flushed. I checked the time, 2 in the morning. Wash up and get to bed. Tomorrow we start chopping. Late into the night, the three of us headed back to the train car, shut the doors, cranked the AC, and turned in. That night, the world changed. Rain of supernatural energy drenched every inch of land and sea across the globe. When the sun rose the next day, the black water began to evaporate, seeping into the environment and triggering evolution everywhere. Plants absorbed it first. Overnight, roadside weeds shot up as tall as a person, towering trees gained several more meters, and sickly, wilting vines swallowed entire high-rises by morning. Next were the animals. The ones that had survived cautiously tasted the black water, thrashing, sinking into deep sleep, then feeding. Some couldn't handle it and died. Others exploded in size, their innate talents awakening. In the oceans, giant whales doubled in bulk overnight, growing from 50 meters to over 100. Some sea creatures sprouted mouths full of razor fangs and horns on their heads. Others had their intelligence skyrocket. Awakening abilities. Humans came last. In the world's first ability reign, only a rare few had been out in it like us, and even fewer had talent ratings above 80. Not a single one broke 90. But given the sheer size of the population, countless people awakened that night. Even the weakest among them saw a fundamental leap in their physical stats. Broad daylight. 9 in the morning. I brought the 2 girls out to brush our teeth. Snap. Han Jiangxue froze. The toothbrush in her hand had broken clean in 2. She looked at me. I've gotten a lot stronger. I pulled up their stat panels. Han Jiangxue, Strength 7584, Constitution 7176, Spirit 7174. Su Qing, Strength 6469, Constitution 6974, Spirit 7683. After being drenched in the ability rain, both girls saw across-the-board gains. comparable to the low-tier super soldier serum I'd taken earlier, just a lighter, youth edition. Yeah, that's a solid jump. I clenched my fist and checked my own panel. Attributes: Strength 92106, Constitution 86101, Spirit 149158. My earlier spirit stat had been built up through psychokinetic training. This fresh surge was the real ability rain windfall, every attribute up across the board. Strength and Constitution had both cracked triple digits in one go, blowing past the normal human ceiling like it was nothing. As for Spirit, I was already well on my way to battle Archmage territory. So my flying sword range should hit at least 150 meters now, I mused, eyeing my spirit stat. Guess I'll find out soon enough. After brushing up, the three of us dug into instant noodles. A few bites in, I realized I'd get sick of these fast and asked, "Can either of you cook?" Both girls blinked, then shook their heads in unison. Nope. I pressed a hand to my forehead and sighed. We're doomed. The full extent of my culinary skills was egg-fried rice and boiled noodles. Going forward, we'd need to stockpile meat and fresh ingredients in the system inventory to keep them fresh. Not having a cook around was going to hurt. Next person we recruit has to know how to cook. Yeah, both girls nodded. Once we'd finished and rested a bit, the three of us exchanged a look. Time to get to work. I wanted to test how my abilities combined with sword control and actual combat. Was it 10 plus 10 is equal to 20, or 10 times 10 is equal to 100? Both drew on the power of the mind, so even if they weren't the same thing, they ought to complement each other. Let's go carve some up. The three of us set out toward the shopping mall. On the way, Su Qing stared at the flowers and trees in the green belt and gasped. They grew this much in one night? Has the whole world mutated? The green belt was a jungle now. Even the shortest weeds came up to our waists. The tallest were over our heads, blocking the view entirely. Some trees had shot up several meters overnight, nearly rivaling the buildings. Tiny sprouts in the cracks between red bricks had forced the bricks up bodily. Some had even flipped aside slabs weighing dozens of pounds, tearing open gaping holes in the pavement to keep growing wild. I looked toward the road. The asphalt. The road wasn't bad, but the sidewalk bricks had all been shoved aside by weeds. Some had even pried loose the manhole covers, plants shooting up wildly toward the sun. Won't be long before nature swallows the whole city back up, I said, shaking my head. That's a bit much, Su Qing murmured. There used to be studies saying it'd take 30, 50 years for vegetation to reclaim an abandoned city and wildlife to return. I took in the scene around us. But at this rate, a year, tops, and the high-rises will be smothered in weeds and vines. Han Jiangxua lifted her head, staring at the camphor tree in the park. It had shot up from a dozen meters to nearly 30 in no time at all, a full 10 stories tall. Sooner or later, trees like that are going to fill up the whole city, she sighed. The three of us finished taking in the night's madness and headed into the shopping mall. The first floor had already been cleared of zombies. The moment I stepped inside, an ethereal ripple washed over my whole body. When it faded, I stood clad head to toe in heavy armor, an alloy dowel hovering at my side. I sized up the blade, a rush of satisfaction going through me. Back when I flew a sword by will, I could still feel its weight in my mind. But now, with psychic force backing me up, the blade still had its mass, yet wielding it felt effortless, weightless. Compared to yesterday, the gap was staggering. Han Jiangxua walked over and said quietly, "Today I want to try taking out a batch of zombies on my own." Sure. I nodded and pointed up to the second floor. The staircase splits left and right at the top. I'll take the left, you and Su Qing take the right. If you run out of stamina, have her restore it. You two get some practice in. Got it. She smiled and agreed. The three of us headed up. The second floor was open in the middle, so you had to circle around the outer ring, which conveniently split the zombies into two groups. The moment I got up top, I decided to test out my flying blade. I raised a finger. Go. Boom. The alloy dowel rocketed forward with a sonic boom, its afterimage chasing the blade itself. One by one, the zombies in the corridor had their heads sent flying meters into the air, bodies collapsing with heavy thuds. In a single instant, dozens were cut down. Su Qing had just reached the right side and hadn't even gotten set when she heard the commotion. She turned to look, and my whole side was already littered with corpses. Heads up, I called out. The zombies can jog now. Su Qing whipped her head back around. Han Jiangxue drew her Miao Dao, bracing for combat. The zombies, alerted by the noise, snapped their heads in unison and came jogging at us in a stumbling, clattering rush, hands clawing for anything living. They've evolved again. Su Qing gasped. Just a few days and they could jog. Give it more time. And wouldn't they be running full out? Before her words had finished, Han Jiangxue had already charged in. Her blade was wrapped in milky white light, and she swung it savagely into the oncoming horde. SHHRK, one stroke, and man and mount alike were cleaved through. The zombies split clean in half. Heat surged through her hands, a bloody gleam rising in her eyes as the Miao Dao whirled like a great windmill, kept swinging without pause. Wherever her blade passed, zombies were cleaved apart and toppled one after another. Su Qing watched in astonishment. Han Jiangxue's strength was visibly skyrocketing. Yesterday, she'd hit her limit after cutting down a few dozen. Today, she was slicing through them like they were nothing. Where's Su Hao? Remembering me, Su Qing turned to look left. I was gone. The street to the left was littered with headless corpses. Inside the shops, along the walkways, everywhere, headless zombies. But there was no sign of me. Su Hao's gone. Su Qing shouted. Han Jiangxue paused, catching her breath, and glanced into the distance. He's almost done killing them all. Huh? Su Qing froze. She and Han Jiangxue had only just reached the corner, and I was already wrapping up on my side. Su Qing stepped forward and pressed a ball of jade-green light against Han Jiangxue. Here's a buff for you. Restores your stamina. You'll swing even harder in a bit. Warmth spread through Han Jiangxue's body as her strength and energy came rushing back. She nodded. Handy. The truth was, while the two of them were still clearing out the right side, I'd already cut clear through the entire left street. I'd meant to double back from the right, but when I hit the end of the corridor, I spotted the stairs up to the 3rd floor. Since I was already here, might as well finish it all today. There were fewer zombies on the 3rd floor. I sent my Hung Dao slicing through them in a blur, mowing them down like stalks of wheat. I could handle melee too. It was just inefficient. Pure range was also in my toolkit. No matter the environment, I had an answer for it. That's what it meant to be an all-style, hexagonal stat fighter. By the time I came down the stairs and made my way back toward the two of them, my Hung Dao was tearing through the air like a gale, sending zombie heads flying. That's insane. Both of them stopped what they were doing. I flicked my wrist and dropped the last zombie on the 2nd floor. Su Qing gasped. You already cleared the 2nd floor? More than that. I shook my head. The 3rd floor's done too. I just came down. Su Qing was completely dumbstruck. Let's start looting sooner rather than later. We'll work our way up, I said. Han Jiangxue looked at the headless corpses scattered across the floor, her loyalty to me swelling beyond measure. She glanced down at the Miao Dao in her hand and thought quietly, there's still an endless road ahead for me to chase. She had no other goal, only to try her best to keep up with my pace. The moment the clearing was complete, a mission prompt appeared. Mission complete. Sweep them all. Awarded a total of 300 cubic meters of system space. Current total space, 400 cubic meters. The space in my consciousness instantly expanded to 400 cubic meters, about the size of a basketball court. Enough to park 2 or 3 behemoths, and if packed with food, enough to feed a small team for years. Phew, nice. The pressure of running out of storage eased dramatically. Now I could really go wild looting. The 3 of us started sweeping them all, starting with a pass through the 2nd floor. It's all either clothing stores or restaurants. Nothing worth grabbing, Su Qing said, eyeing shop after shop. Han Jiangxue nodded too. The 2nd floor? Worthless. The 1st floor was where the real brand stores were, packed with goods. The 2nd and 3rd floors were mostly clothing, shoes, and restaurants. Everyone already had name-brand clothes, and supermarkets had a better selection of food anyway. I only cleaned out the snack shop on the 2nd floor. Over 1,000 pounds of snacks all swept into my space. Seafood, spicy strips, cookies, chips, tripe, all kinds of meats, hundreds of different items. It hadn't even been 10 days since the apocalypse hit. The packaged foods were all still good. Haha, we'll never finish it all. We're set for a long time. Su Qing had a duck neck in her left hand and a chicken drumstick in her right, gnawing away happily. Come on, 3rd floor. I had a duck leg in my mouth too. Han Jiangxue picked up a bamboo shoot. The 3rd floor was littered with headless zombies, every single one a clean, decisive decapitation. Han Jiangxua looked around, and a flush of embarrassment crept up her cheeks. Compared to her dog-chewed mess back on the right path, mine was practically art. "What's wrong?" I asked, seeing her blush. "Nothing, just thinking how amazing you are." I laughed and ruffled her hair. "If you're gonna think it more often." Beside us, Su Qing kept chomping on her duck neck, completely unfazed by the corpses on the floor. Some of the heads I'd sent flying had exposed spines sticking out, not that different from the duck neck in her hand, and she was still eating with gusto. Any normal person watching would probably have to ask, are those things on the ground the zombies? Or are you two the zombies? We passed by a movie theater, posters for recent hits still hanging up. "No more movies to watch," Han Jiangxua said, a little wistfully. I thought of laser projectors. As long as we could get our hands on the films later, we could still watch them. XH Qing had sharp eyes, still biting down on her duck neck. She slapped my shoulder and pointed with the duck neck at a machine. "Popcorn machine. Grab it, so we can have popcorn later." Good point. I scooped up all 3 popcorn machines. Finally, I turned toward the mall supermarket at the very back. That asterisk was the ultimate goal. Food freedom, let's go. The supermarket was full of pre-packaged, shelf-stable goods. About 30% had been ransacked and trashed by people before the disaster, but most of that was stuff we didn't want anyway, so no big deal. "You two grab carts and start loading up what we want." "Got it." Han Jiangxua pulled out 3 carts in one go and pushed them together. Su Qing had been about to grab one, but seeing that, she pushed 3 too. Household goods, tissues, body wash, towels, food, canned goods, spices, cooking oil, drinks, liquor, beer, soda, so much you couldn't take it all in. The 2 girls kept wheeling cart after cart over to me while I was frantically clearing shelves myself. "This is amazing, Jiangxua. Take whatever you want." "Did you grab pads?" "Yeah. Don't take too many. A few years' worth is enough. Don't waste Su house space." Truth was, I alone could clear out more than half the supermarket. I walked down the middle of the aisle, sweeping my eyes across the shelves, and anything I liked flew straight to me with just a thought, from something as small as a lighter to something as large as. I cleared out the entire shelf, sweeping it into my space. Seeing the 2 of them keep having to steer the cart around zombie corpses on the floor, I stretched out a hand and swept it through the air. Every body slid aside as if pushed by invisible hands, packing neatly against both walls and leaving the aisle wide open down the middle. "So cool," Su Qing exclaimed. Han Jiangxua wasn't one for words. She just bit her lip lightly, admiration written all over her eyes. Clad in heavy armor with a saber at my waist, I looked every bit the warrior. But this little trick I'd pulled off so casually had the flavor of something otherworldly. Warrior? Swordsman? Mage? More like some sword immortal radiating a terrifying killing intent. I brushed my hand across the carts, and with a shimmer of spatial ripples, all 6 carts of supplies vanished inside. "How much more can the space hold?" "We're going to have to be picky," Su Qing said. Even a space the size of a basketball court couldn't swallow an entire supermarket, and I still had to leave room for the behemoth. But cutting out the junk and the bulky stuff, I could probably fit most of what mattered. I scanned the interior of the space. Another load of rice, flour, and meat about that size, and we're good. The vegetables were definitely spoiled, and we already had plenty of snacks. When we reached the food section, the fruit, vegetables, and prepared foods had all rotted through. I shook my head. Straight to the warehouse. First, I gathered up the few dozen sacks of rice out in the open. The warehouse was fully stocked, rice measured in tons, over 200 sacks, plus flour and cooking oil. Enough to last us a long, long time. I hauled it all out with telekinesis. "Come on, let's check the freezer." I pulled the freezer door open, then quietly shut it again. With the power out, all the meat had gone bad. No fresh vegetables, no meat. "What now? Go pick our own." Su Qing looked utterly done with life. Han Jiangxua thought for a moment. "I know there's a produce farm and a livestock ranch nearby. Whether any of it was still edible after the black rain, though, was another question." "Far? On the way out of the city?" I asked. "On the way, not far. Both out in the suburbs." "Then let's make a stop." Meat and vegetables were non-negotiable. The words had barely left my mouth when another quest notification popped up. "Quest triggered. Raid the farm and ranch." Quest reward, 1 infinite divine tier choice. Now we definitely had to go. I checked the time, 11:30 in the morning. Let's head back and eat first. Okay, Su Qing chirped happily. On the way back, I sorted through my system space. This run had scraped up over half a basketball court's worth of supplies, piled everywhere. Bottled water, compressed biscuits, canned food, rice, flour, oil, salt, pots and pans, lighters, medicine, binoculars, playing cards, books. The haul was almost overwhelming. What surprised me most was one item I'd been wanting for a long time. I took it out, popped in the batteries, extended the antenna toward the sky, and started scanning through channels. SSSHHH, SSSHHH. That's right, a radio. In the apocalypse, this might just be the one thing still worth its weight, even if it only did the most basic thing a radio does. I couldn't remember exactly how the bands were divided, only that there were local ones, national, home use, and amateur models. What I wanted to pick up were the local and national bands, and I could only try them one by one, starting from the low frequencies. Dinner's on the stove. Su Qing walked over, then spotted the radio. Hey, you found this thing. Han Jiangxue leaned in too. Can we talk to people far away with it? No, only listen. I shook my head. For two-way communication, you'd need a better antenna and a full walkie-talkie setup. I've got the walkie-talkies, but no antenna. I saw a video where someone put together a signal booster by hand, strung a bunch of metal plates together into something shaped like a gun, Su Qing said. Copper or aluminum plates. I got it right away. Worst case, we can try that later, but we'd still need other equipment to wire them together. I sighed inwardly. If only we had someone skilled in electromechanics on hand. In the apocalypse, a top-tier fitter/electromechanic was basically a doorman. Radios, walkie-talkies, antennas, none of it would be a problem for them. KRRSH, please come. KRRSH, together, KRRSH. Chatting as I turned the dial, I suddenly caught a voice on the radio. I quickly set it on the roof of the car and cranked the volume all the way up. The three of us held our breath and waited. After a moment, the voice came again. Repeat. Z Province, military, has established an emergency safety zone. All survivors, please make your way here. We are also seeking individuals with special abilities and extraordinary powers. Please contact, together to protect, the people. The signal cut out. The three of us huddled together, talking it over. Z Province. Why did they set up a safety zone first? Su Qing wondered. Military district, Han Jiangxue said, hitting the nail on the head. In the apocalypse, the military was the last line of defense. But under an indiscriminate mass mutation like this, how many could possibly have survived? Facing zombies numbering in the hundreds or thousands to one, once your firepower ran out, you'd be swallowed by the tide of corpses in no time. Fancy weapons meant nothing if there was no one left to fire them. Jiang University had tens of thousands of people. In the end, only 100 or so made it. Once the mutation sped up, once truly monstrous creatures started emerging, would armor-piercing rounds still cut it? I believe that in the short term, no monster could shrug off a 12.7mm AP round or a 155mm howitzer shell. But those weapons were too heavy, fine for holding a defensive line, but useless once things broke out from the inside. In all these days, I hadn't seen a single aircraft. The airports were done for, the planes were done for. How much fighting strength did the military really have left? There have to be people inside the safety zone who mutated too, Su Qing said, chewing over that broadcast. That's why they're asking people with abilities and supernatural powers to reach out. With that many people, there's bound to be some with real talent, real strong powers, Han Jiangxue nodded. Su Qing hugged my arm and pressed her cheek against it. But none of them can be as strong as Su Hao. We'll just stick with you and live the good life. Han Jiangxue smiled and nodded too, backing up my line of thinking. We'd talked about all this, and yet none of us had brought up. But we weren't going anywhere near the safe zone. We'd agreed on this from the start. The whole point of putting this little team together was to find our own slice of paradise, live free and easy, and stay out of all that backstabbing nonsense. The two women saw me lost in thought and figured I was having second thoughts. What's wrong? Su Qing asked quickly. We're not actually going to check out the safe zone, are we? What are you thinking? I shook my head. I'm figuring out which road to take next so we can steer clear of them. Steer clear. Su Qing didn't quite get it. Yeah. Han Jiangxue cut in before I could answer. She glanced at the heavy armor on my body, then swept her eyes over the behemoth truck beside us and took stock of our talents. If you were the leader over there, what possible reason would you have to not stop us? Put nicely, it's for the good of the group. Put bluntly, they just want to take all of this for themselves. The apocalypse just started. You really want to bet on human nature this early? I patted Su Qing on the shoulder. The apocalypse is basically an age of chaos. Think about it. Which chaotic era in history wasn't a total mess? When the Central Plains were weak, foreign invaders poured in. When they were strong, the warlords carved everything up. Now the invaders are monsters instead, but soon enough you'll see the good, the bad, and everyone in between crawling out of the woodwork. Whether the future turns out good or bad, nobody can say. I'm not even going to guess. All I want is to keep getting stronger and live comfortably. I don't have grand ambitions. I'm just an honest guy who likes to farm. Su Qing nodded thoughtfully. She got it. Don't underestimate the evil in human nature. Just then, the aroma of freshly cooked rice drifted over. My eyes lit up and I clapped my hands. All right, food first. We'll head out this afternoon. No need to stick around here. The three of us headed to the back of the truck. The moment the rice cooker opened, steam and the scent of rice hit us in the face. I took a deep breath. Now that's the real smell of rice. Su Qing tore open a pack of pre-made food and spooned some stir-fried pork with chili peppers over the rice. None of us could hold back any longer. We started shoveling it into our mouths. Rice and chili pork in every bite, I hummed with satisfaction. I don't ask for much. If I can eat like this every meal during the apocalypse, I'll die a happy man. Sure, it was pre-made, but all the fresh stuff had spoiled. With the cold storage down for days, the meat had all gone rancid. From here on out, we'd have to hunt down our own vegetables and meat. After the meal, everyone rested for a bit. I climbed up onto the roof of the behemoth truck's cargo bed, nearly 5 meters up, with a great view. Perfect for testing my limits. Back in the shopping mall, I tried combining flying sword with telekinesis, but the mall was too cramped. Even at over 200 meters, I hadn't hit my ceiling. Before all this, my flying sword range was only 90 meters, back when my spirit was in the low 80s. Now with spirit at 158, plus telekinesis stacked on top, pushing the sword past 200 meters didn't even feel like a strain. I looked at the zombies on the road, pressed 2 fingers together, and pointed. Go! Hum! The great broadsword shot out like a bullet, so fast it carried a wind cannon-like hum in its wake, sweeping. A gust of wind kicked up, sending anything light flying. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue turned toward the sound, but the flying sword was too fast and too small. The naked eye could only catch after images. By the time they registered what was happening, the heads of that entire horde of zombies were already airborne, hitting the ground and rolling away with wet thuds. Quest: Zombie Slayer, 10,000 kills. 3.6k per 10k. I guided the flying sword onward. 250, 270, 290, 300. Past 300 meters, the blade started feeling heavy, harder to control. Return. I hooked 2 fingers, and the sword shot back instantly, floating steady at my side. Before I had psychic power, the sword would start trembling and slipping out of control at the last third of its range. Now, warnings didn't kick in until the final 10th. Control was far steadier, and the sword's speed, force, and durability had all doubled. The control range had flat out doubled too, 300 meters, closing in on the effective range of an assault rifle. Whoa, Su Qing gawked from inside the cab. Su Hao, that flying sword's gotta be as fast as a bullet, right? Han Jiangxue did a quick mental comparison. Roughly subsonic. Same tier as a handgun's muzzle velocity. That speed, paired with the sword's mass, gave it absurd kinetic energy. Punching through steel plate wouldn't be a problem. Everyone took a breather. Su Qing poked her head through the small window. What are we doing this afternoon? Still going out to siphon fuel tanks? I shook my head. No need. We've got enough to move. Between what was in the truck and what we'd loaded on top, we had close to 5,000 liters of gasoline, enough to last a good while. My plan came down to 3 steps. Follow the quests. Head for the Central Plains and the Highlands, in case the oceans got contaminated or the white mist spread. Recruit goddesses, grow the team, and live well. So the next move, hit up plantations and livestock farms, stock up on fresh vegetables and meat. Go call Han Jiangxue over. We're moving out. Before long, the two of them stepped into the cockpit. I projected the map from my watch onto the light screen inside the cabin. Find the locations of the plantations and livestock farms. Han Jiangxue pointed to one corner. There. At the same time, the behemoth AI zoomed in on the map of its own accord and dropped arrow markers. Pre-apocalypse locations of major livestock farms and plantations tagged. Plot a route. Both girls froze for a beat. I grinned. Plot the route with the lowest pre-apocalypse traffic volume. Easiest to get through. 3 routes tagged. Begin navigation? Not necessary. Post-apocalypse roads are too rough. I'll drive it manually. Move out. Su Qing, Jiangxue, get ready to slaughter some pigs and cows. Su Qing wore a look like she was already sharpening her knives. No worries. I'm used to it. Something suddenly occurred to her. Oh right, the map's showing a mid-sized zoo nearby too. Think the lions and tigers in there might have mutated. High noon. Across the sprawling city streets, only a single imposing black heavy truck was on the move. Row after row of massive tires ground over the zombies. The body of the vehicle, with its triangular ram, brute-forced its way through every zombie in its path. We weren't going fast, but the zombies popped off like burst balloons the moment they made contact, flying to the roadside. The unlucky ones lost arms or heads. When a sedan blocked the way, one nudge from the ram shoved it aside. No problem at all. Inside the cabin, though, we barely felt a thing. I thought of that line from the internet. Asterisk, I thought it was just a speed bump. Asterisk. Su Qing was cracking up. It's like bumper cars, haha. Let me have a go sometime. Sure. We drove several kilometers down the road, mowing down at least a few hundred zombies along the way. I deliberately glanced at the mission. The number hadn't budged. All right then, roadkill doesn't count as kills. In the passenger seat, the two girls were fiddling with the radio, scanning through the frequencies one by one, and actually picked up a few official broadcasts. Once we'd heard them out, the situation became clear. Su Qing explained, pretty much every provincial capital has a major safe zone. As for prefecture-level cities, it depends on the military presence. These stations are all set up by the military districts. Self-organized safe zones don't have this kind of equipment. The safe zone broadcasts were all more or less the same. 1. Absorb civilians under militarized management, with all males aged 16 to 45 conscripted for labor or issued weapons. 2. Spread information so people could fend for themselves and make their way to the safe zones. They didn't have the manpower to send out rescue teams. 3. Priority rescue for STEM personnel and technical talent. 4. Superhumans were welcome to head to the military district on their own, with generous treatment and full material support. I nodded. Things aren't bad right now. As long as it doesn't devolve into chaos, that's good news. Once the major safe zones broke down, that was when the real monsters would come crawling out of the woodwork. The behemoth rolled on until we approached a bridge up ahead, the only route to reach the plantation and livestock farm. Still several kilometers out, I suddenly eased off the gas. Something's off. What is it? Su Qing blinked. I stared at the bridge deck. That setup didn't happen naturally. Someone arranged it. As we got closer, the two girls saw it too. On both ends of the bridge, the green belts and storefronts had been walled off with sedans parked sideways, leaving only a gap about half a car wide. On the bridge itself, cars had been used to form an S-shaped racetrack, forcing any vehicle crossing to slow down instead of blasting straight through. I scanned the 3D map. Around the bridge there were hardware stores, a shopping mall, auto shops, a second-hand market. You name it. In the middle of the river there was even a small island, already outfitted with makeshift shacks and survival gear. There's a settlement here. Han Jiangxue pointed to spots on the map, rooftops, roadsides, both ends of the bridge. These positions should all have lookouts posted. Su Qing looked a little tense. So what do we do? Go around. Can't go around. I shook my head. Our destination was on the other side of the river, and they had control of pretty much every bridge in the area. If the folks across the way had any sense at all, they'd have blocked off all the smaller bridges and left just the main one as a gap, heavily guarded. It was called leave a gap when surrounding an army, straight out of Sun Tzu's Art of War. Su Qing reached out. He made a slicing motion across his neck. Han Jiangxue looked at me, her eyes firm. Whatever I decided, she was in. I let out a sigh. Let's think positive first. We drive up, They let us pass, no harm done. But if they try to block us, then they've got no one to blame but themselves. Both women nodded in unison. Right. I rolled down the window, pulled out the alloy broadsword and braced it against the door, then rolled the window back up and floored the gas. The behemoth crept toward the bridgehead as the road narrowed. 2,000 meters, 1,000, 500, 150. The moment we hit the bridgehead, several figures suddenly popped up all around us. More heads poked out from the rooftops, arms raised, pointing something at the cab. Guns. Su Qing's face went pale. The next instant, asterisk, bang, 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 bang. Asterisk. Muffled thud, thud, thud sounds rang out inside the car too. Asterisk sigh. Asterisk. I let out a breath and flicked 2 fingers. Woomph. The broadsword on the door shot out like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, I slammed the pedal to the floor, plowing straight toward the ambushers hidden behind the pile of junked cars at the bridgehead. 2,000 meters earlier, atop a building beside the bridgehead, 2 guys with binoculars were smoking and shooting the breeze. One of them smoked his cigarette down until it burned his fingers. What's the point of rationing smokes? Nobody's making them anymore, but there's still tons around. The other shook his head. You think if they stopped making them, they'd all be yours? These all belong to the boss. We're lucky to get a share. Used to be we were just building security. Those guys were bosses of a mutual defense outfit, had a whole crew of enforcers, ran with the underworld. You want to mess around with women like they do? You gotta earn it. Do some dirty work. It's the end of the world. Who's gonna care what we do? Mid-sentence, he turned his head and spotted a black heavy truck in the distance, its front end shaped like a triangle, looking just like a troop transport, barreling toward them. Holy shit. Here comes one. That thing's sharper looking than Optimus Prime. Gotta be worth a fortune. Imagine what's loaded in the back. Grab the walkie, call it in. Hey. Black heavy truck coming in. Never seen a model like it. Gotta be hauling good stuff. Get ready. Just the one truck? Can't be many people inside. Inside the bridgehead building, the group that had been playing cards heard the report, grabbed their guns, and scattered to their positions. Leading them was a man wearing a gold chain, one ear missing a chunk, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He narrowed his eyes and gave orders. Go easy on the ammo. Station doesn't have much in reserve. Once we're big enough, we'll hit the military district and grab AKs. One for every man. Huh. Don't worry, boss. I'll make every shot count. That truck ain't armored. Light it up. The gang, all covered in dragon and tiger tattoos, spread out cursing and jeering, some muttering that they hoped a few more women would come along too. The boss stepped into another room. Inside, 3 men were high on drugs and playing with women, but every one of them was built like a tank, clearly awakened with special abilities. The boss instantly plastered on a smile. Brothers, we got fresh piggies coming in. Go run the errand, and we'll pick up where we left off when I get back. Fuck. And right when it was getting good. One guy cursed as he stood up. The others griped as they walked out, and one of them didn't even glance at the boss the whole time. He just slung an arm around someone else's shoulder and headed out. The boss's face darkened, but he didn't say a word. He locked the door and followed them out. Once everyone was in position, the heavy truck rolled slowly closer. At the 2nd floor window, the boss picked up his walkie-talkie. Hit it. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk. Gunfire erupted from the bridgehead and the rooftops on both sides. At first, the boss's face lit up with excitement. He'd never seen a rig this badass. What was inside? Any good-looking women? We landed a big one, boys. But the next second, his grin froze. Pistol rounds cracked against the windows, the roof, the windshield. Asterisk pop 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 asterisk, and nothing happened. Not even the windshield cracked. An armored car. A troop carrier. And what came next shocked him even more. He caught a glimpse of a broad saber mounted on the driver's side door. It wasn't just an ornament. It shot off in an instant with a whining roar like a wind cannon, vanishing in the blink of an eye. And at the same moment, the heavy truck floored it into a full sprint. Don't. One man's head on the rooftop rocketed skyward, blood fontaining from the neck as his body collapsed. Another had barely gotten out a single syllable when a cold flash of light took his head clean off too. Splurt. Blood sprayed all over the wall. An Esper power. They've got Esper powers too. The boss cried out, stunned. He'd thought having 3 awakened Espers under him was already a big deal, but this? A flying sword? The great saber tore through the air at breakneck speed, humming as it went. In a matter of seconds, it had cut down everyone on the rooftops, then pounced on the ambushers lining both sides of the road. Meanwhile, the behemoth truck floored the throttle straight at the barricade of junked cars at the bridgehead. Doing over 100 miles an hour, through the crackling gunfire, the heavy truck slammed head-on into it. Asterisk boom. Asterisk crunch. The men inside the barricade didn't even have time to scream. Wrecked cars, bodies, wrecked cars, piled together in layers like a compressed cracker, like a scrapped iron gate, crushed on the spot into iron-wrapped meat. Only then did the truck stop, without a scratch. At most, a bit of paint scraped off the wedge-shaped pusher on the front. The next moment, the driver's door of the heavy truck banged open, and a figure in full heavy armor, a good 2 meters tall, hopped down, kicking up a cloud of dust. He shut the door and walked over to the bridgehead to check the bodies, tossing out a cold line. "Tell it to your insurance company." The gangster, crushed half to death between the steel, heard those words and his eyes bulged wide. He couldn't catch his breath, and just like that, he was gone. I gave a cold snort and turned to head back. Quest triggered. Highway robbery. An evil faction in the apocalypse is robbing travelers, looting supplies, killing, burning, and imprisoning victims. Most importantly, they had the nerve to try it on you. Show them your fists and your blades. Wipe out this evil gathering ground. Quest reward. 1 infinite god-tier lottery draw. Han Jiangxue and Su Qing poked their heads out of the car. "When can we get out?" My heavy armor could stop 7.62 rounds. Pistol bullets were nothing. But the two of them weren't so lucky. "Wait till I finish off the ones with guns," I said, raising 2 fingers and pointing at the last few armed men. The Hung Dao shot forward. Thwack! A gunman's head went flying. Beheading a living person is different from beheading a zombie. Zombies don't spray blood. The living do, and the geyser shoots high. The guy next to him froze in terror, dropped his weapon, and fell to his knees begging. "Don't kill me." I threw it down, see. Thwack! No exceptions. In moments, every thug on the roadside had been cut down. Only 3 men remained standing in the street, clearly a different breed. All 3 had awakened powers. I'd left them alive on purpose to see what they could do. "You can come out now." The 2 women stepped out of the car. Su Qing checked the vehicle first, and only after confirming there were just a few minor dents did she breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank God baby's okay." The car was obviously worth more than those men's lives. The 3 punks stood there dumbstruck. Who could have imagined that just a few days into the apocalypse, a monster like me would show up? They'd only just awakened their abilities. I glanced around and couldn't help laughing. Surround an enemy, leave 1 gap open. They'd applied the old maxim pretty well. Anyone else would have walked right into their trap today. As for their brains, not sharp, not dull. They just knew how to use what the ancestors had passed down. The big man leading them wiped sweat from his brow and put on a fawning smile. "I just came out for a look. Honest. Didn't mean for this to happen. Just go on your way, boss. Whatever food, whatever drink you want, we'll bring it out to you." Another chimed in. "We've got trucks of cigarettes stockpiled. Robbed? Acquired the freight rigs. We've got everything." But the third one was slowly edging backward. Gangsters may be reckless brutes, but they know how to read a room. Once he'd put some distance between us, he suddenly whirled around and bolted toward a shop front. The muscles in his legs bulged. He actually blew right through the soles of his shoes, covering several meters in a single second. Physical enhancement, huh? My eyes narrowed. The Hung Dao burst forward and cut him down in an instant. The headless body rolled several times before it came to a stop, still twitching. The moment the Hung Dao left my hand, the other 2 saw I was unarmed and flipped instantly to attack. The one on the left had long, slender claws glowing with an eerie green light. The one on the right was black all over, like he was sheathed in a hard shell. Han Jiangxue crossed her arms over her chest, her Miao Dao tucked against her, watching coldly, as if she already knew how this would end. The 2 had awakened talents, and they weren't slow. But I was faster. I drove a kick into Blackshell's body. My iron boot slammed into his gut. Asterisk BM. Asterisk he folded up like a hinge into a U shape and flew backward, twice as fast as he'd come at me. At the same time, my left hand seized Longclaw's face, and my right fist drove even faster into his stomach. Wham! His limbs went limp in an instant. the pain overloading his central nervous system. Through the gaps between his fingers, he raised a hand, begging for mercy. The answer was a second iron fist. I half-gripped his skull, exposing his temple. Dawn! Pop! His eyeball shot out, blood spraying in a jet, his head caving in at the temple like a smashed watermelon. The corpse hit the ground, blood gushing from mouth, nose, and ears at once. Su Qing's jaw dropped. Han Jiangxue bit her lip lightly, cheeks flushed crimson, breathing quick. The black shell kneeling on the ground, dry heaving, caught sight out of the corner of his eye of the second floor across the way. The boss had a pistol leveled straight at me. His heart leaped with joy, and he rolled deliberately to draw attention. 2 breaths later, asterisk bang, asterisk the gun went off. His head snapped up. Huh. Fuck yo, huh. Nobody had fallen. Nothing had happened. In horror, he saw me holding up my hand, palm pinching a gleaming yellow bullet between my fingers. Impossible. The second floor kept firing. Asterisk bang, bang, bang. Asterisk, but every bullet somehow veered off course, ricocheted off the scrapped cars, and came flying back at me, where I caught them one after another. The boss emptied his magazine, sweeping the fire toward the woman behind me, but the bullets still curved back impossibly through the air. By the time I opened my palm, every last golden bullet sat cradled there, not one missing. Su Qing's eyes went wide. Han Jiangxue had drawn her Miao Dao halfway out, then quietly slid it back. She couldn't hide her shock. She knew I was fast, but she'd never imagined fast enough to read the trajectory and timing of every single bullet. Telekinetic deflection, guided ballistics, catching stray rounds barehanded. Catching one is luck. Catching a fistful is something else entirely. It meant I'd calculated the path of every bullet, seen it clearly, and grabbed it with precision, requiring calculation, reflex, coordination, and speed all working in concert. It couldn't be summed up by the phrase, quick reflexes. No way. The black shell who'd been kicked flying more than a dozen meters staggered to his feet, backing away step by step. Catching bullets with your bare hands? What is this, a movie? You. With that, he spun around and ran. That black shell of his clearly wasn't just for defense. Otherwise, after taking that kick from me, he'd already be flat on his back. I couldn't be bothered to chase. I raised 2 fingers, ready to loose the flying sword. That was when Han Jiangxue walked over and touched my shoulder. I want a real fight. Su Qing stared at her in surprise. I thought about it, then nodded. Go. Han Jiangxue took off at a sprint, Miao Dao in hand. I reached out and yanked through the air at the fleeing man and the boss on the second floor, driving them with telekinesis. Huh. Asterisk wham. Asterisk. Both of them came flying backward at once. The boss crashed straight through the second floor window, face and head shredded and streaming blood, and slammed down in front of me, howling. His pistol had long since run dry. Han Jiangxue caught up to the fleeing man and drew her blade, hacking down hard. Wait, the man shouted, but his hands never stopped moving, swinging out at her flank. Fist, mouth saying one thing, hands doing another. A sleazy Street Fighter's move. But this was Han Jiangxue. She'd seen too many punks like him, and she wasn't the type to soften up over a couple of words. The Miao saber came down in a flash of white, slicing diagonally from his right shoulder to his left armpit. His chest split in 2, tossed aside like a slab of meat. He hit the ground and didn't move. Blood pooled everywhere. Han Jiangxue didn't spare the corpse a second glance. She just drew in a long breath, turned, and walked back, a hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes, and a hint of relief too. The boss kneeling in front of me turned his head, saw his last man was gone, and immediately broke down sobbing, groveling for his life. Brother, don't kill me yet. We've stockpiled a ton of stuff, and we grabbed a bunch of women too. They're all in the basement and the warehouse. Quest triggered. Collect supplies, free the captives on the side. Loot the evil faction's stockpile, and, while you're at it, release the innocents they've imprisoned. Any evil faction that crosses you must be hit hard. No mercy. Quest reward. 1 infinite god-tier choice. Don't kill me yet. I'll take you there, I really. Thwip. Before he could finish, I twitched a finger. The hung saber lopped his head clean off. The headless corpse toppled, spraying blood. Su Qing stepped back quickly. The spatter almost caught her. I gave a helpless smile. You already told me what mattered. What else do I need you for? Supplies and women. Those were the only two things that counted. Su Qing offered one word of commentary. Rookie. Han Jiangxue walked back over, glanced at the corpse, then met my eyes. And in hers I saw another kind of hunger, another kind of pent-up urge. She'd watched too much, killed too little. The slashing itch was rising in her. Tonight I'll spar with you properly. Just hold it in for now. I waved a hand and sheathed the hung saber. First we collect the supplies, free the people, then we go. Otherwise this trip's a wash. Killing that many people wasn't hard, but it burned time and energy. Breaking even meant losing. I had to make it back. Besides, they'd already stockpiled everything for me. I just had to walk over and take it. The three of us headed toward the buildings on either side. I opened my watch, scanned the terrain, ran a 3D model, linked up with the AI in the car, and flagged the spot most likely to be the warehouse. Found it. Gangsters don't do the cunning rabbit, three burrows thing with their stashes. There wasn't even any sorting, just room after room piled high. I opened the first door and looked. Cigarettes. Cigarettes by the truckload. They must have hijacked the Tobacco Bureau's delivery trucks and cleaned out every major supermarket. I'll take them. I swept my hand and stored the lot. In the apocalypse, with entertainment scarce and stress through the roof, cigarettes were bound to become one of the consensus currencies down the line. The next few warehouses had rice, flour, oil, coal, daily goods, damn near everything. There was even a generator running a freezer packed with hundreds of pounds of pork, beef, and mutton. They cleaned out the supermarkets too. Another sweep, all of it mine. I'd been trapped at school the first few days of the apocalypse, and I sure hadn't had meat like this. These guys had guts. They'd made their move a long time ago. Su Qing licked the corner of her lips. All ours now. Huh. A few 100 pounds of meat would feed the three of us for half a year, easy. Of course, storage wasn't really limited by 3 people. It was limited by system inventory space. As long as there was room, we kept loading. Come on, let's go find the people they've got locked up. A good deed done in passing, no cost to me. I was happy to do it. My watch quickly flagged several basements and locked rooms. I led the way to the nearest one, swung my arm, and the lock and bolt snapped clean off together. The door swung open on its own, revealing a woman wearing nothing but a top, propped against it. She toppled out with the door. Startled, she scrambled to her feet and bolted for the exit. We stepped aside to let her pass. The other women behind her, seeing a way out, didn't care who'd shown up. They rushed for the door, elbowing each other out of the way. I ran a quick sweep with Intel Recon. These women all rated as average, not worth recruiting. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue let out soft sighs, but had nothing to say. They were just pitiful souls, kidnapped, violated, and now, seeing a shot at freedom. Who cared who was doing the saving? For all they knew, today's guard was blind. At the next few locked basements, I hacked the locks off and let the people out. It hadn't been long since the apocalypse hit, so mentally most were still holding up. In one room the women were the least attractive of the bunch, but in the best spirits. In the end times, being pretty without any power to back it up just meant more suffering. The moment they saw my heavy armor and the 2 women behind me, they understood we were the rescue party and kept thanking us as they filed out. 2 of them even dropped to their knees, weeping. Thank you, thank you. I waved them off and pointed. There's still some supplies left in that supermarket warehouse over there. Grab what you can and stay alive. They nodded hard and jogged off. A few of them threw envious glances at Su Qing and Han Jiangxue. They could tell these 2 women outclassed them completely, in looks and presence, and that any designs on me would be pointless anyway. Poor things, Su Qing said, shaking her head. Han Jiangxue barely spared them a glance before looking away. She didn't care one way or the other. In this world there was no man or woman, only strong and weak. The strong ruled the weak. Clap, clap. I dusted off my hands and nodded, satisfied. Let's go. We've got road to cover. Before leaving, I used telekinesis to sweep every handgun in the area into my system inventory. I'd sort through them tonight. Not much use for them, but free is free. Su Qing broke into a smile again and headed for the semi. I'll grab some corn kernels and sugar and oil. I'll make popcorn for the road. Sure. We climbed in. Quest complete. Highway robbery. Quest complete. Gather supplies. Rescue on the side. The full trip was over 50 kilometers, and we'd only covered a dozen or so. 30+ kilometers to go, and on post-apocalypse roads, it was either ram through or plow over. The road was rough as hell. Anyone with road rage would blow a fuse after 2 blocks. The behemoth truck rolled slowly across the bridge, and once we hit the other side, everything opened up. We were in the real suburbs now, and the traffic thinned out dramatically. The zoo was right up ahead. A little while later, Su Qing came bouncing out with a giant bucket of popcorn, beaming. Try it, it's amazing. Han Jiangxue took a bucket, popped one in her own mouth, then hand-fed me a piece. I opened up and took it, faintly sweet, and in a setting like this, it tasted incredible. Not bad at all. Han Jiangxue looked curious. You know how to make popcorn? They'd known each other for years, and she'd never seen Su Qing do this before. The machine has a recipe list. This kind of thing I've got down. Su Qing grabbed a handful. The two of us got it right away. Following data to produce something was practically home turf for Su Qing, who spent her days running experiments and performing surgeries. Precise ingredients, exact timing, popcorn was a piece of cake. The behemoth truck barreled forward, plowing toward our destination. The two girls took turns feeding me while I just kept my mouth open. For the last 3 miles, the road smoothed out, so I gave up the driver's seat to Su Qing and let her have a go at bumper car mode. She hopped in, thrilled, and drove with real focus. I moved to the passenger seat and pulled out the handguns we'd collected to look them over. A few sat off to the side, all Type 92s, with only one exception. The model with the 5-pointed star on the grip, a standard-issue sidearm that was neither great nor terrible. How's that gun? Su Qing asked. Self-defense only. I shook my head. I'll give it to you when the time comes. I don't need it. Su Qing shook her head too. When you actually need it, it won't do any good, and firing one off any other time just draws a whole swarm of zombies. Han Jiangxue nodded. She had a point. Su Qing was our support, our healer. If things ever got bad enough that she was the one getting cornered, who knew what kind of enemy we'd be dealing with? A pistol like that wouldn't be worth a damn. And in the meantime, one shot pulls in a horde of zombies. Nothing but trouble. Not worth it. Which is why, in the apocalypse, firearms are best used as concentrated, massive firepower. That's the only way they're really effective. The best way to clear out a swarm of zombies is an artillery emplacement. Too bad the only places you could get one now were military bases. Pistols weren't much use either. I glanced at them and tossed them back into the space. Collector's items, I guess. The three of us kept munching on popcorn, and the last few miles flew by. Before we even arrived, I could see stretches of farmland and livestock raising compounds. Calling them compounds was generous. Both zones combined weren't much bigger than a couple of apartment complexes. The livestock were all pinned up in the buildings, so I couldn't tell how many, but the fields were laid out in plain view. The vegetable plots looked totally fine. Su Qing said, a little delighted. I knew perfectly well, if we harvested all those vegetables into the system space, they'd last us a long time. Time inside the space was all but frozen. But the closer the truck got, the more my expression, the uglier it got. Only after the massive heavy hauler came to a complete stop did we get a clear look. What kind of vegetables are these? Su Qing froze. The vast fields before us had transformed completely. The Napa cabbages stood over 1/2 meter tall, their green and white now a purplish green, looking like oversized sheets of nori. Farther off, the cucumbers had actually turned yellow, thick, long, and bristling with sharp spines. The tomato trellises had become tangled thickets studded with hooked thorns. Every other vegetable was either grotesquely enlarged or twisted beyond recognition. Can these even be eaten? Su Qing's face went pale. Han Jiangxue and I both shook our heads. Who'd dare bet on it? Quest triggered. Investigate the mutated plants in the vegetable field. 0/3. Quest reward. 1 use of infinite divine choice. I sighed. Looks like we need a guinea pig. They both nodded in unison. Obviously, we weren't going to test it on ourselves. Leave it to me. Su Qing clapped her hands. I'll run the experiments. You two catch the animals. No problem, Han Jiangxue agreed. Any special requirements? I asked. Su Qing thought for a moment. It has to be something small, smaller than a chicken, ideally. Rats would be even better. Pigs, cattle, sheep won't do. I got it immediately. Smaller body, weaker tolerance to toxins, more obvious reaction. Exactly, she nodded. The logic was simple. A cow might eat a toxic vegetable and live, but a rat would die from it. One test would tell us everything. The plantation can wait. I glanced toward the livestock facility next door. Let's go find some rats over there first. Strangely, we'd been here quite a while now, and there hadn't been a single sound from those buildings. Too quiet. Or was everything inside already dead? The three of us climbed out. A handful of zombies were scattered around us. With a one-handed sweep, I sent my alloy broadsword flying out, and every last head came off in an instant. Once they were dealt with, I used the blade to hack the first cabbage into rough chunks, and the three of us crouched down to examine it. Su-Ching gave it a sniff. No discolored fluid, no strange odor, no toxic-looking organs. Looks okay for now. Dig up a root. Let's see. I crooked a finger, and the half-meter-tall purplish-green cabbage flipped itself out of the soil, dirt shaking clean off the roots. The mutated root system was as developed as a tree's, driven deep into the ground. Su-Ching snapped off a few roots and sniffed again, then nodded. Should be non-toxic. But we still need a rat to confirm. I checked the quest progress, still 0/3. Analysis alone wasn't enough. Something had to actually eat it to count. Fine, I'd carry the shame of that decision. Come on, let's go find some animals at the livestock farm. The farm was only a few hundred meters away. We drove over, got out, and stowed the truck in the storage space. Looking in from outside, the open pasture was fenced in, and inside lay the carcasses of cattle, the corpses of zombies, and a few enormous cows still standing. Su-Ching stared at one cow with 3 horns and swallowed. Did it gore those zombies to death? Probably. Those on the ground. The zombies' coveralls suggested it had been an employee, now gored beyond recognition, just a heap of holes and pulped flesh. Inside the pen were 3 cows. One of them had a pair of horns on either side, plus a third jutting from the crown of its head, spiraled like a narwhal's tusk. Just looking at it gave me chills. Getting rammed by that thing meant death or crippling injury, no in between. I sized it up. That 3-horned cow was several sizes bigger than a bull, had to top a ton. Doesn't look like a zombie cow, Han Jiangxue observed, studying it closely. Right? Its eyes look normal, none of that zombie blood red. I nodded. Mutated animals might be immune to the infection. Then why doesn't it break out of the fence? Su-Ching asked, curious. Han Jiangxue guessed. Instinct from before it mutated, probably. Not too bright then. I was pretty sure now. It doesn't realize how strong it's gotten. Instinct's got it staying in that pen for life. Only when the grass runs out and hunger kicks in will it come out. Su-Ching's eyes lit up. Then let's leave it alone. We can bring it some vegetables later and see how it reacts. Works for me. I nodded. I could have flown a sword in and taken it out from range, but there was no need to risk it. If that spiral horn could shoot out and punch through steel plate, getting caught off guard would be a real joke. Caution never hurt. This wasn't a game. Die once, and you didn't respawn. Come on, let's head to the workshops. Once we entered the workshop area, we'd barely rounded a few corners before we spotted several cows milling about. All cows. All much larger than they'd been before the apocalypse. Hundreds of kilos each, but none of them zombies. Su-Ching tensed up, but the cows just glanced at us and went back to grazing. All normal cows. I nodded, satisfied, and headed deeper in. Inside the workshops, the cattle pens had mostly been smashed apart. The starving cows had broken out to forage. On the night of the ability rain, this herd must have drunk plenty. They were all evolving. Seeing that put me a lot more at ease. Kill the cows first, or hit the vegetable plots first? Su-Ching asked. Vegetable plots first. We need rats. The cows I'd save for a mass slaughter at the end. Ordinary cattle were easy work for my flying sword. Rats had been hard to find before the apocalypse. Not anymore. I swept the area with my telekinesis, expecting an easy find, but the 3 of us wandered around for 2 solid hours before we finally located a nest in the employee food warehouse. You guys sure are a pain to track down. I hoisted the rats into the air with telekinesis. These were southern yellow-breasted rats. After a taste of the ability rain, each one was as big as a weasel. Dangling in midair, they bared their yellow chisel teeth and thrashed viciously, downright terrifying. The nearby cows even ambled over to watch, their eyes dull yet curious. Bigger bodies, but seemingly duller minds. These rats are savage, way meaner than lab mice, and uglier, too. Su-Ching marveled. Are these enough? I asked. Plenty. Su-Ching nodded. If they all die, we don't need to test further. We just go straight for seeds. If they don't die, A few is all we need anyway. Then we'll have to raid the seed wholesale market. I agreed. The seeds weren't contaminated. Getting a batch would be a solid move. Head back first. We'll butcher the cow the day after tomorrow. I waved a hand. The mother cow beside me was still staring at the rats, a look of dumb curiosity on its face. I gave it a slap to move it aside. Get out of the way. I'll deal with you in a couple days. The cow didn't budge. Heh. I let out a helpless laugh. Can't wait to serve yourself up, huh? An alloy broadsword materialized out of thin air behind it, aimed straight at the cervical vertebrae. SHHHK. One clean slice severed the connection between spine and brain. The several hundred-kilogram cow had no reaction at all. Its forelegs simply buckled, and it collapsed. The instant it hit the ground, spatial ripples flashed across its body, and it was pulled into the storage space. Han Jiangshue's eyes lit up with fascination. The technique was exquisite. The cow had been taken away without feeling a thing. If it had been left half dead, the space wouldn't have been able to store it at all. I hoisted up the nest of giant rats. Come on, let's head back and stuff some vegetables into these guys. By the time we got back to the road, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. The sun was setting, the sky dimming. But wasn't this awfully early? Days have gotten noticeably shorter, Han Jiangxue recalled. It's not as hot either. It's almost July. By rights, it should be getting hotter and hotter. Su Qing gauged the air. Feels a bit like winter's coming. I sighed, lifting my wrist to check the temperature log. Just before the apocalypse, the high was nearly 32 degrees. Ever since the apocalypse hit, it had been dropping 31, 30.5, 30, all the way down to 26 now. We didn't even need the AC anymore. Temperature just keeps falling. I had a bad feeling about this. At this rate, winter by August? Su Qing's eyes went wide. An August winter isn't even the scariest part. Han Jiangxue shook her head. What's scary is whether the temperature will ever climb back up. If winter could hit in August, what would January be like? Would next August actually warm up again? I've got a feeling it's going to stay cold for a long, long time. I clicked my tongue. Worst case scenario, the whole globe could drop to ice age levels. The atmospheric environment has fundamentally changed. We're not just heading to the highlands. We need to stockpile a lot more winter supplies too. The two of them nodded. In just a few days, summer clothes were already on their way out. A few more degrees down, and we'd be back in long sleeves and pants. Sure, our physical stats were high enough that we didn't fear the cold too much, but this meant global temperatures were shifting. After that, Han Jiangxue went to cook rice, boil water, and heat up ration packs, while Su Qing and I fed the rats out in the vegetable patch. How am I supposed to feed them? Will they even eat this? Su Qing pinched a purple-green cabbage leaf and held it out toward the giant rat, thrashing in midair. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rat gnashed wildly and actually took a few bites. It ate it. Su Qing eagerly offered more. But the rats were smarter than the cow. After a few bites, it stopped eating and just kept squeaking without biting. What do we do? Su Qing turned to me. Let me. A thought flickered through my mind, and every cabbage leaf on the ground floated up, was shredded and mixed into juicy veggie balls. Not just cabbage. I made one for every other vegetable and fruit too, spreading the love around. Asterisk snap asterisk. I snapped my fingers, and an invisible force pried the rats' mouths wide open, tongues lolling out. I portioned out the juicy veggie balls and stuffed them down their throats. Asterisk gulp, gulp, asterisk. In no time, all of them were bloated round, tongues hanging limp, eyes glazed over, the look of something that had been thoroughly played with. That's enough. I clapped my hands and glanced over at Su Qing, whose face was a little flushed. That should do it, right? Yeah, that's plenty. She snapped out of it. Beside her, Han Jiangxue was blushing faintly too. I was baffled. It was just force-feeding. What were they thinking about? Once they were fed, I bound the rats tight and tossed them under the truck, telling the onboard AI to keep watch and sound the alarm if they tried to bolt. Couldn't very well keep them pinned with telekinesis all night. I'd never get any sleep. The smell of dinner drifted over. It was barely past 6, but the sun was already almost gone. The cabin lights came on automatically, and the three of us chatted over dinner and cold drinks. Su Qing wanted a shower, so I just handed her a few jugs of water to pour into the tank. With just the three of us, we weren't hurting for water in the short term. She was thrilled. Han Jiangxue said she wanted to spar with me. Killing that superpowered gangster today hadn't been enough of a thrill for her. The guy had tried a sneak attack that went nowhere, and she'd sliced him down in a single stroke. Basically a one-shot kill. Sure. After dinner, I agreed. A smile immediately tugged at her lips. Night fell, pitch black. Su Qing was in the cabin's private bathroom filling the tank for her shower. Outside, the beast truck's single-side floodlight lit up the left flank. Han Jiangxue and I grabbed wooden staves and steel pipes to spar. Come at me. I crooked a finger, motioning for her to attack. Han Jiangxue held nothing back. She lunged in with a ferocious flurry. After awakening her ability, her body had been massively enhanced, and with the power amplification on top, she was leagues beyond what she'd been back in school. Fast, too. But we clanged back and forth for a good while, and every strike of hers, savage as it looked, I caught cleanly, blow for blow, matching her force exactly so she could never quite pin down how strong I actually was. She went all out for a long stretch before finally halting, panting hard, both sides of her hips flushed bright red again. Back in the driver's cabin to rest, she chugged water in gulps, and only then did that hunger for combat in her eyes finally start to fade. From the corner of her eye she caught me watching her, had been watching her the whole time, in fact, and she jumped, nearly choking. No, cough cough, she hurried to explain. I'm not that kind of girl. No, you are. I cut her off flat. She froze, eyes going blank. You're not some bloodthirsty maniac, but you crave combat. It's practically an addiction, I added. Even pain reads as a kind of pleasure to you, doesn't it? She bit her lip hard, then slowly nodded. I'd seen through her the moment I laid eyes on her. I'd figured she'd gradually let it out as the apocalypse wore on. But instead, she was holding herself back with everything she had. That wouldn't do. In an apocalypse, that kind of restraint was going against the grain. Then why do you ignore it? Hell, even deny it. What are you so afraid of? I asked bluntly. I'm afraid. Her voice dropped to a whisper. This isn't how a normal woman is supposed to react. Isn't this your gift, though? I shot back. Her head snapped up. You think this is a gift? What else would it be? I spread my hands. Before the apocalypse, the most I'd have suggested was signing you up for the UFC to dominate the women's division. But this is the end of the world, Jiang Shui. When you've got a talent like this, you accept it, you let it out, you treat it as a strength. Instead, you've been bottling it up and trying to hide it from me on top of that. Does that seem right to you? This one's on you, Jiang Shui. You need to change. She stared back at me, disbelief written all over her face.